Your mind's made up?
Why did the Keyblade choose me? I have to know.
There's no knowledge that has the power to change your fate.
Even if it doesn't, I want to know. I have the right to know.
A nobody doesn't have a right to know. Nor does it even have the right to be.
Roxas' story is a tragedy. You can tell that right from the start in the setting, Twilight Town. What is twilight? It's the period of time just before night when the light of day is fading. This entire sequence is Roxas' twilight, however false the sunlight may end up being. We see Roxas having strange dreams about a boy named Sora, who hangs out with another boy his age named Riku, and a girl where we can't actually hear her name. Roxas wakes up, proclaims that this is just the latest in a series of dreams about Sora, and he rises to the sound of the bell. Next we see he's hanging out with a group of friends, Hayner, Pence, and Oled, though Roxas seems distracted as they discuss the latest news, that being that they believe Cypher is going around accusing their group of being thieves. We don't know what's been stolen for now, but Roxas suggests finding the real thieves in order to clear their name. Just then, Pence exclaims that something is gone. The older folk in the peanut gallery will recognize that what he's holding is some kind of camera, so we can surmise that what he's saying is some form of the word photograph. But what's odd is that Pence and the others can't even utter the word at all. It's just gone. As the group leaves, Roxas collapses, hearing a voice saying that, quote, he will awaken soon, though Roxas, of course, shrugs it off and keeps moving as you do. Deciding that they need to get to the bottom of this, the group then heads into town to question the locals, who don't trust them, or specifically, Roxas. Here we get an inkling that Roxas has been an upstanding member of society, judging from the disappointment of the townspeople. The group then goes to the Sandlot and questions Cypher's gang, before Cypher himself appears and accuses the group of burning evidence that Cypher's gang was superior, or, in his words,
that was undeniable proof that we totally owned you lamers.
and says that they need to get on their knees and beg for forgiveness. Roxas appears to capitulate, but then dashes for a weapon. From there, Roxas battles Cypher. No matter who comes out victorious, the winners group snaps a photo on the outcome, before that photo is stolen by a strange white creature. Roxas gives chase, following it to the old mansion. The creature calls Roxas my liege, and then attacks him, and while Roxas tries to fight it, he finds that his struggle back can't actually hit it. When all hope seems lost, a new weapon suddenly materializes in Roxas's hand, and with it he defeats the creature, who explodes, and all of the pictures that it stole lay scattered on the ground. Back in the usual spot, the gang recognizes that all of the pictures have Roxas in them, leading them to joke that the creature would next want to steal the real Roxas, and from there, the day ends. In his dreams, Roxas sees the brunette boy wielding the same weapon he did to fight the white creature, and learns that it's called the Keyblade. When he wakes up and heads to the usual spot, he picks up a stick and playfully acts like it's the Keyblade, before throwing it away and accidentally hitting a man in black. The man walks away, and Roxas proceeds with his day like that guy wasn't the spookiest looking in the entire town, you know, as you do. In any case, the gang are complaining that they want to go to the beach, but instead of just complaining, they decide to actually work for it and get enough money to go. Along the way to the job postings, Roxas and Hayner see a poster for the upcoming struggle tournament, and they promise to face each other in the finals so that the group gets to split the prize either way. From there, Roxas does odd jobs. I really like this, especially when it comes to Hayner. He's hot-headed and kind of stupid, but there is a brotherly bond between him and Roxas, and when a job needs to be done, he's quick to do it, even if it isn't fun, say, getting money to go to the beach. Now, I don't know why watermelon is 2,000 money a slice, but, you know, that's a bit beside the point, I guess. The player can choose how much money Roxas donates to the cause, whether 200 or up past 2,000, but all it gets you is an overall inconsequential stat boost anyway, so there really isn't any harm done except for morally by going up early. As the group is heading into the station, however, Roxas is tripped up by that same man in the black coat from that morning, and when they go to get tickets for the beach, Roxas discovers that during this encounter, the man stole all of the money that they just built up. Disappointed, the group then leaves for the day, getting ice cream and going up to the top of the clock tower. But up there, Roxas isn't paying attention to the conversation, and instead wonders about what the man in black said to him while he was stealing the money. Can you feel Sora?
Can you feel Sora?
The next day, Roxas does not find the gang at the usual spot. Instead, he runs into Pence and Olette after they'd gone shopping. As they walk up to him, time suddenly stops. Roxas goes to investigate and make sure that his friends are okay, only to nearly run into another girl who just kind of materialized, I guess? She's vague in what she says, only saying that she wanted to meet Roxas, quote, at least once, unquote, implying that there won't be much time left to see him, before leaving and making time resume. Roxas then pursues the girl, thinking that she might be from the seemingly abandoned mansion, for some reason, only to be attacked by the white creatures in the forest. He runs away and goes to the Sandlot and is then aided by Cypher's gang. However, none of them are actually able to damage the creatures with the struggle bats. What's worse, time suddenly stops again for everyone but Roxas and the creatures. Confused and in danger, the new girl suddenly calls out to him to use the Keyblade. Roxas gets a brief glimpse of her watching him from a rooftop before he's attacked. But instead of being hurt, Roxas is transported to a strange area. He's on pillars emblazoned with images of the brunette boy from his dreams. Savvy fans will remember this type of area as a dive to the heart. Here, Roxas, or the player, chooses their growth path, which in this game only affects your level up abilities, not your stats. After that, you do battle with the white creatures and come out victorious, followed by some tutorials about items and chests, and then you fight your way through to the next door. Once inside, you catch the briefest glimpse of a man in a black coat before Roxas is confronted by a massive creature that is known as the Twilight Thorn. The boss always opens by trapping Roxas in this strange energy, where Roxas is just able to overcome it through the reaction command system, leaving the Twilight Thorn open to be attacked. From there, it will charge towards you, flailing its arms, but you can hit it on the way past, and then it becomes stationary, summoning little white creatures to attack you, and becoming cloaked in this zigzaggy energy line that Roxas can avoid using the reversal command, or by just moving out of the way, whatever your inclination may be. Though I don't show it, once this is done, the Twilight Thorn stands up and stays out of Roxas's reach, before starting the reaction command chain all over again. But since this is the first boss in the game, I can't really expect it to be that hard or complicated. Just learn its pattern. That's something you'll hear me say a lot in this video. When Roxas emerges victorious, his weapon suddenly disappears, leaving him defenseless against the falling dark enemy, in which he's engulfed by the darkness. Does this sound familiar? Yeah, only this time, it isn't just a dream. Roxas writhes around in the darkness, reaching out for help, and he receives it. He's brought to a room that is actually never seen again, where the time-stopping girl from earlier introduces herself as Naminé. She asks Roxas if he remembers his quote-unquote true name before she's interrupted by the man in the black coat, who forces Roxas through a dark portal, letting him emerge back into Twilight Town. Cypher steals a photo, making it look like he triumphed over Roxas, and is then seen by Hayner, Pence, and Olette, who leave, disappointed. When Roxas pursues them, they assume that he willingly hung out with Cypher that day when he knew that they had plans to go to the beach, since they weren't able to do so the prior day and all. Roxas tries to explain, but fails, and when he asks if the other three at least went to the beach, they say that they didn't go because it wouldn't have been the same without him. Disheartened but still optimistic, Roxas suggests that they go tomorrow, but then Hayner says that he promised to be somewhere. That somewhere, as Roxas recalls, is the struggle tournament. And that's exactly what happens the next day. Roxas has to fight Hayner in the first match through luck of the draw, and the two reconcile after mutually deciding to let bygones be bygones. Once Roxas wins, Cypher ends up fighting Vivi, in this canon his protege, and loses, interestingly enough. This means that Roxas has to fight him. Before Cypher leaves though, he says that the Vivi that he fought wasn't the real one, which Roxas discovers after beating him. Vivi turns into one of those white creatures, and Roxas is forced to fight it and a few more that appear, though this time he's able to summon the Keyblade right away. Once Roxas beats the creatures, he's met with a man in a black coat, but this isn't the same guy that we've been seeing throughout the story thus far. This fiery redhead introduces himself as Axel and implies that he knows Roxas, though is also quick to pick a fight, hinting that he's short on time. Roxas, confused, angrily throws away the Keyblade. It's made clear to us from his actions thus far that he values his friends very highly, and his actions later on support that even further. He just wants them back, and he wants his life back, but as with so many heroes, his destiny won't take no for an answer, and so the Keyblade shimmers back into his hand, seemingly against his will. Left with no other choice, Roxas fights Axel. And though you're required to win the encounter, the cutscene after implies that the fight was actually interrupted. A mysterious man in red robes appears in the arena, and both he and Axel get into an argument over who Roxas should go with. As they continue to call his name, Roxas desperately calls out to his friends, and time resumes as if nothing ever happened. Vivi, now himself and not a strange creature, wonders how he got there and walks off stage, making Roxas the winner of the struggle tournament by forfeit, I suppose. This earns him both a trophy and a chance to fight the reigning champion, Setzer. Setzer is the only fight in the tournament that you're not required to win, and in fact he offers you a reward to throw the match, because he's just that kind of guy, I guess. Critical mode speedruns actually lose to Setzer intentionally, both because it's faster, and because the reward you get, a medal, is much more useful than the reward you get for winning, the champion's belt. The medal gives +1 strength but nothing else, which in the early to mid game is pretty big, whereas the champion belt just gives elemental resistance with no extra defense. In terms of story though, it doesn't matter at all. Either you get a cutscene of everyone cheering if you win, or you get a cutscene of Roxas going to his friends all sad, and then Penn starts clapping, and then Hayner and Olette start clapping, and it's just really awkward. Honestly, it's the only really awkward scene involving this group, so long as you don't mind the dialogue, that is. But on the plus side, it's absolutely hilarious in Turbo.
That's not awkward or anything. Oh my god.
Whether Roxas beats Setzer or not, he still won the core tournament and received the trophy. In celebration, the foursome go to the top of the clock tower to hang out. Roxas pops off one of the crystals and gives them to each friend, keeping the blue one for himself. Good choice, as blue is the best color. They then hold their crystals up to the sun, letting the light reflect. Then, Olette surprises everyone with sea salt ice cream that she literally pulled out of her ass. Sure. Roxas, as any person would agree, thinks that's nasty and stands up to get away from the butt cream, only to trip and fall right off the side of the clock tower in his shock. And this is, of course, before everything fades to black. When it clears, we're actually following another character, a girl named Kairi. She casually talks with her friend for a while as they walk, presumably from school, before Kairi suddenly asks about the boys that she used to hang out with all of the time. Her friend, Selfie, only remembers Riku, but Kairi knows that there was another one, though she's unable to recall his name or face. She's promised herself that she wouldn't go back to the island that they all used to play on until she remembered him. Suddenly, we hear Roxas's voice, asking if the girl that we're seeing is Naminé. The screen fades away and back to Roxas as he's falling in that dark void. Kairi's heart is clearly reaching out to Roxas, but we don't know exactly why just yet. For now, he recognizes Kairi as the one that the boy in his dream likes. Kairi pleads with him to tell her his name, only for another voice to suddenly appear. Sora's voice, now older, who teases Kairi for forgetting him, and then giving her a hint that his name starts with an S.
You don't remember my name? Thanks a lot, Kairi. Okay, I guess I can give you a hint. Starts with an S.
Kairi suddenly gets up from having collapsed and seems to have a revelation. She runs to the shore and lets out to sea a letter in a bottle. She'd written it the day before to the boy she couldn't remember, and as she lets it go, she proudly says his name, Sora. Although she says it really weird because dubbing.
Starts with an S. Right? Sora?
Throughout this section of the game, you actually see scenes away from Roxas, about two people who seem to be watching him somehow. You have the man in black, who, after Kairi remembers Sora's name, you learn is Ansem, the villain from the first game. The other one, the man in red, we find out later is named Diz, with a capital Z. No, I don't like it either. And you actually get an explanation for it in this game, and it just makes it so much worse. Both of them have been manipulating things to go as they want, seemingly having total control over Twilight Town, referring to it as mere data. Now, it is pretty easy to assume what they mean by that, but the point is that they're purposefully keeping Roxas there for their own purposes, not really caring how it may negatively affect him. They aren't being outright malicious towards him, just apathetic. He's a tool to be used in their schemes. Diz even tells him as much later. In that way, they're similar to the real villains of the game, but I'll get into that much later, so hold tight. The next day, Roxas awakens in his bed like normal. When he asks the others about what happened the prior day, that he fell off at the top of the clock tower, he's met with confusion. Hayner even says that if that really did happen, that Roxas wouldn't even be here right now. The task for today, other than Roxas being weirded out by the strange happenings going on around him, is to complete the summer assignment for their school, an independent study, and they work on it in pairs. Roxas goes with Pence, while Olette works with Hayner. All of them decide to investigate the 7 wonders of Twilight Town. There's the stairs that change count each time you try, the wall that shoots out grandstander balls out of nothing, the mysterious voices in the tunnel, the doppelganger that appears from the waterfall, the mysterious moving bag, the ghost train, and the lonely girl in the mansion. The first one is explained away in the cutscene, that one of Cypher's lackeys, the stupid one, is really just bad at counting them. Strangely, this is the only wonder that's outright treated as bogus. The others are real, though only Roxas is able to see them, it seems, and the next 4 have a little minigame involved actually. The ghost train is as simple as going back to where you found the moving bag and watching a cutscene, and the same with the lonely girl in the mansion, just go to the mansion and you get a cutscene. Now the ghost train does gain some significance later in the game, but for now, as we learn when we see Ansem and Diz conversing at the end of the day, it was Diz that showed Roxas the ghost train, as a token of apology for not letting him go to the beach on day 2, which Ansem mentions is almost kind of him. The lonely girl in the mansion turns out to be Naminé. When he and Pence go there, Roxas has either a vision or a meeting of the minds with her, and they finally get a chance to talk. She says that he and Axel are best friends, and she tests his knowledge about Sora and his companions Donald and Goofy. From there, Naminé very vaguely explains the consequences of Chain of Memories, that Sora has been put to sleep for about a year, the game's words, not mine, and that Naminé is almost done putting his memories back together, saying that it's affected Roxas because he and Sora are connected. She concludes by saying that Sora needs Roxas before he can be quote-unquote whole again. She explains what she is, a witch with power over the memories of Sora and those connected to him, which presumably includes Roxas. Finally, he asks what's really going on. He says that he doesn't even know himself anymore, and asks Naminé to tell him, to which she says,
You were never supposed to exist, Roxas.
Now, Roxas is understandably shocked and upset by the statement, and Naminé agrees with the sentiment before Pence shakes him out of his trance, interrupting the whole meeting. He asks Roxas if he sees the girl, and Roxas says that he can, but Pence can't. Even as Roxas is looking right at her and she's clear in his vision, Pence claims that it's just the curtains moving in the window. Left with no more answers than he started with, both return. They go to the clock tower, but Roxas is clearly not there anymore, at least mentally. The day ends with his friends laughing, and Roxas is just sad. Between days, in addition to the usual recap of Kingdom Hearts 1 and the Diz/Ansem scene, we see what looks like a memory of Roxas's finally returning. First, it's a repeat of the scene you watch at the very beginning of the game right after the title song. Before, only the man sitting on the rock had a voice. This time, the other one too. It was Roxas all along. From there, we see another memory, presumably happening much later, of Roxas facing off against dark creatures. During the battle, he wields not 1, but 2 Keyblades, a first for the series and a completely mind-blowing moment. From there, he runs up a skyscraper, throws his Keyblade up, and it's caught by none other than Riku from Kingdom Hearts 1. The two fight alongside each other just long enough to defeat the creatures, but then immediately start fighting as well. From this cutscene alone, Roxas is the definitive victor, executing Riku after defeating him.
Shut up!
Yes, you just watched an in-partial context version of Another Side, Another Story, the secret ending of Kingdom Hearts 1. And yes, I said partial context. There is much more happening in that scene. For now, Roxas awakens on the 6th day, now so close to Sora that his form is shifting between Sora and his own. Despite this, he goes to the usual spot and tries to casually complain about not getting any sleep. But something is wrong. The others can't see him anymore, and can't interact with him either. They run right through him, leaving him behind. When Roxas goes to examine a photo, one of the ones that they retrieved all the way back on the first day, he sees that he's missing from the image. Roxas exits into the alleyway only to be confronted by Axel once again, who sicks those white creatures on him. Roxas tries to reason with him, saying that they're best friends. Axel, initially, is ecstatic, though that quickly fades when he learns that Roxas didn't actually recover his full memory and was going to fight him anyway. Roxas defeated the white creatures, but before Axel can strike, time freezes again. This time, calling for his friends doesn't resume it and make things go back to normal. Diz calls for Roxas to go to the mansion, though when he gets there, he's surrounded by those creatures and is locked out. Remembering how Sora used the Keyblade himself, Roxas then unlocks the door and runs inside. And before the white creatures can pursue him, Ansem appears and fights them off. Roxas goes back to the White Room where he spoke with Naminé, and she's there once again. Upon seeing one of her drawings, he remembers a bit more. We see that he at least remembers leaving the group Axel is in, and when Naminé appears to converse, he asks her about Organization 13, implying that he remembers at least something about them. Naminé says that she doesn't know whether what they do is good or bad, as they're just incomplete people who want to be whole again. Lamenting, Roxas asks what's going to happen to him once everything is said and done, seemingly accepting his fate, whatever it may be. Before Naminé can tell him, though, she disappears and is replaced by Diz, who chastises Roxas for assuming he, a nobody, had the right to know the answer. Roxas questions what a nobody is, but before Diz can answer, Ansem appears and exclaims that they're out of time as the area is overrun with nobodies. Naminé suddenly reappears from a corridor of darkness and exclaims that Roxas won't disappear, but instead that he'll be whole again, to which Roxas questions that he'll disappear, which, I mean, yeah, I would question that too. Before Diz can drag Naminé away from him, she promises that they'll meet again even if they don't recognize each other, before all three of them disappear into darkness, leaving Roxas alone once again. He makes his way down to the basement where he sees the computer that Diz has been using all of this time. Suddenly, more of his memories return, possibly even all of them. At the very least, he remembers the events that led up to now. In another side, another story, Roxas didn't defeat Riku. Riku retaliated and knocked him out, and from there he emerges at the beginning of the first day. It turns out that Ansem and Diz sent Roxas into a simulated Twilight Town. It was never real. And all of this so that Naminé can finish piecing together Sora's memories with him in arm's reach. Upon realizing that his life in Twilight Town had been a lie, Roxas takes out his anger on Diz's computer before continuing into the next room. Without a word of preamble, Roxas faces down the creatures that meet him there before Axel appears to him once again. Roxas knows Axel now, and we can assume he's recovered all of his memories, but as Axel says,
But you're too late!
Roxas, forced to defend himself against a fully powered Axel, summons his own ultimate power, 2 Keyblades. They duel, and Roxas comes out the victor. As a gameplay aside, Axel as a fight is a fantastically epic way to finish off Roxas' story. It's flashy, it's mechanically engaging for this early in the game, the soundtrack is awesome, and it's a nice taste of the kind of power that you'll be wielding later in the game. Though even dual-wielding Roxas pales when compared to the destruction that you'll be able to lay down at the end of the adventure. When all is said and done, Axel seems to accept his defeat, though, as with his death in Chain of Memories, he simply disappears into darkness rather than fading away like others of his ilk. He asks to meet Roxas in the next life, to which Roxas agrees. Axel then laments that, unlike Roxas, he doesn't have a next life, and then he disappears. Roxas continues on, seeing Donald and Goofy sleeping in their pods, and in the next room, he finally meets Diz, one-on-one. Diz openly mocks Roxas, calling him a literal tool in his machinations, and Roxas, understandably, does not take that very well, especially considering what has happened thus far. Unfortunately, Diz can't be harmed, as this isn't his real body, but rather a data construction. But you know, Roxas tries his damnedest anyway, desperately wanting some kind of release, some kind of freedom, as everything that has happened has been according to plan. Diz won, and Roxas knows it, even if he ultimately goes down with a fight. In the end, as Roxas knows now, he's destined to return to Sora and cease being. And Diz wanted this all along. Roxas has lived his life with Organization 13. He wielded awesome power with the Keyblade and was strong enough to master using 2 at the same time. He escaped the organization and dueled Riku. And despite all of the organization's attempts to retrieve him, it was Roxas's power, not Diz's, that warded them off. In the end, all Roxas was fighting for was to preserve his peaceful life, and he wasn't even granted that. Roxas' story is a tragedy, but this is how it had to be for the good of everyone. Why? Because Roxas was dangerous to both sides of this battle.
I know coming up short is never easy. When you give everything you have, hold tight, let them see that fire burning. Your time is about to begin. 'Cause it's gonna get better, yeah, it's gonna get better from here. It's gonna get better, you're so close that you can taste it. 'Cause you're gonna be better, yeah, you're gonna be better, I swear. It's gonna be better. Reach out and take it. You don't have to worry if you're good enough. You'll be sitting pretty while they talking tough. Guess they never knew that you were made for this. You're dangerous, dangerous. Fighting till the end when it's getting rough. Bringing all you got and never giving up. Guess they never knew that you were made for this. You're dangerous, Can't be broken. Words fly, but you never let them land. This time, go into they're coming after. They'll try, but you take them in the end. Oh, 'cause it's gonna get better. Yeah, it's gonna get better from here. It's gonna get better. You're so close that you can taste it. 'Cause you're gonna be better. You're gonna be better. You don't have to worry if you're good enough. You'll be sitting pretty while they're talking tough. Guess they never knew that you were made for this. You're dangerous, dangerous. Fight until the end when it's getting rough. Bringing all you got and never giving up. Guess they never knew that you were made for this. You're dangerous, dangerous. Taste it, 'cause you're gonna be better. Yeah, you're gonna be better. I swear, yeah, it's gonna be better. You're at the top, we're gonna take it.
Sora. You're lucky. Looks like my summer vacation is over.
Officially whelmed.
Hello everybody, welcome to Kingdom Hearts 2. Here we are 4,378 words in, and we are just now seeing the title card and meeting our main protagonist. For better or worse, in terms of story, it never really gets any better than it already got. In terms of gameplay, however, well, let's just say you haven't seen anything yet. Roxas World, as I'll refer to the whole prior section of the game for the rest of the video, is truly the black sheep of the whole franchise. Other than 358 Days Over 2, which has a mission-based structure set out over a course of days, this is the only time when the actual daily structure is used, rather than the usual go-at-your-own-pace through a bunch of worlds format. I said in an earlier video that Roxas World has the best story out of the whole franchise, and that's a statement that I will stick by, I think, forever. Or at least until something better comes along post-KH3, which, spoilers, isn't gonna happen. It's the only story section that feels suspenseful, as we, the audience, don't really know any more about what's going on than Roxas, and we get a chance to connect with and identify with him through several important scenes. The mystery of Roxas's existence and Diz, Ansem, and Sora's connection to him are pretty intriguing and serve well as a hook for players to wonder about, and I think they would be even more effective on a first playthrough with no spoilers. The dialogue is, well...
That was undeniable proof that we totally owned you, lamers.
subpar at best, but it's still functional. Dialogue doesn't need to be exceptional to get across the kind of rapport that's really important for a tragedy like this. So long as we understand the connections between the characters, we should be able to empathize with the separation of said characters, and I think that Roxas World accomplishes this pretty well. That said, Roxas World is still Kingdom Hearts, and with that connotation comes the unfortunate reality that it's still not that good, especially if we're comparing it to properties outside of its own franchise. Compared to something like Final Fantasy X or even Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky, the mystery of our main character is fathoms less interesting, and the explanation of such is much less satisfying as a result. While Roxas as a character fares better if you just take this game and don't look at any sequels or spin-offs, he isn't really comparable to someone like Tidus in terms of quality of writing. In Final Fantasy X, there's a lot of weird crap that happens right at the beginning, but about an hour or two into the game, things settle down as Tidus meets the main party after bouncing between different worlds again and again. From here, you have a solid stretch of like 40 to 50 hours, depending on your speed, of Tidus interacting with and learning from the main party, both about being a good person and about the unfamiliar world around him. By the time the revelation of Tidus's existence comes about, we have a very clear understanding of who he is, what his values are, and what he wants. That's what makes it so powerful when we learn that, essentially, it's all an illusion of the world's creation, as fake as Tidus himself is. Looking at Roxas, the weird stuff starts happening right at the beginning and never really lets up. The pacing is actually really fast for Kingdom Hearts in terms of how quickly we learn new things and how much time there is between important story events, but because of this breakneck pace, we don't really get a chance to learn anything about Roxas as a person. What does he like to do? Does he have a love life? Does he have a job? Where does he go to school? Do they eat anything other than watermelon and pretzels and ice cream? What do him and the rest of the gang do every day? Basic questions like this don't have a chance to be answered due to the pace. Now granted, there's a reason that none of this is answered in-universe, that Diz basically created an incomplete persona for Roxas just to serve as a way to tide him over before he had to join with Sora. But that doesn't change the fact that we, as humans, identify more with characters that have these questions answered. Of course, this ties into the larger issue of game worlds only existing around the constraints of the game that they're in, rather than functioning outside of it. The Kingdom Hearts universe doesn't make any sense from any perspective other than as an excuse to visit Disney worlds and fight monsters. This, of course, doesn't leave a lot of room for character development or even actual world building, but that's something we'll get into later with stuff like Birth by Sleep, I suppose. If Roxas World is exceptional in any metric, it's in hooking the player. The dialogue isn't the best, the gameplay definitely isn't the best, and the narrative isn't the best, but its pacing is really solid and fast-paced, which is much more than I can say for the rest of the series as it plods and stumbles through its own story beats. Roxas World goes through its narrative gracefully and without filler. It succeeds in giving us an arc which builds up and then pays off, and is satisfied for both new and returning fans, or at least those of us who care about storytelling in our Kingdom Hearts games. Unfortunately, the gameplay on display in Roxas World, at least compared to the rest of the game, is subpar at best. Roxas handles like a cow, he's heavy, he's slow, and he just feels really deliberately underpowered. Now this makes sense in the story, sure, but on repeat playthroughs, it just gets old playing as him. Once you play as Sora for even a little bit, and you feel how much faster he is, how much easier it is to do air combos, and how fluidly his animations transition into each other, you will never want to go back. Speaking of, Sora wakes up. He and the gang don't remember anything after defeating Ansem and beginning to look for Riku and King Mickey, and they don't even really remember why they went to sleep, though they do discover a mysterious message in Jiminy's journal, "Thank Naminé." Left with little else to do, Sora, Donald, and Goofy start to explore this world that they've been plopped into, eventually meeting Hayner, Pence, and Dolette, 3 local kids. When they introduce themselves, Pence recalls that a stranger was looking for them, claiming that they had big, round ears. The trio immediately identifies this as King Mickey and rushes to meet him at the station, only to be surrounded by those white creatures from Roxas World. Despite their best efforts, the trio tire out and are at the mercy of the white creatures. It's impossible to win or lose this fight. It ends either when you fall below a certain amount of health, deal enough hits, or enough time passes. Thankfully, King Mickey arrives to help you. He defeats the rest of the creatures, gives Sora a pouch of money, and tells them to board the train and leave Twilight Town before running away. Excited, Sora, Donald, and Goofy realize that since Mickey made it out of the Realm of Darkness, that Riku must have as well. The trio decides to stick together for one more adventure to find Riku and save the world once again, and so they enter the train station. Hayner, Pence, and Olette rush to meet them at the station, though none of them know why they felt so compelled to do so. Olette notices that the pouch of money that Mickey gave them is identical to the one that she carries, though no mention is made of how or why just yet. Sora gets tickets for the train, and they leave with an unusually tearful goodbye. On the train, Sora is uncharacteristically melancholic, proclaiming his sadness and expressing worry that they'll never see the town again. We, as the audience, know that this is Roxas giving a tearful farewell to his friends through Sora. When they arrive, they see that the train disappears, trapping them there until further notice. After dealing with some familiar enemies in front, Shadow Heartless, the gang heads into the tower that apparently belongs to someone named Yen Sid, i.e. the sorcerer from the Sorcerer's Apprentice short. He's Mickey's Keyblade teacher in this canon. Making your way up the tower, the gang notes that there doesn't seem to be any kind of reduction in Heartless, and they question whether the worlds are at peace after all the work that they did in the first game. Once they meet him, Yen Sid explains this and more in a massive exposition dump that I will go over in hopefully a less slow voice. The Heartless's number has dwindled, but because they're born from the darkness in people's hearts, which can never be fully eradicated, they will never fully go away. As well, new players have entered the scene, that being Organization 13 and the Nobodies, and I can finally stop calling them white creatures. Nobodies are the empty husks that someone leaves behind when their heart becomes heartless. Sure. Well, actually, it isn't technically a plot hole, but that's because of a backfill. Using peripherals and the reports, you can learn that the bodies are transported to an entirely separate realm before actually forming into nobodies, hence why one wasn't left behind in that first scene. Retroactively, anyway. Of course, why Sora doesn't question this immediately, or ever, is due to poor writing. In any case, nobodies are a thing, so we have to live with it. Organization 13 is a group of exceptionally powerful nobodies that rule over all of the lesser varieties, made from the bodies of those with exceedingly strong hearts. For now, we're left in the dark as to their goal. With that, the explanation is over, with Yen Sid tasking Sora to go to a whole bunch of different worlds and stop the forces of the Heartless and the Nobodies. To that end, he has the three fairy godmothers from Sleeping Beauty give Sora a new set of clothes that have special properties, granting us the ability to use drive forms with this first one, Valor, and then bequeaths the gummy ship onto the party once again. Yay, more gummy missions. From there, we have one option of a world to visit, and it turns out to be Hollow Bastion, except, for better or worse, we don't actually explore the castle this time. Instead, the only areas we're allowed to go through are the town and Ansem's library workstation thing, which is technically in a castle, but it's not the same one. For now, however, we're stuck in this little town area. Sora and the gang meet up with the Final Fantasy friends from Kingdom Hearts 1, including Yuffie, Aerith, and Sid from Final Fantasy 7, and Leon, or Squall from Final Fantasy 8, who comment that they all suddenly remembered Sora at the same time, taking it as a sign that they would meet again after all. And it's none too soon, as the town is about to be overridden with Heartless and Nobodies. Leon shows Sora the problem from the Bailey, pointing to a massive amount of Heartless making a literal lake around the castle. And this one is clearly Maleficent's old castle from the first game. From here, Organization 13 appears and sends Nobodies to try and storm the town, which is funny because they'd already done so, but whatever. Anyway, we're forced to defend the gates. You've fought two of the three enemies here before. Dusks are simple enough to deal with, and you've got Blizzard right before this fight, so you can use that to snipe a few of them. Creepers are also present, who are arguably the weakest nobody, next to the Dusk anyway. The real problem are the Samurai Nobodies. You flat out won't survive their combo attacks if they catch you, and all you have for healing are potions at this point. Thankfully, their AI follows a consistent pattern. They'll spawn, then shift around for a bit, and then attack you so long as you're in its range. If you block any of its strikes, you'll be prompted with a reaction command called Dual Stance. Hit it, and you'll go into a minigame where, after a few seconds, a command titled The End will appear in one of your list options. Hit that, and on this encounter at least, it will one-shot the samurai and any surrounding enemy. This is your saving grace, but this fight is one where you honestly feel like a lot of it isn't really in your control. Another samurai could easily snipe you as soon as the dual stance is done, or you could focus too hard on them and fail to protect the gates, or Leon can screw something up. Oh yeah, Leon is helping you in this fight, and I say that in astronomically sized air quotes, because not only does he do crap damage, but he also only helps in shoving the enemies away from you and wasting a whole bunch of time. Thankfully, I got through this fight on the first try, but on prior playthroughs, I've been stuck here for 4, 5, even 6 tries just to beat it, let alone do it with any amount of speed. After the fight, you get the fire spell and are taunted by the organization. When you're about to fight one of their rank, he disappears, saying, quote, "He used to give me that same look," unquote, which the party takes as him trying to psych them out. Once the organization departs, a new path opens up, prompting the party to leave and come back later. Unfortunately, Twilight Town is now blocked off, but fortunately, this is where the game, arguably, actually starts. And here's where I'm going to have to express some grievances. As I write this script, I'm going to internally struggle quite a bit over what I actually want to talk about, and what's safe to leave out for the sake of relatively brisk pacing, right? Unlike Kingdom Hearts 1 and Chain of Memories, Kingdom Hearts 2 has a lot of forced fights, both with bosses and mobs. Part of me wants to ignore the mob fights and just talk about the bosses like I did in the first game, but another part of me wants to talk about them because some of them are actually way harder than the boss of that world. Of course, this mostly applies to the early game when you don't have as many tools at your disposal to deal with the influx of mobs. After around the halfway point or so, mob fights become quite literally a joke if you apply any kind of real strategy. But until that point, they are more threatening than any of the bosses, at least in my opinion. The compromise I'm going to make is that I'm going to mention every forced fight, but I'm only going to comment on it in relative detail if it's interesting or difficult or otherwise noteworthy, I suppose. So here we are, 63 words into the script, and we just got out of Hollow Bastion. Sound familiar? Just like with Kingdom Hearts 1, I'm not going to go into detail with the Disney worlds, especially their plots. As before, they don't really have a lot of meat to offer for me to dig into. And as with the first game, most of them come off as, frankly, vapid fanfiction. Harmless, I suppose, but unimpressive. Thankfully, unlike in later entries of the series, very few of them become actively awful, though we'll get there. Also, like the first game, you'll have a mix of retellings of movies, original stories, and partial movies. For example, Land of Dragons, where we'll be going first, encompasses most of the Mulan story, from when she joins the army to the end of the movie. Contrastingly, we have something like Beast's Castle, which has elements from the movie, you know, the rose, the curse, true love, time limit, all that jazz, but Gaston is nowhere to be seen. Instead, the main villain of that world is Zaldin, a member of Organization 13 who wants to turn Beast into a Heartless and thus gain control over his nobody. And then you have Olympus Coliseum, where you have a mostly original story where Hercules is losing his edge and forgetting what it means to truly be a hero, with Hades messing everything up, of course. Of note to me, however, is the piss-poor continuity. It's implied that every world was completed in the first game, including 100 Acre Wood. But, despite us having killed Ursula in that game, she appears with no explanation in Atlantica. On the other hand, Jafar is definitely in the lamp, and it's the entire point of both visits to either keep him in there or defeat him once he's out, so that remains consistent. And just to speak about it now, as it becomes a trend starting here, Auron from Final Fantasy X appears in Olympus, marking the second Final Fantasy character appearing in that world as a servant of Hades. This will be repeated at least once more later on, but I want to make special mention here because his inclusion just kind of irks me, and it irks me for a very subjective reason. Because Final Fantasy X is my favorite game of all time, and Auron is one of the better characters there, and they just ruin him. He has none of the depth, none of the nuance, and none of the heart from that game.
Before, the closer I came to Zanarkand, the more I wondered. When we arrive, Braska will call the final Aeon. He will fight sin, then die. I thought my mind was made up long before. But when I stood here, my resolve wavered.
Never would have figured. Legendary Guardians choke sometimes too, huh?
Legendary Guardian? I was just a boy. A boy about your age, actually. I wanted to change the world too. But I changed nothing. That is my story.
Which I know has been the norm for all of the Final Fantasy characters thus far, because the series has far worse writing on average than that one. But god damn it, I liked Auron, okay? Well, in any case, I won't be able to talk about a new mechanic or interesting feature in every world visit, just because there's more than double what we had in the first game, and a relatively equal amount of mechanics. Though the ones on display here are, in general, a fair bit more complicated and connected to each other, so I'll pick and choose. And with that 500-word spiel complaining about how hard long-form technical writing is, let's dive headfirst into the Land of Dragons. Our forced encounters here are the initial fights in the camp, the 3 missions, the mountain climb, the cave fight, the timed fight on the summit, the courtyard fight, and then Shan Yu at the end, making 9. I'll discuss 3 of them. First is Mission 2, which is the first appearance of the Assault Rider Heartless and the third appearance of the Nightwalker Heartless, along with Shadows, of course, because this is the early game. I make mention of this fight in particular because it's arguably the hardest in the world. The Nightwalkers hit very hard if you don't kill them immediately, and they're immune to Blizzard magic, eliminating one of your 4 options: Attack, Fire, Blizzard, or Valor form. So long as you're able to hit them once though, they usually stagger, at which point you can kill them. The only time when they wouldn't stagger is if they're midway through an animation, which is fine. It promotes timing and the controls are snappy enough to make it work. It's the Assault Riders that are the real problem here. Though most of their attacks can be avoided by just running away or jumping over them, their attacks hit really hard, and they're your first example of a big enemy that's immune to stagger unless you hit them with a finisher. It's a specific enemy type, and a surprise to be sure, but there are quite a few. They're not welcome though. There's the Assault Rider, Large Bodies, Morning Stars, among a few others. The best way to fight them, like I'll say many times, is to learn their patterns. This early, you won't be one-shotted by the enemies, so you're usually afforded at least one chance to recognize what you did wrong to get hit, and then correct it. And you'll be fighting enemies multiple times, so there's also those extra chances to get the whole thing down. With my stats, I wait for an attack and then land a combo with 2 finishers. After that, I follow up with a combo with 1 finisher, and then wait for an attack and retaliate to kill them. Because of this pretty specific order of events, my strategy is to actually leave them for last, despite them being the most dangerous enemy, as trying to fight them while also being harassed by Nightwalkers is too much of a pain to justify doing so. Of course, in the cave fight I contradict this since there are no Nightwalkers, but still. And for the record, I actually died twice on this fight. The second fight I'll talk about is the Summit encounter, not because it's hard or anything, but because it's an example of a unique concept, of which I'll discuss all of them. For this one, you're surrounded by Rapid Thruster Heartless and later Bolt Tower Heartless, and you just have to survive for a minute, at which point the fight ends arbitrarily. While I don't know if it holds true for this particular instance, in repeated uses of this army of rapid thruster type of fight, you're able to kill all of them to where they stop spawning, but I don't believe that's possible in this one. Though, obviously I could be wrong. In any case, it's physically impossible to do so with the tools that you have now, so just survive, kill as many as you can, and nice. The final fight I'll talk about is, of course, Shan Yu, the boss of the world. He's the first of what I would consider to be the standard duels of the game. Technically, this isn't the case because you have party members and he technically has party members, but I'm defining standard duel as you and or your party versus a relatively humanoid opponent roughly equal to your size, where your party members either aren't a factor or are not used primarily to attack the boss if they are a factor. In this case, the party members should be used to kill the Nightwalker Heartless that are trying to attack the palace gates, achieved by setting them to party attack in the customized menu. Shan Yu as a fight is pretty underwhelming for an experienced player, but I suppose that's to be expected from such an early encounter. He has a few different ways to slash at you with his sword, and after he reaches a certain HP threshold, he can harness the power of darkness to do both a spinning jump slash and a fast dash. If you block a few of his attacks, you'll be given the press and then the takedown reaction commands, which deal a hefty amount of damage and open him up for a combo, which just adds to the ease of the fight. So long as you learn his tells and recognize that he'll usually run towards you before attacking, so, be prepared for when he does, you should be fine. For all of the fights in this world, you get sliding dash, aerial sweep, and a few stat increases. And in addition, you get the hidden dragon keyblade. It sucks. Don't use it.
Now that's what I call burning some honey bun. Oh yeah! Mulan's the best! Mulan's the best! Now wait a minute, I'm the best! Mushu's the best! Mushu's the best!
From here we're going to Beast Castle, which is actually a break from my usual routing. In fact, this entire early game was really weird for me, as on this file I got the Champion's Belt instead of the medal back in Roxas World, so my damage output was much lower than I was used to. This is remedied here in Beast Castle, where the shop sells accessories that boost strength. The forced fights here include the initial Shadow Foyer fight, the Thresholder mini-boss, the Corrupted Beast mini-boss, the Shadow Stalker boss, and the Dark Thorn boss, not to be confused with the Twilight Thorn. The Beast mini-boss is so easy that it's really not worth commenting on. Just use the reaction command and then go to town until he's dead, then use the RC. The Thresholder boss is interesting in that it's a two-phase battle. First, you deplete the door's HP and then release the actual boss, the Possessor Heartless, to kill that. Unless you've got mad skills, this will be done in at least 2 cycles. What annoys me about this boss is one that annoyed me a lot in the first game. Mobs harass you in the fight. And it's made worse in this game, I think, because the mobs have much more complex moves and tells to keep track of. This early in the game, you just don't have the tools to deal with it. Now, you would have the tools for it if you went to Olympus first, but I didn't in this playthrough, so I'm screwed here. Thankfully, this boss is still relatively easy despite my complaints. The Shadowstalker and Darkthorn are two parts of a single encounter. The Shadowstalker's gimmick is that he possesses different objects, similar to the Thresholder from earlier. Depending on what it is, you'll either have to knock him out or wait for him to come out on his own. He can possess the floor, where it will glow pink beneath you and force you to jump or eat damage, the window, where you'll have to avoid lasers, the pillars, where all of them will scrape along the ground and you'll have to beat him out of it, or the chandelier, where he'll spin while shooting lasers and you'll have to beat him out of it. He's usually only vulnerable for a single combo after any of them, so getting good damage off can actually be pretty annoying, but thankfully he doesn't have that much health even for this early in the game. The reason that the Shadowstalker was made very easy compared to, say, Shan Yu is because there is a second, much more complete boss waiting just after it. The Darkthorn is a good boss, a big, wild ape man with dreadlocks looking thing. Whatever. It can do a series of either spinning attacks or leaping somersaults towards Sora. He can cause a bunch of little shadow bites chase Sora down, or he can activate one of two reaction commands. First, you can step vault onto the chandelier and spin it into him, making him visible, or if the Darkthorn grabs you, spins you around, and throws you, you can bounce back around one of the pillars and hit him right back. Like the Shan Yu fight, this one is actually pretty dynamic, and it doesn't fail to keep a player engaged, unlike some of the other games in the series. As I said, you don't have many tools yet, so keeping up with even this guy's relatively simple attacks can be difficult, though for such a big boss, he's surprisingly easy to stagger. For defeating Darkthorn, you get Retaliating Slash, don't use it, and the Cure element, as well as Upper Slash from the Thresholder boss and an armor slot from Beast, plus some stat increases. After you've completed 2 out of the 3 worlds in this first set of 3, you're automatically transferred back to Halloween Town by Merlin the Wizard, who presents Winnie the Pooh's storybook. Unfortunately, it's damaged again in the fighting, which means you'll need to go collect torn pages all over again to restore the book. Of course. The more important thing, however, is that you get your first summon in this visit. Chicken Little from that movie that's definitely became a classic. I'll go into the specifics of Chicken Little's mechanics in not this next world, but the one after that, as I'll be using him extensively there and onwards. As for the next world, we have Olympus Coliseum, which is easily the hardest world in the game. Easily. Why? Well, for one, you can't use Valor Form for the majority of this visit, including the hardest part of it. Second, you have not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 absolutely brutal encounters. And 2 joke ones, both of which are minigames, but we'll get into that later. To note, another organization member is here, though we're not given an explanation as to why he is, other than that the story needed to introduce him somewhere. Demix is the source of one of the joke encounters, where he summons clones that you have to destroy. Just hit 1 and use the RC over and over again, and you'll be fine. As well, while you don't spend a lot of time outside of the underworld, the time that you do is spent doing a really dumb minigame, so there's that. As for the unique encounters, I'll actually go backwards in this world. The boss is Hydra, which does not follow the rules of the movie at all. Basically, he's a big monster, and these games don't usually excel at doing big monster fights. KH3 and Cerberus, he says with a posed look. Hydra doesn't attack you. Instead, he has 2 different projectiles that he sends at you that get stronger the lower his health gets. First, more of those shadow bites from the Darkthorn fight, and then these blue flames that appear wherever Sora is, so you have to keep moving. His only other attacks are sweeping his tail, which can be easily jumped over, and slamming his head or heads into the ground, which can be avoided by going right into his crotch or back at the wall. Besides that, Hydra does jack shit. He oftentimes will just lean his heads, i.e. his vulnerable spots, down to Sora's level, letting you hit him for free. He'll even lean down multiple heads once he's grown them. I don't really like this method of big bosses, how they don't even register where Sora is and just have random attacks that don't target him, and instead have tracking projectiles or some other equivalent. I bitched about it with Cerberus in Kingdom Hearts 1, and you can be damn sure it wasn't improved here, which is just a real shame. Other than its disappointing AI, the Hydra has 3 interesting notes. First, it's the only time that Pegasus is used in the series for anything gameplay related, even in 3 when you have Hercules as a main party member. The RC is long, sure, but it does get you free damage, which isn't too bad in my book. Second, you get Trinity Limit right before this fight, and the game clearly wants you to use it because, my god, it does so much damage. Third, get up on the Hydra's back! Moving backwards, the third bad fight is Pete. Pete has appeared a few times before this and will show up far too often after throughout the rest of the series, and Pete is annoying and superfluous and should never have been introduced ever. Pete is a lackey of Maleficent, who we killed in the first game, if you'll recall. Somehow, for a reason that is never explained, Maleficent comes back to life and then proceeds to accomplish nothing throughout the whole rest of the series because she was never really that threatening to begin with. And even when put up against other, far stronger villains, Maleficent always turns up that obnoxious royal arrogance of hers, and honestly, it's just tedious. I mention Maleficent now because I will mention her exactly 2 more times in this video where she actually does something, but Pete never gets any moment like that. He's just a bumbling fool. That said, this fight is a nightmare of randomness. In the first part, you're on a timer where you have to survive and keep Megara alive, which is fine, whatever, it's boring, but once that's done, you have to fight Pete before the cave collapses. Now, if you take it somewhat slow, it's reasonable to finish this fight with something close to consistency, but there's one problem with that. It's a fucking boss with fucking mobs all around them. God, why don't they learn that this type of fight sucks? Thankfully, believe it or not, and depending on how you count, this is the second to last time it happens in this game, and thank the good light of Kingdom Hearts for that. As a fight itself, when done correctly and when given good luck, it should take around 30 seconds or so. Pete has so little HP for the damage you can do at this point that he dies pretty much instantly once you start hitting him, but if those Trick Ghost Heartless hit you with their little fireball, it's basically game over. It does tons of damage for this point in the game, and they, along with the Hook Bats and Pete, can easily combo you to death, or exploit you running away and giving up advantage, or any number of other things. The issue with this fight and any others that are like it is that the result is just so out of your control. As of this point in the game, your crowd control options are few and costly. Your only real option is Chicken Little, which you'll only have if you did both Beast Castle and Land of Dragons before coming here, which granted most players will probably have done, but even then the Trick Ghost could easily shoot their fireball before Chicken Little pulls them in, negating any usefulness in summoning him. I truly despise this fight, probably more than any other in this game. I've gotten stuck here for an hour. No joke. An hour. The third fight I'll discuss is with the pupper himself, Cerberus, who is a much better fight than he was in the first game, but in a much worse arena. Thankfully, unlike that first game, this Cerberus has proper AI. He starts by leaping towards you, which can be avoided by jumping over the shockwave. If you're in front of him, he'll usually follow that up with a series of bites, though Cerberus doesn't seem to like doing the same action twice in a row, at least it felt like that to me. So instead of biting twice, he'll roar instead and then continue biting. He can spin to face you, which has a hitbox, so don't be near his head, and will actually stop close to where you are so he can keep attacking you. The closest thing he has to a DM or desperation move is when he spits out a whole bunch of fireballs, which you're forced to either block or eat shit. Besides that, if he does this, you can be between his 2 outer heads and trigger a reaction command to render him invulnerable, which is likely where you'll finish him off as I did. Cerberus is a good fight in this game, I just think his damage is a bit too much. He 2-shots you at appropriate level, which is standard for this point in the game, sure, but Cerberus in my experience is either more relentless than previous bosses or at least less vulnerable. Unlike the Dark Thorn, who is just as relentless, you can't stagger Cerberus. As well, Shan Yu or Pete or Hydra aren't nearly as aggressive with their attacks. Speedrunners actually exploit the Mickey system that I'll get into much later to bypass the difficulty and relative length of the fight, which is a perfectly viable strategy and one I would actually recommend doing over taking the actual route of fighting him straight up. Moving back even further to right when you enter the world, you have the Hades escape sequence. You go to Hades' chambers along with this conspicuous series of platforms, so of course you have to fight your way down. Strangely, this fight has the negative image of my least favorite boss design. Instead of a boss with mobs, you have to fight mobs while being harassed by a boss. Hades follows you all the way down and tries to kill you as you take out the groups of Heartless that spawn, and he does a ton of damage. You're unable to hurt him or stagger him besides that, so all you can do is ignore him and hope for the best. Sometimes he hits you over and over again, sometimes he doesn't hit you once. Sometimes the Lance Soldier Heartless die easy, sometimes they're a nightmare of fake outs and rushing hits when you're focusing on the other one. Sometimes the Batcry RC does a lot of damage to all the enemies, and then sometimes you focus on the Shadow that's in the complete opposite direction from the rest of the Heartless. There's so much luck involved in getting through this fight unscathed, and keep in mind I'm basing most of my complaints on this world being the second that you visit, not the third as in this playthrough. I, along with speedrunners, do this world first because you get so many benefits from this world that both make Beast Castle faster and easier, like levels and a good Keyblade, but also things that make the rest of the game easier, like Trinity Limit, Counter Guard, and Aerial Dive. Without going to Beast Castle, I wouldn't have Cure and I'd be lower level, but those detriments are manageable since Cure is so heavily nerfed in this game anyway, and levels don't really matter all that much in the grand scheme of things. Winning fights in this game is much more about pattern recognition and understanding mechanics than straight stats, but this fight throws all of that out the window and brings it all down to luck. Kind of like another game in the series now that I think about it. True, this is the first fight that you have Auron in, who is a much better fighter than Donald or Goofy, but so what? You don't have access to your drive bar, which means no Valor Form or Chicken Little, both of which would have been godsends in this encounter, so you're left with basic combos and magic. Magic is only useful selectively, at least with the 2 offensive spells you have right now, and those select uses aren't likely to come up often in this fight, so you're left with physical combos. Unfortunately, you barely have any decent combo modifiers to make your combos actually good, leaving you with shit. This is one of the few fights in the game where I actually never really have any fun. Yes, it's challenging, but for all the wrong reasons. If Hades was not here, I'd likely be fine with it, but he is, and that just makes it 10 times worse. Overall, I hate to say it, but Olympus in terms of regular worlds is probably the worst, just because of the awful encounters, and that's not even mentioning the lackluster second visit that you do later. For doing all of the encounters, you get Counter Guard, Aerial Dive, Trinity Limit, the Thunder Spell, Stat Boosts, and the Hero's Crest Keyblade. From here, we're forced to go to Disney Castle as our next world. Disney Castle was teased in the first game and was planned to actually be playable there, but they had to scrap it, likely because of time constraints. Even here, you barely explore the castle itself. You have a courtyard, a hallway, a library, a bigger hallway, and then the Hall of the Cornerstone, which is the central focus of this world's story. This is also the only time in the series that you have to bring a character from another world into the one you're exploring, as that's usually a no-no, at least until Melody of Memories came out. It begs the question of, if Merlin can casually travel across the worlds, why can't Aladdin come with us in the game like he wants? I've read somewhere that it's because Disney doesn't want their characters to know about the multiverse, but I'm not sure how true that is, considering Triton, Genie, all of the summons and summon gems, and now Merlin must know of the larger multiverse from being summoned in all of these different worlds, right? And that's not even going into how many worlds take place in our main capital E Earth, like Land of Dragons taking place in ancient China, Olympus Coliseum being in ancient Greece, Port Royal being in the Caribbean, etc, etc. As I said in the first video, the Kingdom Hearts world and lore are just utter trash, so I guess it's just best not to think about it. Likewise, it's best not to think about the world within a world that we have to do here. Merlin summons a door that leads to the Timeless River world, which is based on Steamboat Willie, the very first cartoon to feature the Mickey Mouse character. You actually meet that old Mickey, who doesn't speak and doesn't know who you are, before he becomes king and a Keyblade wielder. Presumably, this world is just Disney Castle from the past, so for now, it makes enough sense that Merlin could use his magic to make a portal to travel back in time, especially considering even a relatively novice wizard like Sora can stop time around select enemies when he knows the proper spell. Of course, this gets into how Sora could just forget his spells if he retained his memories from the first game, but we're not going to get into that. While this world is pretty subpar in terms of gameplay, with its only bosses being a gimmick and a final battle with Pete, I can't deny that this place has got charm. Sure, the old-timey sound effects do clash hard with the refined ones from when you pick up an item or get a reward, but it's fun nonetheless. The atmosphere, the characters, that being Past Pete who is an ally and Sora, Donald, and Goofy, really shine here, able to act silly and lighthearted like the writers always seem to want them to be perceived as. I especially love at the end as, without a word between them, Goofy and Sora drag Donald back through the door to the present because he wants to change his past, which is obviously against the rules. They even do a little build-up and throw him in, and yeah, this is really good stuff. I'll touch more on this later, but the trio feels a lot more cohesive in this game compared to the first. Maybe because this is the first game in the series to have them stick together from beginning to end. There's no real drama between them like they tried to do in the first game in Chain of Memories. And while they have a really fun dynamic in this game, this trait does not carry over into later entries, I'm sorry to say. As for forced encounters, you have a joke fight against Past Pete, who is so easy that the game doesn't even give you a reward for beating him. You also have 4 mob fights in the windows that have mayhem meters that you need to manage, like how you had to manage morale in Land of Dragons. You then go and fight Boat Pete, which is a gimmick fight, and then you have the final battle with Pete. The joke Pete fight I won't talk about, but the others are both worth discussion, though not in a good way. If you're of sufficient level or you use Valor for him, you can knock out Pete's health bar with the initial 3 things he sends at you, but why does he throw them at you in the first place? Whatever, when you beat him up, the boat for some reason flies over to the far end of the shore, and the hook swings over the land, allowing you to grab onto it, I guess. From here, you have to repeatedly hit the cage containing the stolen cornerstone of light, but be careful. If you don't, hey, react to the reaction command prompt, you'll be thrown off and be forced to fight mobs before you're allowed back on. Thankfully, if you only do one finisher and then just do 2-hit combos, you can react endlessly until it dies, though you do have to hit it with a finisher to kill it, just like with any boss in this game. The final Pete fight sees him taking you to all of the different locations from the window fights and using their gimmicks, which you could have used to your advantage in those fights, against you. He can stomp the tower in the middle of the small town to damage you, he can cause the black hole to suck you in, and he rocks the platform to shoot you up, though this is honestly just to his detriment since you have a powerful reaction command to use against him when you're launched up. I don't have much to say other than that though, because it's just a Pete fight. His pattern is ridiculously easy to learn, which isn't inherently a bad thing, but the issue is that we've already learned it back in Olympus in a much more memorable encounter, if not a more frustrating one, granted. The 4 mob fights themselves are nothing special, even with their gimmicks, though the new enemies introduced here are pretty cool. Each fight has a mayhem meter that grows as chaos occurs in the level, but admittedly I don't know much about this mechanic, because allowing it to rise is almost impossible so long as you're even somewhat efficient at killing Heartless. The only issue is in the last one with the black hole, where the mayhem meter rises as furniture is sucked in. You have to land a finisher on the black hole to make it recede and stop sucking, which can be annoying if you let the fight drag on too long. Speaking of the black hole, each fight has a certain gimmick. The house has a black hole, yes. The burning building has sentient fire that either attacks you or the building. The small town has a cannon tower that you can jump on to stun every enemy in the area, but the construction site is the coolest because it has, I believe, the only instance of a Heartless interacting with the world at large. The hammer frames slam into the platform, making you bounce up like a trampoline and opening up a reaction command for you to use against them. Now, technically, this isn't triggered by the hammer frames. As far as I can tell without testing it, but doing multiple playthroughs in recent years, the floor bounces you up either when a hammer frame slams or after a certain phase in the fight, but I might be wrong about that. In the end, however, these fights are just standard mob affairs. You've seen plenty of them by now, and you'll see plenty of them in the future. Just be careful, take your time, and you should be fine. Thankfully, this is where I get to start being positive again, because I get to use Chicken Little here. Chicken Little is the first of 4 summons that you get. Instead of picking up allies from worlds or restoring summon gems, Sora can call on their power after acquiring a corresponding charm. 2 of these you get through the story, one being Chicken Little here after completing 2 of the 3 worlds in the first set, and 2 you get from chests, but they're both in your direct path, so you probably won't miss them unless you're intentionally not opening chests, and why would you do that? The biggest difference between summons in this game versus summons in both Kingdom Hearts 1 and 3 is that the primary purpose of these summons isn't to deal damage. At least 3 of the 4 that isn't their primary objective. Sure, all of them have the capacity to deal damage to enemies, but their strengths lie elsewhere. For now, Chicken Little is the best crowd control that we have. Possibly even the best crowd control we will ever have. In the series, not just in this game. He hurls firecrackers at groups of enemies, which stuns them. If you move away from him and he follows, he'll whistle, which draws in enemies on top of you and stuns them. When you're facing down a single enemy or only one is in range, he'll generally throw a ball at them, which stuns them and knocks them towards Sora, opening them up for an easy combo. But really, it's the whistle that's the real star here. The ability to completely immobilize every enemy in range is absolutely amazing and really helps your survivability in a lot of mob fights. Every enemy in Timeless River is dangerous. The hammer frames have a devastating AoE slam, the aeroplanes can stun lock you with their bullets, and the hot rods are commonly known to most casual players as the first majorly tough enemy that isn't a boss. Hot rods can whack you with their front wheels, and when they get down low enough, they become invincible and dash at you twice, which can easily kill you if you're not careful. As well, they only have a brief window to hit them before they dash again, so you really need to be quick. If they get away from you and you don't have Chicken Little, I'd recommend jumping over their dashes and then snipe them with some blizzard spells. You might be starting to notice a pattern as to what I'm saying in regards to how to get through this game. Learn the pattern to figure out how to beat it. I understand that this is literally every action game ever, but it's really the best advice that I can give other than try and make it look cool. Though, for better or worse, Nomura's titles all have a bonkers amount of visual flair, so looking cool is rarely difficult to do. For the sake of keeping consistent, I'll tell you what we get from Timeless River and Disney Castle. An extra accessory slot is invaluable for boosting stats, but you also get Auto Summon, which is useless. Speaking of useless, there's also Dodge Slash, and for even more useless, you get Reflect at the end. One of those things is a lie, by the way. The useless part, not what you get. I'm not a total dick, and to prove that, I'll tell you that we also get the monochrome Keyblade and our second drive form, Wisdom, once we leave the world. Maybe more interestingly than all of that is that Donald learns Fantasia from Boat Pete, which is the first example of our core party learning a limit. I'll go into why Fantasia is so good later, but for now just know that it is. As we head into Port Royal, I'll have 5 things to mention in relation to the world. First, most of this world is going to be Chicken Little usage, so just get used to that. Second, this world looks incredibly distinct in that Sora, Donald, and Goofy, along with other Kingdom Hearts related characters, look completely out of place compared to the pseudo-realistic style this world adopts otherwise. Third, this world is the only one where your magic actually does what you think it might when it comes to applying status effects. Fourth, the music. Fifth, the mandatory encounters, of which there are 6. If you'll forgive me for going out of order, I'm starting with magic. We have 5 spells out of a total of 6 right now. Fire, Blizzard, Thunder, Cure, and Reflect. The first 3, against all of the undead pirate enemies, inflict status effects on them. Using fire, or alternatively getting them caught in an explosion, lights their butts aflame and they run around distressed. Casting Blizzard causes them to freeze in place, and Thunder causes them to start walking around like a zombie. All of these effects make them immune to stagger, which is only really a problem when they're running around on fire. As well, the pirates seem to be more vulnerable to magic than other enemies, as hinted to you by Pete, of all people, who for some reason Barbossa hasn't sent to Davy Jones' locker yet. The effects and the buffed damage combined encourage you to heavily utilize magic in this world. I think using fire can be more detrimental to killing the pirates since it makes them run away, but Thunder and Blizzard are both excellent options. I personally went for Blizzard because it has piercing, so it can hit multiple pirates in one shot if I lined it up right. To that end, Chicken Little is massively useful once again for all mob fights, and pirates are no exception. While he doesn't inherently make magic more effective, he does make it so spamming magic is much safer, as you're otherwise stationary and unable to use any defensive options. For better or worse, I don't have much to say on the visuals, because I don't think that they look that bad for 2005. Even if it is jarring as hell that these regular humans act so casually to Donald and Goofy being a talking duck and dog. And believe it or not, I actually think the voice acting is good too. Is James Arnold Taylor as good as Johnny Depp playing Jack Sparrow? Hell no, and he isn't written as well either for that matter. But for Kingdom Hearts 2, I can forgive it, and he's at least passable in the role.
Then she's long gone. The Black Pearl is nigh uncatchable. Best find yourself another girl, mate.
The music, on the other hand, is actually really interesting, in that the HD remix for Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, i.e. what I'm playing, has remixed music throughout the whole game. I'll go into specific tracks that stand out to me as they come up, of which none have really come up yet except in Roxas World, where that wasn't the focus, and one of those is here with the Port Royal battle theme. Those that have watched the movie, or have ears, have heard it. He's a Pirate is one of the most iconic movie tracks of all time, and many people's favorite. I think it's really, really good, and slaughtering Heartless by the dozen to epic orchestra is never a bad thing. But, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to what I believe is not only a superior version of He's a Pirate, but maybe one of the greatest track remixes of all time. Behold. Okay, yeah, it was a piece of shit, but the MIDI tracks that plagued the original release did have a certain charm to them. I still think that the original version of Lazy Afternoons is better than the remastered version, though I'd say that the Rechain of Memories version is the best, and certain tracks like Tension Rising and Desire for All That Is Lost have strong cases for the original versions being the better of them as well. But on the flip side, you get tracks like Fields of Honor, Afternoon Streets, 13 Struggle, which I'll get into later, and Waltz of the Damned, though that one might be because I played the clarinet, so I'm biased. And yes, that's the official track name, and whoever said Kingdom Hearts wasn't edgy enough. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, music. These all are pretty definitively better in the remixed version compared to the original MIDI tracks. From here, the only thing left on our list are the forced encounters. The first one is Split, where at first you can't damage the pirates, and then the moon comes out, and then you can freeze them to death. The second is another standard Heartless mob fight, nothing to write home about. The third has a timer where you have to outlast an infinite number of pirates. This is good fun, and a good early test of how well you can lead them into the light because the shattered area is so small. As well, because pirates die so quickly to magic, you can pick up a ton of money here, as well as get a lot of experience. Pirates are the best source of it that we have right now, so grind here while you can. The fourth is by far the hardest encounter in the world. I died here a few times myself just because the pirates hit so hard once you run out of MP. Basically, you're protecting the medallion that Elizabeth had in the movie as Barbossa is attacking the Interceptor. If you get hit, you lose the medallion and have to pick it up, and if a pirate picks it up, you have to kill him and retrieve it within a time limit. And all the while, you're being bombarded with cannon fire from the Black Pearl. You can stop this if you want by using a reaction command on your own cannons, but not only is it a temporary solution, but the animation takes an insane amount of time, during which you're completely vulnerable to attack. Considering you can be one-shotted, I really don't recommend putting yourself at that much risk. But beyond all of that, it's a standard encounter, though a long one. It's tough, but that is a good thing. The pirates are all fair and can be reacted to with the proper reads, as none attack without some kind of wind-up, whether that be running towards you or raising their rifle or some other tell. The fifth forced encounter is, unfortunately, a gimmick. You have to throw 5 flaming barrels off of the Interceptor before they explode, and the more they're hit by the surrounding Heartless, the faster they do that. This is really easy to do, even as the air pirates can one-shot you, and the encounter is over within like 20 seconds. From here, all we have is Barbossa, who is the second standard duel in the game, and a damn fine one at that, even with his limited moveset. The fight always begins with him leaping in the darkness created by a summoned Heartless. After a few seconds, its eyes will glow yellow, so you go to it and you kill it. With the room back to normal, you can start to work on Barbossa, who has 2 different sword attacks, a dash, and a combo with a reaction command on it, along with throwing bombs and shooting his pistol at you. That's it. That's all you have to learn. In my opinion, he's a fantastic introduction to the formula you'll see in later bosses and super bosses, and a much better test of pattern recognition than Xian Yu, who is incredibly simple. When you get 2 combos off on him and he lands, he'll always do his dash attack as a retaliation, so you can use this to loop him provided you have enough skill. Otherwise, reacting to him is also entirely possible. I really like the Barbossa fight, but it's far from perfect. First, his is the only boss's reaction command that I've seen fail in all of my time playing this game. I don't know if it was a 1 in a million fluke, but it did hamper my enjoyment on this playthrough at least. That said, I'm willing to let it go. What I'm not willing to let go is that dying isn't the only fail state for this boss. If Barbossa kills Jack, you also lose, and have to start the fight all over again. I have no idea what they were thinking with this decision, because every other time a party member loses health, they just fall unconscious for a brief time. If you're going to try and tell me it's because he'll explode like all the other pirates, well, in the second visit, he has the ghostly form a lot, and he can fall unconscious there just fine, so no. My other problem, which is far more frustrating, is that he follows the same rules as any other pirate. You can status him, which means you can freeze him. When he unfreezes, he gets staggered automatically, allowing ample time to just freeze him again. Speedrunners use this method because it's by far the fastest and safest way to fight him, which is a real shame. For all of your work, you get Aerial Spiral, which is one of the best abilities in the game, an extra item slot, Aerial Finish, and an upgrade to your drive bar so you have a max of 4 bars instead of 3. As well, you get the Follow the Wind Keyblade. From here, we have another choice of 2 worlds. I mean, technically we did before, but no. Agrabah is coming up first, and it has 5 forced encounters. Before I get to them though, I want to talk about the writing just a bit more. Now, the grand story writing is totally whack and always has been, even in this early entry.
But Master Ansem...
But right now I want to zoom in and look at the characters, specifically the returning Disney characters. Notice something? I did, and I was surprised. Oh my god, there's like actual chemistry between everyone. Sora has a fun and/or unique relationship with all of his returning friends, from being total bros with Aladdin here in Agrabah, to having a really fun mentor-student relationship with Phil and to a lesser extent Hercules, to being that supportive but still realistic friend to Beast who knows that he has a temper and tries to look past it. I mean, yeah, it's all really good. It's the little moments that make these relationships come to life. When Hercules sees Sora and asks him how he's been, Sora sarcastically says the usual, which is is killing some Heartless, before calling Hercules a son of a bitch, making Arnie proud. In the same vein, when Aladdin and Sora meet up again, Aladdin is so busy and so nonchalant, just running by and saying, "Hi, Sora," before moving on, like seeing his friend that's been missing for over a year is just nothing. This even extends into Aladdin's limit, which sees both use the same attack before Aladdin calls for teamwork, and then they share a righteous high five at the end. This camaraderie extends into the main trio as well, but as before, I will get into that later. Also, to note, I grinded Wisdom Form to level 3 for quick run. I'll explain later there too. As for the unique encounters, we have a mob fight that's completely forgettable at the start, a minigame, 2 mob gauntlets, and a boss. The minigame is utterly vapid. I don't know who this was made for. Press triangle a lot. Wow, so challenging. Ooh, jump over a flat wave. Epic gameplay. Just, God, this sucks. The 2 mob gauntlets are fun though. They have you fight all the unique Heartless from this world, barring the Luna Bandits. We have little fodder in the fiery globes and the icy cubes, but then we have the more substantial threats of the fortune tellers with their initial ice projectile and fast swipes, and the fat bandits who can one-shot you. I personally think that the trial part is kind of boring because you never get an interesting combination with any of these. At one point you fight a fat bandit with some fodder, but that doesn't really change the efficient strategy of using Blizzard on the fat bandit to force an attack and reflect, as the reflect will also kill the fodder. Likewise, the vast majority of the second encounter are fodder, which become a mild threat in such big numbers, but their tells are massive, and you can bait an attack to reflect with a simple attack of your own, at which point the AoE will demolish them. The final 3 Heartless of the 50 you'll fight are fat bandits. In such close quarters, these are a huge threat, so I recommend reflecting their initial attack and then using well, I guess we're talking about Comet now. Comet is the limit gained from equipping the Fantasia ability onto Donald, back from the Boat Pete fight in Timeless River. The limits in this game are just bonkers, which I'll go into more broadly in Halloween Town up next, but for now, let's focus on Comet itself. In short, it's AoE damage that's focused on hitting large groups. Now that could describe a majority of the limits found in the game, with their broad strikes and big hitboxes, but Comet and Donald's second limit Duck Flare are wholly unique in the game, in that you have both free movement and free attacking capability throughout the entirety of the limit. Comet is the lesser of Donald's limits because of this, and not because it's bad on its own. As you can see, it handled well in this fight and can be used to great effect when you're smart about it, but unless the enemy is non-staggerable, say against a big boss, either the burst you activate with the triangle button, or Comet Rain, the finisher, will launch enemies up into the air and out of attack range, so it usually doesn't do nearly as much as it could, except in this case.
Top right health bar.
The final encounter in Agrabah is against the Volcanic Lord and the Blizzard Lord, who act as one boss. They're nothing special. Valor Form's quick air hits shred through the health bars, and they don't have nearly enough attacks to be really interesting. They both have a swipe, they can surround Sora with their element, which I don't actually think I got footage for because they were so easy, or they have a triangle attack, meaning they execute a unique attack unless you press the triangle button. This is cool and should be used more often, I feel, hopefully in addition to what they already have with other bosses instead of replacing their already existing RCs, but, you know, not gonna happen. Here, though, it's poorly implemented. Using the RC stops the unique attack, sure, but it's simply not worth it. Not only is this the only time when the bosses don't stagger, meaning they won't bounce out of your hits as these bosses are uniquely wont to do, but if you do the RC, you'll just send them flying across the field and into the other boss. And it doesn't even do that much damage, so what's the point? So yeah, if I had to weigh the pros and cons, I'd say that this boss is below average for this game, which is still okay, but pretty underwhelming. As rewards, you get some stat boosts, summon boost, and the finishing leap ability, as well as the genie summon. Finishing leap is our second finisher that we've received after aerial finish from Port Royal, and it will be one of our greatest tools in the whole game. From here, Twilight Town has re-emerged, and to continue the main quest, we'll need to go there. While we could do that though, it's more beneficial to head into Halloween Town first. We have 4 forced encounters here. The courtyard fight is another mob encounter of no import. The game cares so little about it that you can die and still continue. Actually, you can do that a lot in this early part of the game. The initial Station Heights fight is like this, as are the initial fights in both Beast Castle and Agrabah. For all of these, you either fall below an HP threshold, deal enough hits, or enough time passes. No matter what you do, the scene plays out the same. The second fight is a required fight in Candy Cane Lane against some of the worst enemies in the game, but thankfully Jack's limit is absolutely bonkers. Dance Call is by far the best limit in the game, save for Duck Flare and Trinity Limit, which have unique properties aside from their raw damage that make them good. In terms of that damage from a limit, this is it. This is the peak, but only if you use it right. Unique to Dance Call is that sitting idle in the limit does passive damage, whereas all others you would just sit there like a dumbass. Pace out your button presses, alternate between triangle and X, and finish only when the limit meter is about to run out, and that's how you maximize Dance Call damage. And my god, the Toy Soldier Heartless, along with their counterpart the Graveyard Heartless, are just absolutely horribly designed, but for different reasons. The Toy Soldier has a hit scan unblockable rifle. Sound familiar? They can be staggered, but only when they're in the air, and to get them in the air, you have to hit them. To hit them, you have to get close to them, and to get close to them, you have to endure their hit scan rifle. Thankfully, Reflect exists and can block anything, so using that is an okay solution, but it's not a perfect fix, as you can't cast it at the same rate as the Heartless fires its 3 bullets. So you're still probably going to take one to the taint. The Graveyard Heartless, which is thankfully never required to fight in any forced encounter, starts by summoning ghosts and then becomes unstaggerable. Not only that, but it can't be hit physically because the ghosts protect it. Fine. Oh, but wait, it then charges towards you relentlessly. Solid. Reflect is just your only option here. Other magic is ineffective, and physical attacks are just utterly useless in this scenario. These enemies suffer from the idea that enemies don't have to be staggerable consistently, which for Kingdom Hearts is a big no-no. Staggering enemies is the only way to deal with them safely, especially in some later entries in the series where you don't have instant defensive options like you have Reflect here. Even with Reflect though, if you can't predict when an enemy will retaliate because you're just hitting them with no response, then that option is largely useless. Non-staggerable enemies work in something like God of War because you have attacks that can be cancelled into a block, but not so in Kingdom Hearts, at least not until 3, which has its own problems. While the square button, your guard, is only used in tandem with dodge roll in the first game, in Kingdom Hearts 2, depending on the context, it could be dodge roll, quick run, glide, upper slash, or finishing leap, and if the context is right, you don't have the option to choose to just guard. It's all based on that context. Of course, that's a skill that you need to build up, recognizing enemy patterns and setting up that context accordingly, but my point is that you can't do that reliably with non-staggerable enemies like these. For that reason, they're some of the worst in the game, so TLDR, just use Dance Call a bunch and hope for the best. The third encounter is against the boss, the Prison Keeper. It has one attack on its own, that is swinging around its dangling sack, but it gets most of its moveset through eating lock, shock, and or barrel. It can try to bite you, launch a fireball at you, or spin around and send down electric sparks. This fight is alright, I suppose. I don't really have much to say about it since it's a pretty standard mini-boss. I mean, Dance Call is once again great here, though the environment and shitty combat arena can get in the way. And this is really the last boss that Valor Form is super useful in, as after this it either won't be available or you'll have a much better option. Oogie Boogie is probably the worst boss in the game, though as I said before, it's not my least favorite. It has the same problem as the first Oogie Boogie fight in Kingdom Hearts 1, in that it's a waiting game, and then you can only do so much to him before he suddenly becomes invincible and you have to start the whole waiting thing over again. I think it's significantly worse than KH1 Oogie Boogie simply due to the fact that he can kill you so easily. You're going to have to rely pretty heavily on audio cues to know when a certain attack is coming. When he does a grunt, he throws a bomb at you. When he says, "That's right, away you go," he sends out boxes that you can hit up at him. When he says, "I'll squash you flat," he sends a fist to slam down onto you at regularly spaced intervals. But with the conveyor belt constantly moving you, the distance can take a bit to judge, which is, not great. By the way, this is a one-shot at appropriate level. In Phase 2, he'll send out boogie gifts, which will pop open either when you hit them or after a few seconds and spawn a mob. These are, hey, a huge problem, and are the sole reason that Phase 2 is by far the hardest. In addition to listening out for the fist slam call out and trying to hit up those boxes, you now have to deal with very damaging mobs that can easily combo you due to the tight nature of the conveyor belts, which by the way you're trapped on. As well, after sending back 6 of the boxes, Oogie Boogie will move his watch box to hover over a different conveyor belt and you can't attack him anymore. You have to time a reaction command to follow him in whatever direction he went, all while dodging mobs, by the way, to continue the fight. He'll continue sending mob bags down your conveyor belt though, of course. In Phase 3, he'll not only speed up the conveyor belt, but he also has a lightning attack that can easily camp the boxes you have to send back through complete luck. Thankfully, he doesn't seem to send mobs at you nearly as much in this phase, and the lightning is overall much easier to deal with than them, so, take what you can get. The biggest problem with this fight though is your own lack of agency in how it all plays out. On a successful run, this fight will be the same exact thing every single time it's done. Whether the run is successful depends on the RNG of the lightning and what mobs spawn from the bags in phase 2. The rest is the exact same with no way to speed it up or influence the fight in any way, which just sucks. To provide an example of how this was done right, we've already seen a boss that has this kind of methodology where it's only vulnerable at specific points, the Shadow Stalker in Beast Castle. But that boss has a lot of attacks, a big arena that you need to pursue him in, which can be made difficult through his different moves, and you need to actively attack him to make him vulnerable. It's far from a perfect fight, but it's wholly superior to this one. And maybe the game knows that, because as a reward, you get arguably the best spell in the game, Magnet, completing our set. In addition, you get Flash Step, which is a great combo modifier, and an extra item slot. Once again, we have the option to go back to Twilight Town to continue the story, but we still have one world left in this set, Pridelands. Fun fact, Pridelands and Atlantica are the only worlds that you never have to visit to complete the game. A not so fun fact, Lion Sora sucks. In this world, to fit the setting, Sora is transformed into a lion cub. All of your combos are changed and you run really fast. Sounds good, right? Well, first problem, you can't guard anymore, so Reflect is your only option and that has a cost. Second problem, you don't have any invincibility frames on any of your moves. Third problem, the enemies here do bonkers damage. You have no idea how easy it is to get absolutely dusted in this world, both on the first and second visits. 3 Heartless are introduced, the Living Bones, the Shaman, and the Aerial Knocker. All of them can one-shot you. By this point, depending on your leveling route, you may or may not have once more, which is insanely helpful. It makes it so you can't be comboed to death, which is one of the most useful things in the game when you can be comboed so easily. But you might not have that ability, which would make this world even worse, as in addition to the one-shots, you can also be comboed. Thankfully, you only have 3 forced encounters, and one of them is a complete joke. The first pits you against 2 Living Bones Heartless, which is a challenge. There is a relatively consistent strategy you can use by manipulating their AI to give you a reaction command. Check out basically any randomizer to see it, but I would more readily recommend using Magnet or Reflect. The Living Bones does a wind-up before every attack, so be ready for it and stay calm, you'll be fine. The second forced encounter, after going through literally the rest of the world, is against Shanzai, Banzai, and Ed, while trying to protect Timon and Pumbaa in the Lion's Den. While you could chase them down and attack them all at once, I would rather say you should use Magnet again. Do you see why it's the best spell yet? Their AI forces them to retaliate after they're hit by magic, so you can reflect, they get staggered by the reflect spell, they retaliate, you reflect, and so on until they're dead. Joke fight, moving on. Scar, however, is the worst, and of course, we're back to calling everything the worst again. His moveset is actually pretty simple. He does kind of a diving slash combo at you most often, but alternatively he can use either the fire or thunder elements. When using fire, he'll jump all about, sprouting fire lines which are easy to avoid, and funnily enough, he's actually the most vulnerable in this state, so take advantage of it. When using thunder, he'll either walk around slowly or do his regular dash swipe. Either way, lightning bolts rain from the sky, which you can usually reflect spam to damage him through, though this is admittedly far from consistent. When he gets down low enough, he will use his desperation move, where he's engulfed in darkness, runs around the arena, and occasionally charges at you. This attack is just ridiculous. If it touches you, you're dead. No questions asked. When he charges at you seems to come in somewhat regular intervals, but sometimes his AI wigs out and charges twice in succession, so that's not good either. Even if you do survive it, this attack becomes something he can do regularly, so you might have to survive it twice or 3 times or even more depending on how effectively you can deal damage. Your only saving graces in this fight are Reflect, which is obviously your only true defensive option other than haphazardly jumping away, and Lion Sora's air attacks. Once you start a combo, you can spam the square button to have him do like a spiral dash into the enemy, which does more damage than a regular hit on average. If you're in a pickle, you can also use Simba's Limit, King's Pride for the invincibility frames and free damage. But for this fight, to give you an idea of how limited your options are, you have no limits other than Simba's, no drive forms, no summons, no growth abilities, no reliable way to heal other than items because you should not be using your MP on Cure, you should be using it on Reflect, and you don't have any combo or finisher modifiers except what Lion Sora provides. That's most of Sora's kit right there, and it just goes to show how poorly this world was constructed. Pridelands came up with a gimmick, Lion Sora, and then put in only the bare minimum to make it functional. And what they failed to do was make it fun. Now, I wasn't expecting them to make up 5 or 6 different movesets for Lion Sora and all of his drive forms, nor was I expecting them to make new animations for Donald and Goofy's limits or Trinity limit. For one world, that would be a lot of extra development time, and I would agree that it wouldn't have been worth it. But then I would argue that if you're going to so heavily limit our options because it wouldn't be worth it to add them, can't that also apply to the gimmick in general? Because if I'm being honest, I really wish Pride Lands wasn't in the game and Simba just returned as a summon. For beating it though, you get some stat boosts, the Circle of Life Keyblade, and a fire upgrade, which is your first upgrade to your magic that you can receive.
One look at you, and you're a pig roast!
That's Mr. Pig Roast.
Same thing! And I'm not sticking around to be anybody's pork dinner!
But y'all, with Pride Lands completed, we've done the first visit of every world in the game that has combat. All that's reasonably left to do now is to go to Twilight Town. For better or worse, this is a very short trip with only a single forced encounter. Maybe they were afraid the player wouldn't like spending too much time here, given that we spent so much time here as Roxas, but I don't know. Twilight Town is a very cool setting, and I would have liked some more reasons to explore areas like the Tram Common and the Sunset Terrace. But as it stands, you're never actually sent into the tunnels, and therefore Sunset Terrace/Heights, and all of this side of Tram Common goes completely unexplored if you're just going from A to B, so it's a real shame. What's not a shame is the combat encounter here. Not only do we finally get to fight the new enemies in the game, the Nobodies, but you're also introduced to a new variety in the Berserkers. They wield these huge hammers, but don't even attack you with them. In fact, they instead use them as pivot points to smack into you with their own bodies, which I actually find pretty funny. The easiest ways to deal with this encounter is either to use Magnet again or Chicken Little. Once they're in either of the two pull effects, land a finisher on a Berserker to make him drop his weapon, and then you can pick it up and use it against the Nobodies in a reaction command, during which you're invincible. Considering the Berserkers can one-shot you, I'd say cheesing the fight is justified. So, because I don't have much to say about the encounter itself, I think now might be a good time to talk about magic since we have all of our spells. Unfortunately, unlike the first game, magic isn't insanely overpowered here. Instead, in Kingdom Hearts 2, you have 6 spells as opposed to the 7 from the first game. Instead of Arrow, Stop, and Gravity, you have Magnet and Reflect, while you retain Fire, Blizzard, Thunder, and Cure. But while you retain the spells, they all function differently, giving each a unique use which has the dual effect of making some spells more useful, while also making all of them much more situational. I think I can count on one hand the number of times I used fire in my recorded playthrough of the first game, whereas here it remains useful in its various forms throughout the adventure. Let's go into each spell and examine their uses before going into the magic system in general. To start, we have the fire spell, which was changed from a poorly homing fireball into an area of effect attack that forms a circle around Sora and lasts for a few seconds. Because the hitbox is active for the entire duration of the spell, fire is great for hitting short links, like if a shadow is trying to go back into the ground really fast, as an example. As well, its nature as an AoE gives it the potential to do a lot of combined damage, even though against a single enemy it doesn't do all that much. The Blizzard spell is perhaps the most straightforward. It's a single blast that goes in a straight line. It loses much of the shotgun quality that it had in the first game, though the actual bullet itself grows in size and power throughout the game as the spell is upgraded. Due to its linear nature, and because several important targets are more often than not in the air and moving around, the Blizzard spell is arguably the worst one in the game. It has its uses, especially in Port Royal, but compared to the utility of the other spells, I can't call it the best by any stretch, whereas it was perhaps the strongest contender for that title in the prior 2 entries in the series. The Thunder spell also lost much of its AoE utility. It was changed from a hail of bolts from the sky to a single concentrated one, and its utility comes in its accuracy, as so long as you're locked on, the spell will always hit the enemy, which has its uses to be sure. As well, once it's upgraded, the bolt has a decent range, so it's not entirely neutered as a crowd control option. Because of its reliability, the Thunder spell retains its use, though I myself don't use it that much in the main game due to how outclassed it is for set encounters. Though against mobs wandering the world, it's much more useful due to its low MP cost compared to the better options. Did I say Blizzard was the worst spell? Well, I lied. That title goes to Cure, hands down. So, Cure in the first game cost 1 MP node, so you can use it multiple times with no worries. In this game, and later in Kingdom Hearts 3, the Cure spell takes up your entire MP bar. The potentially massive cost of using this spell ensured that I hardly ever used it in my playthrough. Just thinking about it logically, what does curing accomplish? It heals you, duh, but why can't you just do that with a potion? It's faster, more flexible, and it leaves you with all of your MP at the cost of like 40 money. The only thing Cure ladder has over items is that it's potentially infinite use if you're willing to wait for your MP to recharge, and it gets a bunch of iframes with the Leaf Bracer ability. The latter has some merit and is the reason I did use it on those rare occasions, but that's a very small thing considering how easy it is to get an opportunity to use a potion. But now we come to the big ones. Both of these spells have strong arguments for being called the best in the game, though I'd personally give it to the latter one I'll show. Magnet is the mob killer. Don't quote me on this, but I believe only 2 or 3 mob enemies in the whole game are immune to its effects, rendering the rest absolutely powerless to your whims. As well, you can hit enemies in the magnet. They will be hit out of it, and then the magnet will pull them back in and do extra damage. You can exploit this pretty handily with something like Genie's Final Limit or with the triangle command for Group Trinity. With the finishing leap ability we got from Agrabah, mob fights now become significantly easier due to the ease of using Magnet. That said, it's entirely useless against bosses who are immune to its effects. As well, I think its inclusion in the game is just flawed, because it trivializes so much of the experience once you get it. But the best spell in the game, to me, is Reflect. It's essentially a second guard ability that exchanges an MP cost for the ability to damage enemies that hit it. This spell also has some implementation issues, but I think that the idea is sound. A higher risk defensive option that rewards the player with an advantage, in this case, damage. The issue comes in with the risk versus reward balance. Using Reflect has too little risk. Sure, if timed correctly, you can be punished, but the same can be said for just guarding, so why not take the chance with the spell, especially considering it has the lowest MP cost in the game. As well, the damage you do with Reflect is absolutely insane. It's by far the best damage you have available to you both against bosses and mobs, and single-handedly renders many of your other options null just by virtue of that, let alone the utility of having a near instantaneous defensive option that can be spammed pretty much without thinking. This issue has been exacerbated in every re-release of this game. In Kingdom Hearts 2 Original, that is really original, the initial Japanese version, Reflect's damage was actually pretty pitiful, while the function of it remained the same. They then buffed the damage for the English release, and then again for the final mix version, which is the version that is on the HD 2.5 release. For the life of me, I couldn't find good footage for this change, but I swear to you that it's true. Loath though I am to admit it, I actually think Kingdom Hearts 3 handled the risk versus reward angle a bit better with its critical counter ability, where you wait until the last possible second to guard and are rewarded with extra damage on the reprisal. But discussing the magic system in general, it's a bit of a mixed bag. I do like that the spells are a bit more specialized than in the first game, giving excuses to use all of them at regular intervals, but its balance is a bit off when compared to your other options. That's not to say that optimally using magic is any less powerful than optimally using anything else in the game, but getting to the point where you are using magic optimally takes a lot more effort and foreknowledge of the game and its systems than any of your other options. Considering the ease of just spamming physical combos, it's no wonder no one used anything else, really. I think that the correct solution wasn't to make everything equally viable, but to make harder options more viable. Take a fighting game. Sure, you can just do a B&B over and over again and probably get pretty far, or you can take the time to learn a harder but more optimal combo, which in turn rewards you with more damage or some other benefit like Oki or corner carry. Magic is simply too close to physical combos in terms of damage and advantage to justify using it, other than out of a desire to master all of the game's systems for the sake of it. The only advantage is that some spells are ranged, which is next to negligible because enemies can close the gap quickly or use projectiles anyway. And that's not even to mention the system itself. Basically, you have an MP bar, and with each use of a spell, some of the MP bar is used up. When it runs out completely, it's replaced by a pink one, which starts out full and slowly drains over time. This is your recharge meter. When it runs out, you gain max MP once again to use. In theory, the purpose of limiting your MP usage in this sense is to keep you from spamming spells over and over again, which is a sound enough reason, but the argument then circles back around. Magic is too weak to justify that decision. Yes, Magnet and Reflect are insane, but Blizzard, Fire, and Thunder are not. It almost makes me wish for 2 separate systems for those 2 groups, just because of the massive imbalance. As well, why does Magnet cost so much? Okay, maybe that's not the right question. A better way to put it is, why does Magnet cost so much when Reflect costs so little? They're both equally useful spells. Either make them cost as much as Magnet, ensuring you can't spam either one, or make every spell cost around the same amount, which would potentially make the entire system irrelevant, I am aware, but still, it would probably be better than what we've got. And of course, this isn't even mentioning Ethers and Stitch, both of which completely demolish anything that the developers were going for with the whole recharge thing. In short, Ethers are broken. If used at any time before you hit your recharge state, they refill your MP bar to the max. Stitch does that anyway, actually, only he can do it even during recharge, making him worse than Ethers. And because of these massive imbalances, I can't say that the magic system in Kingdom Hearts 2 is anywhere close to the quality we saw in the first. I think that it was an admirable attempt, and I didn't mention how spells factor into combos, which I believe was their goal over balancing the spells individually, but looking at the system on its own, without it interacting with any of the other systems, it is a bit disappointing. But that said, it's still relatively functional, and at the very least, it doesn't overshadow any of the other systems in the games, unlike some entries. Once you beat the Nobodies, you're greeted by a member of Organization 13 who warned you about a rogue agent named Axel who was aiming to turn Sora into a Heartless, or so they claim. Aside from that, the man goads Sora into defeating more Heartless and says that what makes Organization 13 special is that, unlike other mindless Nobodies, they remember what it was like to have a heart. When Sora aims to follow him through the dark portal to the Organization's stronghold, the man warns Sora against doing it, as it would make him, quote, end up like Riku, unquote, shocking Sora enough to allow him to escape, like a pimp. From here, Cypher hands over the struggle trophy, saying it goes to the strongest person in Twilight Town, which constitutes Sora since he defeated the Nobodies when Cypher couldn't. Just after, Pence catches up to Sora and asks if he knows someone named Kairi, and tells him to come to the station. When the party gets there, the Twilight Town gang relays that Kairi appeared out of a hole in the wall, befriended the trio, but then was kidnapped by a man in a black coat, who the party guesses was Axel. With newfound resolve, Sora declares that he's going after her, causing Goofy to drop the trophy and making the orbs scatter. Sora ends up picking the blue one, and something compels him to hold it up to the light of the setting sun. And for a moment, Roxas appears in Sora's stead, which can be taken as his essence coming out from deep within Sora or some such. From here, the party seals the Twilight Town keyhole, or the equivalent in this game, and then leaves. For completing the world, you get the Oathkeeper Keyblade and Limit Form. So, I don't really have a good segue into talking about the absent silhouettes. They're Final Mix exclusive bosses that are scattered around the worlds, where you fight the organization members that died in Chain of Memories. You see her first in Olympus Coliseum, though you can't interact with it. When you do the minigame with Mr. Dance Water Dance, he'll tell you about them in a Final Mix exclusive text cutscene, at which point you can go back and interact with them if you want. So far, we've seen 3. The one in Olympus that leads to Zexion, the one in Port Royal that leads to Larxene, and the one here in Twilight Town that leads to Lexaeus. If you fight them on your second visits through all the worlds, I think all but one of them are good fights. They're all definitely tougher than most of their respective world bosses, but that's far from a bad thing. I went ahead and did just that on this playthrough, as their stats seem to be balanced for the battle level of the world on the second visit, and this is the first one I had access to on those second visits. Lexaeus is probably the easiest or second easiest of the 5, depending on how well you deal with the other one's gimmick. He's a heavy hitter that attacks very slowly. His gimmick is that periodically through the fight, Lexaeus will power up, so his jump slam in the first phase will only produce a small shockwave, whereas in the second and onward it produces massive earthen spikes that are unblockable. Reflect is going to be your main source of damage here, because the majority of Lexaeus' attacks are unblockable except via the spell. It's also the only way besides the reaction command to semi-reliably stagger him. The safest way to deal damage to him that I found is this. When he does his ground slam, reflect. When he does his triple slam thing, reflect twice in quick succession. If you did that fast enough, you'll be able to get off another reflect after the first set goes off before he does his final slam. If not, you're dead. Try to either stay a little away from him or learn when he does his grabs. I noticed he does it after he powers up sometimes, and reflect those too. If you stagger him via the reaction command, do a ground combo that ends with finishing leap, and then do an aerial combo with 2 finishers. He'll retaliate with his jump slam, but you should land fast enough to reflect it. If you stagger him via reflect, do the ground combo that ends in finishing leap, but only do 1 finisher on your aerial combo, or else you're not going to be able to reflect his ground slam in time. This fight is good. All of Lexaeus' attacks are well telegraphed, though I'm not a big fan of grabbing moves in general. My issue is in how you go about fighting him. Your reactions are just too simple most of the time. Reflect, block, stagger, attack. That's not to say mastering using reflect at the right time isn't satisfying, but I can't help but wish that there was a bit more nuance in how you stagger him. Like, maybe if you learn that double reflect when he does his triple slam, what if he staggers if you can hit him between the second and third slams? Something like that. Of course, this is my preference as someone who has already become highly proficient with many of the game's systems. For casual players and those just learning though, this is likely a good balance of risk versus reward as it is. Overall though, for this point in the game, Lexaeus is an excellent fight, and for beating him you gain an extra accessory slot which is invaluable. All of the absent silhouette wards are completely bonkers good like this, so look forward to that if you're up for the challenge. With Twilight Town done though, Hollow Bastion comes next, and it's completely shrouded in darkness even from the world map. Be prepared for a long and difficult journey when you enter this world. I'll go over what happens story-wise first, and then jump into the encounters after I go through all of that, so see you then. When you go inside, you are introduced or reintroduced to all of the major players that will be participating in this visit. Cloud, Aerith, Yuffie, Cid, Merlin, Yuna, Riku, Pain, Tifa, and Leon, as well as Maleficent and Pete and the organization. You're told to meet Leon in Ansem's laboratory with the promise of seeing King Mickey, and when you do, Leon shows them Ansem's computer, which supposedly holds secrets that the party needs to know about. Sora, showing his vast technical prowess, proceeds to ask the computer the situational questions of where Kairi and Riku are. While trying to catch a critter named Stitch, Donald accidentally makes the computer beam them into the data space. This was one of the most surprising inclusions in this game. Remember Tron, that really acclaimed science fiction movie where programs are represented autonomously? Yeah, you go there, and it's called Space Paranoids. Sora, Donald, and Goofy are immediately captured and thrown in a pit cell, where they meet the titular Tron. He says that the trio are users, which means that they're real human beings who use the system, in this version of the story being the Hollow Bastion OS, which Ansem brought back from the brink and modified to use in the town. With the imminent threat of de-resolution, a fancy term for execution, the trio are quick to find a way back into the real world. Tron says that the terminal in the pit cell could have sent them back, but it was shut off 50 microcycles ago, which translates to a while. Sora uses the Keyblade to bring it back online, but before he sends them back to the real world, Tron requests that they find the password to the DTD, which is what Ansem named the data space, so that Tron can power it back to 100%, as he was literally nerfed when the Master Control Program, or MCP, took control of the system. Once outside, the trio find the DTD, which actually stands for the Door to Darkness, the goal of Ansem's plan in the first game. That leaves the password to be the keys to the Door to Darkness, the 7 Princesses of Heart. Now, this isn't a password as we know it. We don't know spacing, capitalization, the order of the names, or anything like that, but for the logic of this story, it works. Mickey seems excited by the prospect of accessing the DTD and all of Ansem's research data, saying that if they can view it all, they might be able to find out Ansem's location, which doesn't make sense, does it? The whole last adventure was spent fighting Ansem and his army of Heartless, and we succeeded in killing him. He's dead. That's where he is. When Sora points this out, Mickey says that he has a lot of explaining to do. But before he can, Leon calls them back, reminding them that Tron is waiting for them. Mickey assures them that he'll be there when they get back, as he's there primarily to help out the Hollow Bastion gang in defending the town, and with that squared away, they head back into the data space. When they get there, Tron is nowhere to be seen, so the trio goes to the game grid where they're forced to play the light cycle minigame. Once they come out victorious, Tron materializes along with them back in the pit cell. He wonders why they didn't just transmit the data, but yeah, moving on. The party heads to the datascape and manually inputs the password, restoring Tron to his full functions before heading to the I.O. tower. Learning of the party's exploits and furious that Tron changed the password to the DTD right after he accessed it, preventing the MCP from doing the same, it sends a massive enemy at you, the Hostile Program, which is the boss of this first visit to Space Paranoids. Once the party defeats it, it's assumed that the MCP will be stalled for a while due to Tron changing the password, and Sora, Donald, and Goofy leave to help with the Heartless in the real world. Though their elite data mining skills don't turn up anything on the Heartless, Nobodies, or Organization 13, the computer does bring up a picture of an old man with blonde hair, at which point Mickey shows up, claiming that this man is Ansem. Slightly annoyed, Sora and the gang drag Mickey back into the study and point him to a painting of who they believe to be Ansem, the man they fought in their last adventure, at which point Mickey fully explains a massive retcon. It turns out that the man we fought in the first game wasn't Ansem, but was going around telling everybody that he was. The real Ansem, Ansem the Wise as he's referred to in this game, disappeared, and Mickey is trying to find him. In reality, the Ansem that we fought was a Heartless of someone else whose identity remains unknown at this point. And that's important. The Heartless we fought in the first game isn't the Heartless of Ansem the Wise. As well, it's revealed that just as that man's Heartless was supremely powerful and leading the Heartless, his Nobody is of an equal threat, being the leader of Organization 13. Mickey says that he's met both the organization's leader and the original person he used to be, and says that they felt the same to him, but he can't remember where he met either. Almost all of this is awful. Retcons are a tricky business to make work and are handled so poorly so often that they're written off as bad in and of themselves. But believe it or not, I do think that retcons can be used well. For example, in the Stormlight Archives, the 10 heralds who led humanity against the evil of the Voidbringers in ages past have been, well, heralded as heroes, constantly battling against an insurmountable darkness and protecting humanity in the process. Spoilers, in Book 3, it's revealed that the heralds were only ever human, and those millennia of fighting an impossible battle have driven the heralds insane, and in their endless cycle of death and rebirth to follow and fight the Voidbringers wherever they go, they'd eventually just given up, to the point where they'd sacrifice one of their own to fight by himself and live on eternally, having abandoned their duty. This retcon works very, very well as a twist, not only because the story has conditioned the reader to expect twists and to not take any of the lore they are told at face value, but also because it recontextualizes the story that was told before without directly contradicting anything that we've learned. The heralds were never properly explained before this point because only their teachings survived in modern times anyway. Their presence, war, and betrayal only became relevant because the Voidbringers have returned at the end of Book 2, making us wonder where they are if they're supposed to be protecting humanity. All we know was that the heralds were heroes to humanity, and we knew that they had godlike powers, nothing else. To me, the mark of a good retcon isn't in simply changing something from before, but adding to it, like you saw in the above example. As another example, in Hunter x Hunter, the main character of Gon had an uncanny ability to completely mask his presence, even from extremely perceptive characters. He uses this skill in the first arc to sneak up on an opponent much stronger than him. And in the second arc, this is retconned to be a part of a power system called Nen, where one of its applications is completely masking the user's presence. The Nen system doesn't just do this, but much, much more, so it's added to in that regard, but it provides existing proof that Gon is a natural prodigy in using the system, as you're told explicitly at several points, because Nen is extremely difficult to learn and master, and he mastered at least one application of it not only by himself, but when he was only 12. That's a good retcon. But with this Ansem retcon, you can clearly tell that they were trying to backfill, which is them introducing a plot point, realizing that it contradicts with something they said earlier, and then explaining it away through a retcon or handwave. They wanted Ansem to be a recurring character, but he was dead. And they wanted this new character to have a Heartless and a Nobody, and for them both to be prominent, so they retconned it. The Nobody twist is the only really good part of the whole thing, because it makes sense that someone who is strong enough to gain sentience as a Heartless would also have a monstrously powerful Nobody, and it provides a reason to instantly hate the main villain, as you've seen how destructive his Heartless is, so his Nobody must be even worse, as starkly inhuman as his Heartless but viewed from a different angle. In any case, right after that big exposition dump, Hollow Bastion is attacked full force by the Heartless and Nobodies both. King Mickey rushes to help, but the trio are held up by the two factions teaming up on them and blocking their path. Once they beat them and exit to the postern, they run into Sephiroth, a man who Cloud is pursuing, having asked Sora to find him when they saw him at the beginning of this visit. This is kind of weird. It's implied that Sora hasn't met Sephiroth before, which half makes sense in that Sephiroth was not only an optional superboss in the first game, but wasn't even in the original Japanese release. He was added for Western audiences, presumably due to either his popularity at the time, or more likely because they had some time to design him before the Western release came over here. Whatever the reasoning, this is the first canonical meeting between Sora and Sephiroth, and he goes to find Cloud. Meeting up with Leon and Aerith, Sora and the gang deal with a group of nobodies and then are stopped by Mickey when they go to help with the main invasion. He tells them to leave the world to go help Riku and Kairi, as they need their help just as much, if not more, than Leon and the others in the Hollow Bastion gang. The trio end up going against Mickey's wishes and continue into the invasion force. They encounter the man that they met in Olympus and fight him for real. This guy is Demyx, and this is the first organization member that you fight in the game, as Sora anyway. I'll go into the fight more as we finish up with the story, but know that I think he's a good fight on his own, but absolutely awful in context. Immediately after Demyx is killed, Mickey catches up and says that he was wrong. As the four go to help with the main invasion force, Goofy pushes Mickey out of the way of a rogue boulder, which seemingly kills him. In a rage, the remaining three launch a full-scale counteroffensive against the invading Heartless. Sora battles his way through the horde, aided by the various Final Fantasy heroes, and at the end of this fourth stage gauntlet, Goofy is revealed to be alive. Yay. Man, what a great and emotional plot point. I'm so glad they introduced the fake-out death scene to add to the narrative tension for all of 5 minutes. In any case, the four then head to the heart of the invasion, only for them to catch their first glimpse of Organization 13's leader, Xemnas. Mickey finally recognizes him as the nobody of Ansem's apprentice, Xehanort. Mickey then recalls a really interesting and traumatic time when Xehanort says, "But Master Ansem," and then pursues the leader alone, leaving Sora, Donald, and Goofy to deal with the army of Heartless, resulting in one of the most iconic scenes in the entire series, with probably the best non-gameplay track in the game to go along with it, Showdown at Hollow Bastion.
Move it!
You got your Xehanort to your way!
Right!
Sora ends up defeating 1,000 Heartless before pursuing Mickey to the Dark Depths, where he's confronting Xemnas. When he flees, Mickey jumps into the Corridor of Darkness after him, leaving the trio to deal with the leftovers. Axel then appears and confronts them, telling them that they've been playing straight into the organization's hands, claiming that they actually want Sora to defeat Heartless with the Keyblade. But for a reason I still don't understand, he won't tell Sora what the hearts are actually being used for, despite the organization hunting him down as a traitor. Just then, the man we met in Twilight Town appears and reveals the whole show. The organization sends Heartless into the different worlds. Sora then defeats the Heartless, and their hearts make their way into Kingdom Hearts. When Kingdom Hearts is complete, the man says that the nobodies can finally obtain hearts of their own. At least, that's what he claims. He 6 has summoned Heartless on Sora, who now can't defeat them without knowing the hearts are helping the organization, before they're swallowed by a darkness summoned by Maleficent, marking one of her important actions in the story. In the darkness, they're aided by a mysterious man in black, who gives them a box containing a picture of Hayner, Pence, and Olette, along with a boy they don't recognize, though Sora instinctively knows that his name is Roxas. In addition, they're giving some sea salt ice cream, Twilight Town and Ansem the Wise's favorite flavor, ending the visit to Hollow Bastion with the Heartless stronger than ever, and Sora and company having no choice but to fight them or else let them destroy every world. This visit to Hollow Bastion is easily the best overall section of the game. Despite the horrible retcon, the reveal of the organization's leader as the nobody counterpart to the first villain is excellently done. This section is almost like a movie in its tension structure, where it starts off with an inciting incident where the heroes hear that King Mickey is in town, and features several smaller climaxes before it ultimately culminates in the awesome reveal that all of the work you've done so far has only been to the benefit of the main villains. The gameplay on offer here, with some missteps admittedly, is of really high quality as well, which is what puts this section over Roxas World for me, though that section is far stronger narratively. From the start, we see one of the stronger Heartless, the Morning Stars, on offer as you make your way to the laboratory. We get to see a lot more of the town and the path leading up to Ansem's castle, not the one that Maleficent controlled in the first game by the way, which was a great change of scenery. The Space Paranoids reveal was mind-blowing upon this game's initial release, since it's an unexpected swing as Tron is not the same type of world that we've seen thus far. Even Port Royal, or Pirates of the Caribbean, had the larger-than-life characters and broad, emotionally driven story of other Disney films, whereas Tron is comparatively sterile and intelligent. While that intelligence isn't used particularly well, because this is Kingdom Hearts, you know, Tron still stands out as one of the best, if not the best, world-specific party member. His dry, by-the-numbers delivery has always made me like him, and his heart and determination likewise swayed me to his side. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of the characters, at least from the different Disney worlds, who doubt themselves a lot. Beast does this, Mulan does this, Hercules does this, Orin does this in the second visit, Jack Skellington, Ariel, and Simba, they all do this a lot in all of their entries. But Tron is basically the antithesis of the array of self-doubt that plagues the Otherworld-specific characters, because he literally isn't programmed to doubt himself. Instead, he just does his job to the best of his ability, and it's through his newfound friendship with the main trio that he expresses how much he admires the users, strengthening his resolve to protect them even if he may never fully understand the concept of emotion on a conscious level. Once Space Paranoids is out of the way, we of course have the awful Ansem retcon, but past that, we have a long, steady build up to that supremely epic scene that we saw again and again in trailers for this game, the Battle of 1000 Heartless. As a kid in 2005, that just must have been insane. Defeating 1000 Heartless would have been difficult to fathom for someone who only played the first game, where the biggest groups you find are maybe 8 to 10, barring some cups and endgame gauntlets anyway. And you struggled enough with those, let me tell you. It's a perfect way to show just how much more powerful Sora is in this game when compared to where he ends in Kingdom Hearts 1, and likewise shows how powerful Xemnas is, that you're unable to even touch him through his intricately weaved machinations, despite your massive increase in power. This battle is the perfect representation of this game, in my opinion even more so than the final bosses, in the same way that fighting Dragon Maleficent or Chernobog is the scale milestone for the first game. The jump in such is just incomprehensible, which is of course why it's so disappointing in Kingdom Hearts 3, but we'll get there eventually, don't you worry. In addition to the 1000 Heartless, you also find and defeat your first member of the organization here. It really makes you feel like everything that came before was just a prelude, and that now we're really going to start taking the fight to them, which turns out to be true despite the twist about their plans. And just, yeah, this section is overall really, really strong even with its shortcomings. But moving on to gameplay... Look, I wouldn't say that there's a single bad encounter here. It's just that in the context of the game and its mechanics, it makes some of the encounters worse than they would be if they stood alone. I'll start with my most negative, as I talk about the light cycle minigame. You are on rails and you have to fight against Heartless in a rock, paper, scissors style of combat. Blue attacks, so you have to guard. Yellow charges, so you have to attack. Green guards, so you have to charge. White can do anything, so you're f***ed. Unfortunately, you first have to kill a number of Heartless before you can actually try and complete the minigame, and your health isn't refilled between these. At appropriate level, you're two-shotted, so if you're hit in the initial phase, it's a one-hit death, forcing you to restart from outside in the study. The gameplay might have been fine if it weren't so buggy. Sometimes you'll round a corner and the enemies will take a few seconds to catch up to you. Sometimes they're on you instantly and hit you before you can react. Sometimes the group charges into the wall and doesn't turn with you. Sometimes they all turn with you and attack. Sometimes the enemies will attack immediately. Sometimes they'll wait a few seconds. Sometimes you're surrounded by all three colors and a white, so no matter what you do, you'll get hit. It just doesn't work and stands out as possibly the worst minigame in this whole adventure, if not the worst in the whole series, which is saying something. The first forced combat encounter is actually pretty far into the world, on your second trip to Space Paranoids. It sees you facing an infinite number of Strafer Heartless, who drop orbs that build up a meter in the top right, which when full, allows Sora to freeze one of the three monitors in the room, where you have to freeze all of them before time runs out to complete the minigame. Because of the Strafers dropping a fair bit of EXP, which can be boosted with Experience Boost, which you should have by now, plus Stitch helping out, this encounter is an excellent place to gain levels very, very quickly. It's just a shame that it's timed, as you get pretty overpowered if you play your cards right as it is. If you picked the shield route, I'd recommend getting to either level 24 or 25 using this method, as it will ensure that you have the once more ability at the very least before you get to the 1000 Heartless fight. Go straight to 25 if you want it now though. The second forced encounter is against the hostile program. It drops those freeze orbs when you hit it too, but it will never be staggered from your hits, so it can retaliate at any time. As well, while you can do damage when it's frozen, it has certain HP thresholds that prevent you from doing too much, so you just won't do damage after a certain point because the boss has to change phases but can't when frozen. This is just awful and shouldn't have been a thing. Either make it function like Stop did in the first game, or just let me break away his armor while he's frozen instead of making me wait and waste my advantage. As for attacks, it can shoot a whole bunch of projectiles from geometric shapes to lasers. It also has a fast dash around the edge of the arena when going into its final phase, a heal that can be overcome with enough damage, and a close range burst to prevent you from just hitting it a bunch. The fight is good, but not as good as it should be. Automatically, the fight could be improved by not having those frustrating HP gates, especially with the freezing mechanics. As for strategies, using Comet when it's frozen is a good one, as is using the newly acquired Master Form. Tron's Limit is also a decent option, though its damage isn't quite up to snuff with the former two. Aside from that, you should be dealing enough damage to effectively take out the hostile program. From here, we're subjected to 2 mob fights. First is a mishmash of both Heartless and Nobodies, the only time in the entire game where you fight both in one encounter, by the way. Magnet and Finishing Leap is a fantastic combo, especially when the worst enemy in the game comes out, the Crimson Jazz, but other than that, it's standard. The second fight, I could say much the same. Standard, where you fight a ton of a new enemy, the Dancer Nobody. It has a flowy, kind of, well, dancer-like quality, so reading their moves can be difficult. As well, they have one of those unblockable grab attacks that Reflect can't save you from this time. At this level, it's a one-shot. Chicken Little does great here, as well as Magnet Finishing Leap, where you can use Stitch in combination with the latter. Using them both for maximum coverage isn't a bad idea either to prevent the dancers from cheap-shotting you. From here we move into the Demyx fight, which is commonly considered the first big wall of the game, which is fitting as this is the first time that we're going up against the organization. He hits fast, he hits hard, and you have to do a stupid minigame every time you start the fight. This is the worst part. I hate stuff like this in otherwise standard battles. Doing a minigame is not what I'm playing for, and given that there's no challenge in it or interesting gameplay, you literally just match triangle. It comes off more as a chore than a proper gimmick. Past that, however, Demyx is a pretty decent fight. At least one of his attacks, him shooting a stream of water balls at you, doesn't have a very good tell, but the majority of them do. He can summon a fall of bubbles, which gives you plenty of time to avoid it. He can dash away, summoning water pillars in his wake, which might hit you due to your own momentum, but otherwise is safe as he usually jumps away from you. He can send a wave of water pillars your way, which comes slow enough to let you react to it with a Reflect. You know, all of these attacks are easy enough to deal with on their own, but together they serve a very important purpose. They discourage the strategy of just running toward Demyx and hitting him. With many of the bosses thus far, even the ones I've praised, that is a completely valid strategy. If you do that against Demyx, you're going to get baked. His retaliation especially is really brutal if you get unlucky with your momentum or if you get stuck in a corner. As well, if you let him, he'll go back into his Dance Water Dance minigame with a 10-second timer this time, which can be difficult to deal with if you're caught off guard by it. His most exploitable attack has him swiping with his sitar, summoning water pillar walls both behind you and him, closing in on you as he attacks. You can time Reflect to just chunk his health during this attack, and in phase 2, you can bait it out of him by not hitting him enough for him to do his normal retaliation, and just letting him recover normally. Demyx overall is a thrilling encounter, despite his foppishness. He puts up one hell of a fight, and by the end, you feel that his defeat was very well earned. What isn't well earned, though, is what comes after. You're thrust directly into the 4-stage mob encounter alongside the Final Fantasy heroes with no break and no preamble. What's the problem, you ask? If you die in this encounter, you get sent back to before the Demyx fight, which means you'll have to fight him again to get another shot at the Final Fantasy encounter. In my opinion, this is the last really hard standard mob fight. There are some with gimmicks later on, but here the only one sees the game throw so many dangerous enemies at you to where you can be easily sniped. If you're only doing the bare minimum to get through the game, so not doing any optional worlds and not stopping to fight the enemies you find in those worlds, you won't have once more, which means being comboed is a huge threat. Stage 1 and 2 are easy enough. You're fighting relatively harmless enemies and only one Morningstar in phase 2, so you can effectively combo it. Phase 4 is also pretty easy because Cloud is just absolutely bonkers strong. Phase 3, however, sees you facing up to 4 Morningstars at the same time, each of which is more than capable of one-shotting you by doing their spin or their slam once they get down low enough. If you don't have once more, they can also combo you to death with their arm spin attack. Tifa is a great help here, but a lot of this phase sees you spamming Magnet Finishing Leap and hoping Tifa catches most of the Morningstars in her final Heaven attack. Otherwise, safely navigating this encounter is pretty rough, and when you do die, it often feels like it was out of your control, which is just never fun. When it works though, and you get into a rhythm and things are going smoothly, this encounter is just a rush, helped by the excellent Vim and Vigor song. This is in my top 3 favorite battle songs in this soundtrack. The piano is so percussive, the accents so harsh to represent maybe a pounding heart or an intense desperation, which is exactly how Sora feels in this situation, in that he wants revenge against the Heartless for killing Goofy. It just gives the song such a unique and thrilling quality, and I just have nothing but praise for it. And getting into that feeling of rhythm and flow isn't entirely random either, despite what I've said already. Your skill does play a role in attaining it. On my past few playthroughs, I've had no issues with this fight, when on my first run through and onwards, it took me like maybe 20-30 minutes to get through it. I suppose then this is just another example of learning the fight and recognizing the patterns. Also, I had to stop relying on Leon. That's always a mistake. The final encounter here is the 1000 Heartless battle, which is the main selling points of the game back when it was first being marketed. This fight was hyped to shit in the marketing, and it shows that it was very important, or at least made very early in development, because the cutscene immediately preceding it is pre-rendered. You can tell it was because Sora wields the Kingdom Key, despite me having the hero's crest equipped at the time. It was even more crazy in the early promotional material though. In addition to a horde of Wyvern Heartless, there was another type of Behemoth Heartless to be seen here, which, heartbreakingly, wasn't ultimately included. As is, we have a massive amount of the Armored Knight and Surveillance Robot Heartless. Conveniently, both have a reaction command designed to take out a large number of other Heartless. Of course, that immediately brings me to the biggest problem with this fight. It's boring. You're not actually fighting 1000 Heartless, at least not fairly. You're not comboing or using drives or limits or magic. You're waiting for a reaction command prompt, maybe blocking and reflecting if you need to, and then spamming those reaction commands. The better RC to use is the Surveillance Robot's Sparkle Ray, but the initial grab can easily fail and then you'll be hit a bunch because the game messed up. The Rising Sun RC that you get from the Armored Knights is far safer, though you will still occasionally be sniped when it ends, but it's also less efficient, both because you can't control where you dash 100% of the time, and also because it just kills way less than the Sparkle Ray, especially if you use camera manipulation. Honestly, this and the prior Final Fantasy fight are great times to level up Limit Form, which will be immensely useful going forward, but it's not necessary and unsafe and slow. No matter how much I love the cutscene that happens before this fight starts, I can't say that this encounter is good at all. 1000 Heartless sounds impressive, but the game is impressive enough in scale just through the weight of the story and the spectacle of its bosses. True, this is the largest scale it gets in this game, but it was clear that this series wasn't ready for something of this size. Arguably, it still hasn't gotten there yet, and I don't think it ever should attempt something like this again. Kingdom Hearts' combat, in every single one of its entries, even the ones I don't like, has always been relatively small scale, and I think it should stay that way to keep its focus. For everything in this second visit to Hollow Bastion, you get some stat boosts, vicinity break, an upgrade to your drive gauge, the Photon Debugger Keyblade, a Blizzard upgrade, an extra armor slot, a Cure upgrade, and guard break, marking your second normal finisher modifier. And from here, we're at a crossroads. See, we have to revisit the worlds that we've already gone to. There's only 2 that we haven't been to yet at all, one of which is the final world, and one of which is, Finny Fun. Yeah. These second visits are much shorter than the first, with most only having 2 major encounters, if that. I completed most of these within 20 minutes or so, so they're hardly substantial, but they do provide interesting ideas, good bosses, and a ton of great rewards to gear you up for the final bosses. I'll of course go over those unique encounters and bosses, but for now, I'll just give a broad overview of what to expect. For one, I'll accept 2 visits, Halloween Town and Olympus Coliseum, give upgrades to your magic spells. While we've primarily dealt with Pete and the Heartless so far, from here the organization will take a much more prominent role. 3 of them will appear in 3 different worlds to cause trouble and prompt Sora to defeat more Heartless for them, or else let the worlds fend for themselves. Nobodies make up a much greater percentage of enemies within the worlds themselves, and any Heartless groups that do appear will have at least one very dangerous enemy, like a Crimson Jazz, or a Fat Bandit, or an Assault Rider, so we won't be seeing any more groups of just like soldiers or Nightwalkers. As well, all of the save points that you unlocked during the first visits are now locked out, as if you've never went to the world in the first place. What this means, as an example, is that since we don't go to the treasure room save points during Agrabah's second visit, you'll have to go there unprompted to activate it. You can't just warp there from the beginning. In addition, not every world has a second visit. Disney Castle and by extension Timeless River are only 1 visit worlds. Twilight Town and Hollow Bastion will be the last 2 worlds you visit. That one you technically visit 5 times, but don't worry about it right now. As well, you not only don't have to do every world's second visit, just as you didn't have to do every world's first, but you can do it in really any order that you want. From the start even, we have 3 worlds to choose from, which is more than we've ever had. Land of Dragons, Beast Castle, and Port Royal. And even though Beast Castle gives arguably the best rewards, I'm going to go to Port Royal first. Even more so than the first visits, these second ones feel like awful fanfiction. The Aztec Curse is back for some reason. Organization 13 is playing pirate and scatters them all about, and there's a big Heartless that somehow has the curse, and Jack has the curse too. Yeah, the story is shit with no nuance or clever framing to speak of, except to try and make Jack Sparrow someone he's not. The only forced encounters you have are against the Grim Reaper Heartless, first on the Black Pearl, and again in the harbor of Port Royal. Unless you count fighting one Gambler Nobody. As well, you have to collect 3 medallions from those different Gambler Nobodies scattered throughout the world. As far as I know, every individual area in the entire world, that has enemies anyway, has a Gambler Nobody, so there's no incorrect way to do it, though some areas are easier than others. For example, the first one I go for is where you have the survival fight in the first visit. You only have 10 seconds to kill it, which is easier said than done at my level, but with some clever use of Magnet and Solo Trinity, it falls just within the time limit. I then go further into the room with the boxes blocking chests, where the gambler is always in the same place. And then finally, I go into the room where I fought Barbossa, and it's again always in the same place there, so that's easy enough. The first Grim Reaper fight is completely unremarkable, so I'll instead talk about Stitch. Stitch is inarguably the best summon in the game, which is saying something considering how good Chicken Little is. He's the only summon that isn't actually present on the battlefield. Instead, he's crawling all over the screen. Now, why is that important? Because summons can be hit by enemies, and when they do, it chunks the drive gauge so that they don't stay out as long. Genie, being the biggest target, is a frequent offender of getting hit, but Stitch is immune to that. So what can Stitch do? Well, his moves are context sensitive. When you have less than full MP, he'll lick the screen and refill it to max, which is insane. Any attack that the game considers weak, Stitch will automatically deflect, which is huge. When you're low on HP, Stitch will play his ukulele, which stunlocks all enemies in the room and makes them drop HP orbs galore, which is also huge. And that's all he does. He doesn't directly attack, he doesn't help you do damage in any kind of immediate way, but he has such totally insano utility, more so than any magic, limit, drive, or other summon can even hope to match. You can almost always spam Magnet without worrying about using MP. You can use Reflect as much as you want. Solo Trinity is a spam fest. You'll rarely ever take any attacks. Stitch is so broken that it's widely believed that Xigbar, one of the hardest fights in the base game, doesn't let you use summons specifically because Stitch is so broken that it makes him irrelevant. And yes, certain late game encounters prevent you from using specifically summons. Drives, which function off of the same bar, are still allowed in those fights. As it is, Stitch makes every encounter safer and is one of, if not the best all-around tool that you get in the entire game. Yes, in terms of damage and arguably fun, the drive forms are better. Limits also have their uses and do bonkers damage, and magic without Stitch is still perfectly viable if used intelligently, but man, Stitch is just on another level. The Grim Reaper 2 fight is interesting. I used to not like it at all, but I have to admit it's warmed on me. It carries over its entire moveset from the first fight. It can swipe its sickle at you, shoot its sickle at you as a projectile, teleport, and that's about all it could do before. Yes, that fight sucks ass. But added to that in the second fight is a process to damage it at all and a few more moves. The Grim Reaper starts off invulnerable. No matter how much you hit it, all you'll get is MP orbs, which may hint to you about what you're supposed to do. Fire, Blizzard, and Thunder all work to stagger it and make it drop medallions, and as you might guess, they inflict the pirate status effects too, though admittedly I've never thought to use fire on this thing, so I don't actually know what it looks like. Once you collect all of the medallions, you have to empty them into the chest in the center of the arena, at which point it becomes vulnerable to be actually damaged. Like Oogie Boogie, this is always going to be a 3-stage fight, and unfortunately, this battle has the same flaws as that one, albeit to a much smaller degree. A successful version of this fight will always play out the same. All those in favor of storming this beast and filling this chest, stomp and shout aye. All who oppose, whimper nay. Ready your ethers and spam thunder until it's out of medallions, and then use Blizzard to freeze it. Fill the chest, hit the Grim Reaper until he enters phase 2. Go up to him and time a block, then use the RC, then spam thunder and Blizzard until he runs out of medallions. Fill the chest, hit him until he enters phase 3. Run to these boxes and let the boss stomp around. When he does his big slam and returns to the center, heal the party and go into master form, then spam thunder until he runs out of medallions, Blizzard, fill the chest, kill him. It's just like the Oogie Boogie fight in that the boss just suddenly becomes invincible when he reaches a certain HP threshold, which sucks because it's just so lazy. As well, the arena you're in clearly wasn't designed for a boss. It's small, it has odd nooks and crannies, and has flat, uninteresting terrain as opposed to the very cool one where we fought Barbossa. With all of that said, however, doing that 3-phase cycle takes much more skill than having a successful Oogie Boogie fight does. There's next to no luck involved either, so getting this fight to be consistent isn't a total nightmare. The Grim Reaper, in my opinion, is a really cool looking enemy, which adds to the visual flair of the battle. His RC is really brutal, and having a 2-stage fight at all is more interesting than someone like Shan Yu or Cerberus, where it's just hit them until they die. Here, you have a little extra thing to keep track of, which is a nice change of pace. Maybe above all though, this fight is much shorter than the Oogie Boogie fight. Yay! In addition to the story encounters, I tackled the absent silhouette that's located here, which leads us into fighting Larxene. Some would consider her to be the hardest fight of the 5 just because she's so fast, but I would disagree. While she's fast and she hits hard, she's also super squishy, so it doesn't take much to put her down, even with my less than stellar stats for this point in the game. She has a multitude of lightning-based attacks, from laying down lightning strikes on you to using her lightning to move really fast and teleport, but beyond that, her main gimmick is that she can split into 2 different copies of herself. Now, this isn't like Anti-Sora from the first game, where only one of them is the real one and has a health bar. In this fight, both copies share the same overall health bar, and since they're 2 different entities, that means both can take full damage, effectively letting you double dip on damage if you can work it properly. This can be used to your advantage to end the fight faster, but the much safer option is to merge them back into one, as her moveset is much more limited that way. Unfortunately, the trigger for this seems inconsistent. I think you have to land a finisher on her when she's prone in the air, but I'm not too sure without testing. As for strategies, Reflect is a friend, obviously. From there, just be patient, learn the pattern, and wait combos out if you have once more. As well, Limit Form is a godsend if you only have one to deal with, as all of its limits deal a lot of damage and render you invulnerable. For beating Larxene, you get an MP boost, which is probably the least useful reward you get from these if I'm being honest, and it's still really good. For this world in general, however, you get Horizontal Slash, one of the best combo modifiers in the game, a Magnet upgrade, making it even more bonkers, and Donald gets Flare Force, unlocking his Duck Flare limit. As well, the Peter Pan summon is in a chest right after your ship gets blown up. From here, we've really expanded our options. Now we also have Agrabah and Halloween Town to consider as candidates for where to go next. Technically, the intended route would take us through the path we took the first time, Land of Dragons, into Beast Castle, into Olympus Coliseum, etc. But because of the open nature of this second half, along with knowing what rewards you get ahead of time, I have no issue with my next choice. Halloween Town, despite what the battle level says, is probably the easiest world to revisit. It has 3 combat encounters. The first is against Lock, Shock, and Barrel in a joke fight. Literally just use Dance Call once and it's over, moving on. The next is against normal mobs, where you have to kill them and get their presents. If you take too long, graveyards will spawn, and you know how much I don't like those. The best strategy I know of is to use Magnet or Peter Pan's Limit to draw the White Knight Heartless, and kill them in a group before the graveyards spawn. The second combat encounter is against the Experiment, which is one of the only unique bosses in the series that wasn't seen in the Disney movies and isn't part of an existing faction like the Heartless. The Experiment is a fight that I dislike, just because it gets hit stunned so heavily that its recoil can cause you to miss your attacks, which feels like an oversight. Thankfully, Dance Call is available, we have Duck Flare now, and Peter Pan can stunlock him indefinitely. The Experiment's attacks are all very simple. He swipes at you, he dashes towards you, he shoots lasers, but all of these have good windups or are predictable. So instead of talking about the Experiment, I'm going to go ahead and talk about Peter Pan here. Comparing Peter Pan to Stitch or Chicken Little is just pointless. There's no way he's ever going to be as good as those two in terms of utility. His mechanics encourage you to try a mixed approach of both attacking and using magic. Whenever you attack, Peter attacks too, and every time he hits something, he spews out MP orbs, letting you use more magic. As well, Tinkerbell appears and gives a regen effect and also an auto life effect, so if you die, you'll be brought back into the fight like it was nothing, though Tinkerbell will then disappear. And that's really all there is to Peter Pan. Sure, he has a limit like all the other summons do, but with the exception of Genie, these are all wholly unimpressive and are a waste of your summon meter unless you can exploit it to get easy levels, like you can at certain points with Chicken Little. The only thing that's useful about Peter Pan's limit is that it draws enemies into you, which you can already accomplish better with Chicken Little or Magnet by now. Though admittedly, Peter Pan does let you continue to move while doing so, which is why I did use it to get the presents a bit earlier. Once we beat the experiment, the world is over. For our troubles, we get some stat boosts and an extra item slot, which is always useful. As well, we get arguably the best Keyblade in the game, Decisive Pumpkin. As we move into Agrabah, I want to talk about Keyblades and how they were handled in comparison to the first game and later entries. In almost every other game, the only reason to change Keyblades was because of stats. You changed from Kingdom Key to Jungle King because it has better attack. You changed from Wayward Wind to Treasure Trove for much the same reason. Kingdom Hearts 2 is unique in that the stats almost don't even matter. Every Keyblade has an innate ability corresponding to one that Sora gets on his own. For example, Photon Debugger has the Thunder Boost ability, which boosts the power of the Thunder spell by 20%. Sora also gets that ability, and the effects stack, so your Thunders will do monstrous damage if you have both equipped. In Kingdom Hearts 2, ground combos are where your main damage is going to be coming from, especially at this point in the game. It's where you're safest and where you want to be. You can reflect indefinitely, you can actually guard, you have all of your options available on the ground, whereas in the air, you can't even pop an item. Because of that, Decisive Pumpkin's combo boost ability is invaluable. It boosts the power of ground combo finishers, including Guard Break, Finishing Leap, and the best one, which we've yet to obtain. Believe it or not, Decisive Pumpkin matches the Ultima weapon in terms of the raw strength stat, but because of combo boost, it actually does more damage. This is also why Hero's Crest was so good for so long, as it had the air combo variant of combo boost, which was immensely useful up until now, as you generally wanted to do the faster air combos early in the game when we got it, due to air combos having better and faster default finishers. Unfortunately, if you're going for raw damage against storyline bosses and encounters, these two are the only ones worth equipping, which is a shame. Circle of Life, Oathkeeper, Oblivion, Photon Debugger, Sleeping Lion, these Keyblades all look great and feel great to use, but if you want to be efficient, then you can't really use them. That's not to say that other Keyblades don't have their uses though, which is the interesting part. When you're grinding levels for your drive forms, you'll want to have Oathkeeper equipped because it has the form boost ability, which makes alternate forms last longer than normal. Likewise, if you're heavy into magic, Circle of Life is good because it has MP Haste, which shortens the MP charge timer. Follow the Wind has a use in certain situations, as does Photon Debugger, especially if you're going for 100% completion of Jiminy's Journal. This system is definitely not perfect. In fact, other than the complete removal of Keyblade-specific abilities, I'd say that this is one area that Kingdom Hearts 3 got definitively right in comparison to the other games in the franchise. As it is, unfortunately, Keyblades like Hidden Dragon, Sleeping Lion, and others are pretty much useless. If you do use them, you'll use them because they look cool, which I suppose is valid in itself if you're into that kind of thing. As for Agrabah itself, it's completely uninteresting. You do a variation on normal gameplay by going on the magic carpet, but Magnet Finishing Leap still works wonders. You have a few mob encounters that are box standard, a stupid treasure hunt where you cast magic at these orbs, and then you have a minigame where you do like an on-rails escape out of the ruins and you have to fight Heartless. Yeah, this is one of the more egregious examples of minigames being shoved into your face, but thankfully it isn't nearly as difficult as the light cycle crap, so I suppose its biggest crime is that it's just boring. At the end of the world, you fight Jafar on the carpet, and hey, you actually get to fight him this time. Would you look at that? Unfortunately, this is another Oogie Boogie Grim Reaper 2 deal where you can follow the exact same pattern and win every time with no issues. What separates this encounter from those is that this one is by far the easiest of them all, as there's no possible way for Jafar to ever hit you with this strategy. Just watch what I do and do it, and you'll win every time. And maybe that's for the best, honestly, because Jafar is a horrible fight otherwise. Oh hey, it's a big opponent that doesn't have proper AI to target Sora, so instead he shoots tracking projectiles or flails randomly at you. Where have I seen that before? If you let him get his spell off at any point, you're basically dead, and you won't be able to hit him while it's in effect anyway, and as soon as it ends, he starts another one. He has a DM where he alters the battlefield, but all he does is send random buildings at you, which sometimes you can avoid and sometimes you can't. It just seems very random, and it's never really fun to deal with. Just do the strat and don't even worry about it. Finally, we have the absent silhouette of Agrabah, which sees you fighting possibly the weakest member of that part of Organization 13. In Chain of Memories, Vexen's attacks were weak, they were easy to avoid, and couldn't combo you, even though you faced him relatively late in the game. So, I assume to compensate for that, they made Vexen an absolute nightmare in this game. Basically, he has a shield and a friend. You have to destroy the shield with a finisher, of course, before you can hit Vexen properly. During the time you're hitting the shield, he doesn't stagger and can therefore hit you right out of your combo at any time. Great. Once you break his shield, you better lay on the punishment hard or he'll just immediately reform said shield at no cost. You also have this data circle following you around, and a data meter at the top of the screen that goes from 0 to 5. If it's 1 or higher, Vexen can summon an anti-Sora to attack you, and he gets progressively stronger, more aggressive, and bulkier the higher the data meter goes. Anti-Sora is a nightmare. He doesn't stagger properly, he retaliates incredibly fast, and if you don't space yourself right within the absolute chaos, Vexen can gain another meter in the data thing, bring the almost dead Anti-Sora back, and reform him as the stronger variant with full health because that's fair. At this level, the majority of Vexen's attacks are one-shots or two-shots. Which is fun, don't you know? The arena you fight him in is small and annoying, and Vexen has a lot of health and defense for this point in the game too. I have beaten this game multiple times on the highest difficulty. I've beaten it at level 1. I've beaten all of the super bosses multiple times and beat 13 of the 15 in just over an hour in this playthrough specifically. I have beaten what many consider to be the hardest boss about 5 times on this playthrough and didn't die once. But I cannot beat Vexen at this level and with these tools. I consider Vexen to be the hardest fight in the game if you do not cheese him, and I know of only one way to cheese him easily, and I don't have access to that yet. So, after throwing myself at him for upwards of 20 minutes, I gave up. I'll come back later. Fighting him now is a waste of my time. But for beating Vexen, if you can get through it, you would get an extra armor slot. For beating the base world though, you get the Final Fire upgrade, so that's maxed out now, and you get the Witching Lamp Keyblade. From here, we've opened up Pride Lands again, but I am definitely not in the mood for that shit. So instead, we're going over to Beast Castle for the bonkers rewards you get from all the encounters. So, we have 2 encounters primarily dealing with the new Dragoon Nobodies, an absent silhouette, and Zaldin himself as fights this time around. The Dragoon Nobodies are some of the more underwhelming ones, despite their interesting design. They have a massive windup for every one of their attacks, with the caveat that each of their attacks does hellacious damage if it does hit, but with Reflect being so good, that should really never happen. When you block any of their attacks, reflect or otherwise, you'll gain the Learn Reaction command, which alters your attack command to jump, which in turn teleports you over the enemy you're locked onto and slams you down into them. Against regular Dragoons and the enemies you fight alongside them, this is next to useless. Just Magnet Finishing Leap or reflect them for the same effect in less time and less inputs. Zaldin is the second organization member you fight in the story, and he's considered to be as tough, if not tougher, than Demyx, even though he gets shit on by Bell not seconds before you fight him. Get f***ing dusted, dude. He shares the same traits as his Dragoon Nobodies, in that he has long windups for all of his attacks, but they hit really hard. But on the plus side, he'll only really attack when you get close, at least in this first phase. When you block, he'll stay stunned for a really long time, and unlike his lessers, you can mash triangle and get up to 9 jump commands at once, which will massively cut into his HP bar, which is equally massive for this point in the game. He also has 2 other attacks. First, he summons a wind barrier around himself. In this version of the fight, you can use Reflect on it to dispel it, so it's really not that big of a deal. The second new attack sees him leaping up into the air and slamming his lances down onto you multiple times. This is more of a time waster than anything, as you can gather 9 jumps once again, reflect his finisher, and basically finish the fight right there. Well, I guess we get to talk about Mickey now. In certain boss fights, when Sora dies, you have a chance to choose between It's All Over and I Won't Give Up. If you choose the latter, Mickey suddenly appears to take over for Sora in the fight. Now, Mickey's main purpose isn't necessarily to do damage, but I don't think that excuses just how badly he plays. The main goal of using Mickey is to revive Sora, and he has 3 means of doing so. For one, Mickey can die himself, at which point he'll revive Sora to just over critical critical HP. Otherwise, you can attack the boss either with his Keyblade or the Pearl ability, which raises the drive gauge. Finally, you can mash triangle to raise it manually. If you reach 3 full drive gauges, you can revive Sora at full health, but good luck with that. Pearl is okay, I guess, even if the tracking can be a little wonky, but trying to physically attack with Mickey is just a fruitless effort. He floats and dashes and bobs and weaves so erratically that trying to hit anything is just horrible, let alone a relatively small humanoid boss like Zaldin. While I do like that Mickey is available in some early bosses like Cerberus or Thresholder, I don't think his inclusion should have carried over into the revisits. I would rather have had the game plant its feet and tell me to get good rather than babying me, you know? From here, we continue the fight as Zaldin moves into his final phase with a DM. His DM is by far the most spectacular one we've seen so far in the adventure. He starts it off with a big lance combo before jumping onto a dragon made of the wind that shoots a gigantic laser at you. How epic is that? I mean, mechanically, it's one of the more boring ones, but still. And let's not forget the absent silhouette fight here either. This one is against Marluxia, the big bad of Chain of Memories, but he isn't portrayed as any stronger or weaker than the others in this entry at least. In short, he's the definition of a standard duel. He has fast scythe swings, a combo of spins that he starts by sucking you in, he can lay a trap onto you, he can summon pools of dark energy, and he can teleport and swipe you as a retaliation. He's a good fight that you definitely need to learn to effectively beat, and even when you know the patterns and can get him consistent, the process of doing it is still really fun. What sets him apart, however, is the Doom counter. At the beginning of the fight, Marluxia whispers in Sora's ear and hits him with a Doom counter. Unlike traditional Final Fantasy games, this counter adds 1 for every level Sora has, and decreases by 1 every time Marluxia hits you with his scythe, until it kills you when it reaches 0, obviously. His scythe strikes don't actually do any damage, just knocks off the Doom counter, which is why I'm okay with him having such long, relentless combos. The only things that actually damage Sora are things that Marluxia summons, so his Dark Pools, his Trap, and later on during one of his DMs, Dark Pillars rise from the ground and can hit you. Speaking of, Marluxia has 2 DMs. One is unremarkable. He dashes toward you like a wheel and hits you. It's just a longer version of the one he does in the bulk of the fight. The other one sees Marluxia hover over Sora like the Grim Reaper while Dark Pillars shoot up around him. Run in a soft circle to avoid them consistently. When Marluxia winds up his scythe, you need to block shit. Alright, so when Marluxia winds up his scythe, you need to reflect combo, which should last through the attack and open him up for a combo. Strategies. Learn the fight. He always starts with an immediate combo, so reflect or guard to punish him. He'll often try to teleport to the center of the room to summon the dark pools after he retaliates, but if you're quick, you can hit him out of that and get another combo off, effectively looping him. If he starts sucking you in, start spamming reflect until the combo ends, and then move toward him, that's important, to get the secondary reaction command. If you hit triangle when the cursor is on his scythe, you'll restore some of your Doom counter hits, which is all well and good, but look at his HP bar. It is huge. Thankfully, the secondary reaction command, accomplished when you hit triangle with the cursor on Marluxia himself, does almost a full bar of damage, which is bonkers. TLDR, just stay calm. For beating him, you get your drive gauge increased, which is probably the best reward you get from these. For beating the rest of Beast Castle, you get some stat boosts and a reflect upgrade, which is huge. In addition, you also get the Rumbling Rose Keyblade about halfway through the visit, which is maybe the only Keyblade other than Decisive Pumpkin and Hero's Crest that a pure damage build would consider, as it has Finishing Plus, which allows you to do another finisher, as you might imagine, which, if used correctly, would increase your damage tremendously. So are you guys starting to get sick of this? I kind of am. Instead of jumping into the next world, I kind of want to take a break and dive into the combo system. So this entry in the series, more than any other, uses a standard combo system to its fullest. It ties into magic, the revenge value system, and abilities, the latter 2 of which I'll get into much later. The combo system is a beautiful mess of extremely intuitive, context-sensitive actions that weave together so beautifully it might as well be an art form. While the magic system in this game is subpar compared to the first game, I'd say that the downgrade is almost worth it for this amazing combo execution. So, you start with no magic and 3 hits to both your ground and air combos. This is fairly standard in how all entries in the series begin. As you go through the game, you'll get combo modifier abilities. These are activated automatically when the game detects the specific context that it would be best suited for. For example, you get Sliding Dash in the first Land of Dragons visit from the cave fight, and it's best used to quickly close in on a faraway target. Thus, if you're locked onto an enemy of the appropriate distance, Sora will automatically automatically execute sliding dash with a press of the attack button. There are a lot of modifiers, all with different contexts, though some overlap admittedly, like aerial sweep and aerial dive. This is all well and good, and rightfully expand your options in combat. Do you close in manually to maintain the ability to use a defensive option or spell, or do you rush in and aim to stagger them immediately and ready a reflex just in case? Both are viable options. But where it gets really fun is with magic. See, magic has combos just like your physical hits, meaning there's a regular version of a spell and a finisher, which are more powerful and usually have more knockback. These magic combos flow seamlessly with physical combos, so you could attack once, use a spell, and then attack again, and that second attack would be a finisher since it's the third hit in your combo. If you get good with this system and its variants in the different drive forms, you can pull off some crazy stuff. For example, check out a speedrun of one of the super bosses. They use final form, which we don't have access to yet, but basically they use the falling portion of aerial fire spells to land while still hitting the airborne enemies and then reset the combo from there. It's just, God, it's so cool! As we head into the second Land of Dragons visit and completely ignore the first forced fight because it's not even a fight you have to finish, literally just use limit form and waste him, I want to talk about the game's overall pacing. As you can tell, the world revisits are significantly shorter than the initial ones, with less story and fewer encounters. Most of the encounters we have seen have been standard mob and boss fights, and even when it tries to change things up, like the carpet in Agrabah, it's mostly been a waste of time. Now, I love this game and almost every one of its forced encounters, but it was very obvious to me, especially on this playthrough, that they had ideas for some of these revisits, and then they were just winging it on others. Like the whole experiment thing in Halloween Town. This was technically set up in the first visit, but only very briefly, and it didn't hold the same story impact or charm that Oogie Boogie brought. Same with the revisit to Port Royal, Land of Dragons, and Beast Castle. The organization members' appearances there felt really slapped on, especially Luxord's in Port Royal and Zigbar's in Land of Dragons, because you don't even get to fight them. It feels like the game is just spinning its wheels for most of these revisits, and I think my biggest problem is the lack of new areas to explore. Sure, you get that one new island in Port Royal which consisted of 2 rooms and a save point. Sure, you have the throne room here in Land of Dragons. Sure, you have the ruins in Agrabah, but these have nothing interesting in them, and are tiny compared to the huge amount of space you have to explore in the first visits. I know it's unreasonable to ask them to make however many new areas for the revisits, but then I'd argue that if they can't do it right, then they shouldn't have done it at all. And yet, these revisits have some of my favorite fights in them. Zaldin is great. The Experiment is fun at first. That hallway fight in Land of Dragons would be okay too if Chicken Little didn't break it. Speaking of, it's our second combat encounter and the first where we fight sniper nobodies. They shoot you with lasers and can be fast and dangerous if you're not careful. You can hit lasers back at them with a reaction command, but really, it's a mob fight. Use Stitch or Chicken Little or Magnet or a combination and you'll be fine. The final encounter deals with the Storm Rider Heartless. Oh hey, it's a big monster that doesn't have proper or... Wait, does it have proper AI? Well, sort of. It has one attack that tracks you when it flies above you and drops bombs on your head. Other than that, it is a standard big enemy. You hit it, it doesn't react, it has a lot of tracking projectiles, it doesn't really care where you are, you know, the usual. The only thing of note is the sick reaction command that looks absolutely awesome, but that's it. For beating Land of Dragons, you get a Thunder upgrade, and yes, that is it. Olympus 2 is probably the second worst visit of them all. Why? Well, for one, you don't ever go into Olympus. You stay in the underworld the whole time, and you ignore half of that area as well. Yes, the order of events is to talk to one of Hades' little minions, do 2 mob fights, go to Hades' chamber and do another mob fight, but this time it's against nobodies, and then go back and fight Hades. It's quite frankly pathetic. By now, mob fights are a joke, especially ones with only one wave of mobs, as Magnera is so good, Finishing Leap is so good, and your stats should shred through them by now. Barring those options, you have Duck Flare, Summons, Master Form. You know, these things all serve to trivialize the majority of mob encounters, so I'm tempted to just not even go over them anymore, even though, really, believe it or not, there's only one forced one left in the game. Hades starts out just like he did before, invincible. After a few seconds, Hercules appears to help you out. When Hades is red, he's still invulnerable. And to make him blue, you need Hercules to summon these orbs which you can hit into him. Beyond that, he can swipe at you, he has a fireball attack, he teleports away, he can do Firaga Burst, and he has an AoE attack that he does when he shifts back into being red. Hades does do a fair amount of damage, but he staggers so easily that you really shouldn't have any trouble with him. If you do have trouble with him, it's likely due to an unlucky series of events rather than it actually being a challenging fight. What kills me about this fight, however, is twofold. First, I hate having to rely on an AI party member to help me. Kingdom Hearts 2 has pretty bad AI when it comes to anyone on your side, because they generally just run to the nearest enemy and hit them a bunch with no care for who or what is around that enemy, or utilizing any form of strategy, which I understand is reasonable for a game this big and in 2005. Still, they should have known their limitations and not made me rely on Hercules here. Second, Hades was already a much better fight in the first game. For one, you could hit him whenever, that's a huge plus. He hit harder and faster, so he was more challenging. He had a wider moveset and more interesting attacks. You know, he didn't just throw a fireball. He didn't just shoot a Firaga burst that doesn't even cover the full arena. You know, he had that fire stream that had the really cool property where if you care to notice it at all in the action, he spreads his hands apart so you can hit him out of the attack midway through by hitting him in between the streams. Whatever, we've got a Hercules tag team, fine. There's also an absent silhouette in this world though. As it turns out, the very first one you see in the game is the last one that I fought. Funny, I know. So fun fact, Zexion didn't have an official weapon before the final mixed version came out with this fight, where it was revealed to be a lexicon. Later in the final world, you see these pedestals showing all of the weapons and titles of the organization members, but Zexion's was broken, so we couldn't see what he used. So Zexion was only a fight in Chain of Memories, which came out after this game, so it was more likely that they based that fight on this one rather than the other way around as with the other absent silhouettes, which is interesting, I suppose. Zexion's main gimmick is that he can send you into Book World. He traps Sora and the party in books, which takes him to an alternate dimension, I guess. From here, you're surrounded by lexicons and have to find out which one Zexion is hiding in, at which point you have to beat it up and use a reaction command to get out of Book World and damage the man himself. Outside of Book World, Zexion doesn't have any attacks, which is really disappointing. The only thing he can do is run away and try and send you back into Book World. Once inside of Book World, however, the fight gets more interesting and, for some, more annoying. He can make a tornado with the books, he can shoot massive AoE lasers, he can have the books fly at you like bullets, all of which serve to keep you from hitting him. He can also send you to a world within a world with 3 separate spotlights. Zexion will teleport between them 13 times, get it, before that spotlight gets closed off. If you're outside of that barrier, be ready to get meteors to the taint. If you get into it, however, you're free to wail on Zexion during the duration of the meteors. The main takeaway from Zexion as a fight is that it's just a gimmick, and like all gimmicks, the key to overcoming it is to learn how it works. Of course, because of the nature of a gimmick fight, there's no additional depth to be had once you do figure it out. You will be sent into Book World at some point unless you use Uber strats for speedrunners, and dealing with Book World depends in part on what attacks he uses, and in part on your own ability to circumvent those attacks. Reflect works great, as always, and actually Fire is a surprisingly decent tool to keep Zexion stun-locked for as long as possible outside of Book World. Because Zexion has, I believe, the shortest recovery time of any boss, Limit Form isn't quite as useful against him as against other bosses, both because of that recovery time and that the terrain isn't quite even, so you can have some wonky gravity. For beating Zexion, you get an extra item slot, and for beating Hades, you get an MP boost and the Magnet Burst ability, which is your AoE aerial finisher, of which we'll get a much better ground option very shortly. But not shortly enough, it seems, as we now have to go back to Pridelands. And unfortunately, it's even worse than before. Not only are there no new areas to explore, but the only 2 encounters are both awful. They're not even hard, really, they're just annoying. The first one sees you in Elephant Graveyard, where you have to chase down and kill the 3 fleeing hyenas. Not only is this counter annoying, not only have we already fought the 3 hyenas in the first visit, but story-wise, it had no purpose. They lie and say that they know about Scar's ghost, and like dumbasses, the party falls for their obvious ruse and catch them, only for them to fess up that they're clueless about what you want to know. I have nothing to say about this fight. Just lock on, use thunder, and combo them. The Ground Shaker boss is, hey, another big boss. Yay. Many regard this as the worst fight in the game, and I might be inclined to agree with you if it wasn't so damned easy. The Ground Shaker, for a big enemy, isn't necessarily poorly programmed, he's just very unengaging. Maybe even the most unengaging fight in the entire adventure. He always starts with a reaction command where you literally just spam triangle to win, which embarrassingly is the same level of depth seen in the first Twilight Thorn boss, which means that this fight is less mechanically engaging than that one. After that, you can chunk it for about a third of its HP, and then you just attack it over and over with no sense of weight or power in your hits. He doesn't respond, just sends these fire pillars at you that you can easily heal off. Aside from that, I couldn't tell you a damn thing about it, other than that the final hit has to be against the big monkey on his back, but that's as simple as reflecting its little combo. Pridelands as a whole is a world I find myself either bored or frustrated with in both visits. It takes the Kingdom Hearts 2 level design mentality to its furthest extreme, which is not a good thing. But I guess I've mentioned the level design now, so it's time to discuss the worst part of the game. To me, it's irrelevant whether or not you enjoyed the platforming aspect of the first game. Kingdom Hearts 1 had fantastic level design. It was filled with good platforming arenas, interesting terrain and concepts, and it made learning the levels fun and engaging, at least for those who enjoy the platforming like myself. Apparently, a lot of people did not feel the same way, as in response to the overwhelming criticism of the platforming, Kingdom Hearts 2 up and removed it entirely. About 80% of the areas in the game are flat, uninteresting plains with very few landmarks or terrain to speak of. Another 10% have slopes as their only defining feature, and the last 10% were gimmick areas like the Carpet Ruins in Agrabah or the Treasure Room, which you don't even get to fight in despite it having more interesting terrain than basically any other room in that world. Compounded with this issue is that you don't unlock any growth abilities, those being some of the shared abilities from the first game, at any point in the story. All of them are relegated to level up abilities for your different drive forms. Valor gives you high jump, Master gives aerial dodge, which is essentially a double jump with invincibility frames. Wisdom gives quick run. Limit, which wasn't even in the original version of the game, gives dodge roll. Yes, you couldn't dodge roll in the base version of Kingdom Hearts 2, except when doing the reaction command for the timer bomb Heartless anyway. That is embarrassing. The sole exception to this shitstorm of level design is the Cavern of Remembrance, which is a good area with good platforming. Despite the game's non-use of the system, when Sora has all of his abilities, moving around is really fun. Probably second only to Dream Drop Distance with its absolutely busted flow motion. Unfortunately, here we have the Kingdom Hearts 3 approach, where you have something broken in the base game, like bad combo modifiers, so instead of fixing it in the base game, you just add post-game content that has what we want, that being good combo modifiers. Now, Kingdom Hearts 3 has much less of an excuse, as they could have just sprinkled the better combo modifiers into the base game instead of gifting them all once you load a completed file, sure. But for Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, it would have been incredibly difficult to design entirely new areas in place of the ones already present, just to fix something that ultimately wasn't really harming anything. And that is also true. The level design is just about the most generic thing in the whole game, but that also means it's almost entirely unobtrusive. It lets you just fight without having to worry about how the various systems would react to different environments, which is something that the series never got right anyway. That said, would I have preferred more interesting levels even if it caused a little bit of jank with the combat? Of course I would. While button skill is, in my opinion, overrated, having to do more than hold forward on the analog stick is infinitely more engaging than what we had to do in Kingdom Hearts 2. So, TLDR, get quick run early so you don't have to slog through the bad levels as much. The end. Alright guys, we're in the home stretch. One more world. One more world and then we're done. Right?
Any fun.
So Space Paranoids 2 tries to recapture the epicosity found in Hollow Bastion 2, but it never quite reaches the same level of pathos, though because Tron is such a baller, it comes pretty close. The MCP is acting up again, and he's taken over the town's defense system, and Heartless only found in Space Paranoids are now appearing in Hollow Bastion proper. With so much power, the MCP is almost ready to wipe everyone off the map, I guess. Anyway, your first order of business is getting to the computer to send you into the data space, made somewhat challenging by the inclusion of Devastators in the overworld, which is never a good sign. Once you're inside, you'll have count 'em, 3 mob fights. Now, I did say before that mob fights are a joke with Magnera and all these other tools, but Space Paranoids is a bit of an exception, because the Devastators are easily the strongest mob in the game, though technically they are in a, distant 10th compared to the powered up versions that you see in Cavern of Remembrance. They don't necessarily resist magnets. They still get pulled in, but they immediately follow any staggering hit with a brutal combo attack. They have strong projectiles, strong physical hits, and a lot of HP, especially for my less than stellar stats. This makes the 3 mob fights, especially the last one on the Solar Sailor, pretty hard. Now, I didn't have any problem with these fights, but part of that was down to dumb luck about whether I could effectively reflect their combo attacks back onto them, which unfortunately isn't always consistent due to strange spacing with Reflera. The Solar Sailor encounter is a standard mob fight, but it's interesting in that it's basically timed. With each mob that spawns, the Solar Sailor is weighed down, and the more time a mob is on it, the more time the weight meter grows. Thus, the goal is to kill everything as fast as possible, which, again because of the Devastators, is easier said than done. Stitch is your friend here. From here, we have a showdown with the MCP and his sidekick Sark, the MCP's number 2. The initial fight with Sark can be kind of tricky to get the timing down, but he's a cakewalk after that. The MCP fight itself, though... Look, I like Tron and all, but should I have to rely on him to deal damage to the boss? No. This is the same problem I have with having to rely on Hercules, only now it's worse because I have to keep healing Tron because he has to be conscious to help Sora deal damage. As well, Big Sark can one-shot you, which is always fun, especially when the projectile comes out so fast. Honestly, I don't have much to say about this fight either, save for just explaining its mechanics, which seems to be a recurring trend as of late. Hopefully, that won't last. Basically, the MCP has a barrier. With a couple of combos, a piece of it breaks, at which point Sora and Tron shoot this laser into the MCP's core, dealing damage to him. Fun fact, the reason I'm doing this in Valor form is because each of these individual hits counts toward Valor form's level. Anyway, back to the fight. While you're trying to break the barrier, Sark can attack you. After 1 cycle, the barrier will start rotating and shooting lasers, and after 2, a wall spawns that's supposed to get in your way, but can be used to take out the periodically revived Sark instantly. But yeah, the MCP is an okay fight, I suppose. I think it takes too long, and I don't like that Sark was brought in to distract you, rather than just giving the MCP a wider and more interesting moveset, but whatever. Ultimately, I have a soft spot for this fight for 2 reasons. First, it's with Tron, who I like. Second, you get the final Reflect upgrade from this fight, and Reflega is absolutely bonkers in this game. As well, you get the explosion ability from the Solar Sailor, which is by far the best finisher in the game. Fun fact, in the original game, Finishing Leap didn't exist, and instead of getting that for beating Agrabah 1, you get Explosion, which is insane to get such a good ability so early into the game. Guys, we're done! Twilight Town is open to continue the story again! We can finally move on from these world revisits, we can finish the game, we can... Yeah, I know. I've been avoiding it this whole time. The demon. The laughingstock, the horror, but I can't run from it anymore. I can survive this. I will conquer this, and I will not let it get me down. Guys, it's time for Finny Fun. Oh God, is it time for Finny Fun?
Finny Fun.
So Atlantica in Kingdom Hearts 1 was controversial. Not many people liked it, and for reasons I can totally understand, those physically oriented plebs. But instead of simply removing Atlantica as a world, which would have been fine, they made it into this, a rhythm minigame. I honestly don't know what to say that isn't entirely obvious just by looking at the rest of the game, and then jumping to this, and it's so bad. It's shockingly, horrifyingly, embarrassingly bad. Not only is it a bare-bones rhythm minigame in an action RPG, but it's not even programmed correctly. Your inputs lag hard. Getting the timings down enough to pass the course isn't hard, but if you want to score perfects, good luck. The songs themselves are mostly trash, with the exceptions of the ones that were actually in the movie, Part of Your World and Under the Sea. But of course, the latter is ruined by having Donald Duck sing part of it. The 3 original songs are just complete trash. It's basic and repetitive melodies, uninteresting instrumentation, and no creative lyrics. What might be the worst, though, is that you're not even allowed to do it all at once until this point in the game, or at least until after you finish Pridelands 2. After each song, you're kicked out of the world, and you're told that you need something else to continue, from Magnet to 5 drive gauges to getting Magnera to getting Thundaga, i.e. Pridelands 2. If you didn't know that, you'd have to keep coming and going over and over again to get a snippet of the story, of which the game barely adapts because they obviously couldn't have Merman Sora going and watching Ariel fitting in the town. So just... yeah, okay, we're done here. Atlantica sucks. Thank the great light of Kingdom Hearts above that the only requirements for the journal is to complete the world, collect 3 emblem pieces, and then quote-unquote redo each song, which can be accomplished by entering the song and immediately quitting out of it. For completing Atlantica, you get the final Blizzard upgrade and the mysterious Bis Keyblade, which boosts the power of Blizzard spells. While we're doing minigame worlds, we also have all of the torn pages at this point, so we can complete Winnie the Pooh world now. I barely mentioned this world when I analyzed Kingdom Hearts 1, and I stand by that decision. It was so base and uninteresting in that game that I would have struggled to find much to talk about even if I did want to do a deep dive. I know that because I'm having the same problem here where the minigames are actually way better than the ones in the first game. As before, for every torn page collected, a new area is unlocked that has its own minigame associated with it. Only these minigames are actual minigames and not just waiting out the clock. Imagine that. The first 2 are on rails, which is unfortunate. The first sees you floating on a balloon and hitting debris with your Keyblade until you find Piglet. It's basic, it's simple, but hey, you get this page right at Disney Castle, which is still very early in the game. The second minigame is an on-rails obstacle course where you have to collect the floating honey and avoid rocks and stuff. This one is somewhat interesting, especially in that brief part where you're actually on the page itself and it gets kind of trippy. Besides that, as with the first actually, you need to not get hit or else Pooh will fall off, and you won't be able to collect honey, of which there is a requirement that I don't know to pass the course. The third minigame sees you bouncing on balloons, but it lasts maybe 15 seconds, so I don't care. The fourth minigame sees you escorting the gang through a cave, battling bees and avoiding falling rocks while you try to maintain their morale. This is the only one where you have regular control, and since bees only have 1 HP, you can magnet them to death instantly. The fifth minigame sees you spinning Pooh around and popping off the pod that he got stuck on his head. This is another one that hardly lasts 2 seconds, so it's really not worth mentioning. The story on offer here is about as box standard as the rest of the Disney worlds, but surprisingly, Sora isn't acting his usual cheery self. Instead, he seems a bit more mellow, not exactly morose, but definitely not hyperactive as he can be sometimes. He serves as kind of a moral center for Pooh and the others, which is refreshing considering he takes either a subservient or neutral role with the other world characters. It was nice to see Sora as the leader or the reliable one for a change. Spoilers, this doesn't last. For completing 100 Acre Wood, you get the Sweet Memories Keyblade and the final Cure upgrade. Okay, now we can go ahead and continue the story. Twilight Town is now blocked off by a gummy mission, which is the last one in the game, and when we arrive, we only have one destination, the mansion. There, Hayner, Pence, and Olette are downed on the floor, and the whole group is soon attacked by nobodies. Luckily, or perhaps not, Mickey shows up to help you beat them. The mansion fight is, hey, another mob fight. Mickey makes it kind of annoying since he knocks enemies out of Magnet or whatever else you're using, but whatever, Magnet. Once you beat the group, Mickey says that he figured out that the real Ansem snuck into Organization 13's stronghold, whereas Sora and the gang figured out not only that Kairi is in the same place, having been captured, but that the method to get there is likely through an alternate Twilight Town, which was worked out by the Twilight Town trio. All of them head into the mansion and make their way to computer where they activate a laser teleporter that takes them to that alternate Twilight Town. Surprise, surprise, it's the one that Roxas was sent to in Roxas World, evidenced by the computer that he smashed out of anger at his situation all that time ago. The party finds a portal which might lead them somewhere only to be surrounded by nobodies. As they fight them off, they're joined by Axel, who fights alongside Sora to defeat them. But even with their combined efforts, the nobodies numbers are just too great, and Axel sacrifices himself to destroy them all and open a portal to the organization's world. When asked why he did the things that he did, Axel says that it was because he wanted to see Roxas again. Though, as of the story officially telling us things, this doesn't make sense yet. Savvy viewers will realize that Roxas was Sora's nobody, and Axel wanted to turn Sora into a Heartless because that would make Roxas appear again by extension. But it seems his conscience got the better of him, leading him to help Sora rather than fight against him. For this world, you get some stat boosts, the Slapshot ability, which is arguably the best combo modifier in the game, and the Bond of Flame Keyblade. But folks, welcome to the final world of Kingdom Hearts 2, the world that never was. Awkward title aside, this world is infinitely better than the End of the world from the first game. And I'll go on record by saying that it's the best final world that we've seen in the entire series. Way f***ing better than any iteration of the Keyblade Graveyard, I can tell you that much. You could consider this world a boss rush. You have to fight 5 organization members. Not in a row, there are areas with enemies between most of them, but these bosses are the only forced encounters, and we start on by far the best one. The Roxas fight was only a cutscene in the original game, but Final Mix included a fully fledged boss. He's fast, he hits hard, and he's commonly considered the hardest required fight in the game. I'd probably agree too, though Xigbar just after does come close for me. The Roxas fight is everything great about the Kingdom Hearts 2 combat system. That is, he's an exemplary showcase of the revenge value system. So revenge value is a hidden value that all staggerable bosses have, and it varies from boss to boss. The value rises each time the boss is hit, and they stagger, and when the value reaches maximum, the boss will retaliate. The system was put in place to keep players from endlessly comboing bosses, and it works well for the most part. Some fights like Barbossa much earlier suffer because he doesn't have a retaliation in the air, so the result is that he immediately attacks when he hits the ground as if it were a normal attack. As well, some bosses retaliate hard and fast, so if you don't know the tells or if you haven't figured out the revenge value, it can feel a bit unfair. But again, learn the fight and be patient. Roxas is entirely fair if you're willing to really learn the fight and not just flail away and hope to win. All of his attacks are fair in that same way. Yes, his combo starts really fast, and if you don't have good reactions, you have to block immediately when he stops just in case he does it. But if he does his other attack, you still have time to react to that even if you reactively block expecting the combo. His design accounts for his inherent speed. Roxas is my favorite story fight for this reason. He feels fair, but challenging. He feels like he was designed to be Sora's equal, which works thematically as well as in gameplay, and fighting him whether with the planned strat or in a fair fight is always enjoyable. Speaking of, Roxas is also a great example of how skilled players can use the revenge value system to their advantage. He's one of the more technical fights to get right, but you can see how skilled players, far more skilled than me by the way, figured out the nuances and quirks of the system and this battle specifically, ensuring that things go like they wanted. Check this out. Players recognize that Blizzard fills his revenge value more than regularly attacking, which is necessary to continue the loop. But then they also figured out to optimize it further that they can just attack for the first few loops and then switch to Blizzard after they pop an ether. They figured out the timing for reflecting, guard breaking, and then using Trinity Limit after you don't need to loop him anymore. They figured out Ars Arcanum's unique property that not only do none of its attacks, save for the very last one, increase revenge value at all, but the second to last hit is able to combo into a slap shot, allowing you to continue into another combo or another Ars Arcanum. They figured out that you can pop an ether and then execute a limit before it goes off, effectively letting you use 3 limits on 1 MP bar rather than 2. And believe it or not, this strat works at all levels. I'm more powerful here than I've ever been when I got here, so you didn't even get to see all of that as I talk about it. But even at level 1, the strat works if you do more than 1 Ars Arcanum with 1 or 2 combos in limit form at the end, and using 1 more Blizzard loop before you reflect into Solo Trinity. Of course, Roxas isn't perfect despite all of my praise. No fight is. If you don't engage with any of his attacks for a while, he'll go up and trigger a reaction command just like the Samurai Nobodies. If you win, you actually steal Roxas's Keyblades. This is both good and bad, as now he exclusively attacks with his light pillars, which come out fast and hard, but on the other hand, you can very easily cheese him. Hit him with a combo, maybe do another hit or two, and then keep quick running into the wall, and the Keyblades will continue to hit him. These don't add revenge value, and it comes at no cost to you, so you can do this until he's ready to be comboed to death. This, of course, shows another way that the revenge value system isn't perfect, and we'll see another example of this a bit later on. Once you beat Roxas, you see the cutscene from the original game, but when Sora beats him, Roxas and Axel have one last meeting of the minds, where they say goodbye to each other. It's a pretty touching scene, and a good send-off for both characters. Now, Roxas does appear one last time in this story, but Axel is definitely dead. This is totally his last appearance in the whole series. Right? Anyway, for beating Roxas, you get a stat boost, the Combo Master ability, and the 2 become 1 Keyblade. Once you go into the next room, you see Naminé rescuing Kairi, and their combined light creates a path for the party to enter the castle proper and really take the fight to the organization. But if you're aiming to 100% the game, stop here. I'm serious. Do not leave this room, or else you're going to make your life much harder. First off, with Roxas beaten, we have access to our final drive form, aptly titled Final Form. You get it randomly when using another drive anytime after you beat Roxas, but the two become one Keyblade does help with this. Its unique ability, Light and Dark, makes it so that when you use the drive form, you'll go either into Anti-Form or Final Form. With this, you're guaranteed to get Final Form within 5 times of activating a form when in combat. Note: in combat. The reason to do this now is because of Anti-Form. Normally, it's a punishment for overusing drive forms, which is fair. It can be powerful, but it has no defense, no block, and no way to heal, so you're a glass cannon in the form, and it's arguably the worst of the 6. But what's really annoying about it is that you can't ever willingly leave the form. It has to run out on its own. Though, if you do a screen transition, you will revert to regular Sora. Except, unlike in a normal reversion of a form, if you revert from Anti-Form, you lose all of your drive, which just sucks. The exception is when you transition into a room where your party members aren't present, which will automatically reset your drive to max no matter what form you were in before, so yeah, just get Final Form now. As well, this is the single best time to grind out Wisdom Form. In the original game, you could do this at any point, but not in Final Mix. Once you enter the castle, all of those easy peasy shadows and Neo Shadows turn into nobodies, and Wisdom Form levels up by defeating Heartless only. If you don't grind it out now, the best place after this is the far inferior Agrabah Bazaar area or something stupid like that. Oh, but Sight, I hear you say, Wisdom Form sucks against Heartless. How am I going to kill enemies with it? Well, use fire. With the Bond of Flame Keyblade, which has a fire boost ability which you can stack through one you get through level up, and Firaga, you'll be doing hellacious damage in an AoE. Oh, but you'll run out of MP. Okay, here's the fun part. Leave the world that never was, go back to Twilight Town, go back into Yensid's tower, and climb to the top. In the room where you had to fight soldiers for the first time, you'll see 4 Gambler Nobodies. Equip your whole party with Jackpot abilities, equip the Wishing Lamp Keyblade which has Jackpot, and do the Gambler minigame over and over. Behold your riches. Then, take those riches, use it to max out on Ethers, which refill your MP to max so long as you use it before you run out, and that effectively lets you use infinite magic. Now go grind Wisdom Form. So from here, I could do exactly what I did in Hollow Bastion 2, where I go over the story in relative detail and then go point by point through the encounters, but honestly, that's not necessary. While the order of events is equally as complicated as in Hollow Bastion 2, the general structure of the world that never was is quite simple. Make it to the top of the tower, kill everything and everyone you see. There's never a break in the whole visit. Sora and pals run into Heartless, nobodies, and organization members ad nauseum, and this kind of hit list or checkbox style doesn't really serve a dramatic narrative. In fact, whenever the plot does try and get dramatic, it feels like it's severely ripped away from everything that the characters are trying to accomplish. Hooray! Sora reunites with Kairi and Riku, who was saying he was Ansem. That's neat, and the scene itself is fairly well done for Kingdom Hearts standards anyway, but the scene itself doesn't add anything to the fight against the organization. Riku and Kairi don't actually aid you in the fights with either Luxord or Saïx that come immediately after, and Riku joins the party for exactly 1 room of mobs and the final bosses, which I feel is more good than bad, but he could have just as easily appeared out of thin air right here, and nothing would have changed save for the reunion being pushed to this scene instead of happening earlier. Same with Ansem the Wise's story arc, honestly. Now, I don't like Ansem the Wise, who I will refer to as Diz for the remainder of this video series, as Xehanort's Heartless, Ansem from Game 1, is still referred to as Ansem or Ansem Seeker of Darkness in most of the canon. Therefore, Ansem the Wise will be Diz. Anyway, I don't like him. He was a despicable dick in the opening hours of the game, and that kind of attitude was good and worked well to serve as a kind of all-powerful antagonist for Roxas. But by now, when so much time has passed, Diz apparently had a change of heart, except it's one of those really cheap, unearned changes of heart, because the catalyst for the change was never properly communicated to the player before the change occurred. He just feels bad now, and he explains it away in a sentence or two. To fix this problem, here's what I would have done. Axel dies when he fights Roxas in the opening, so he's out of the picture and his role is usurped by Riku posing as Ansem. Riku is now a member of Organization 13, as the party assumed when they learned that he was running around in the black coat. He was never loyal to them, but he was working within their ranks and carrying out parts of their orders. He kidnaps Kairi and brings her to the organization's stronghold with the plan to betray the organization and free her once Sora arrives to save her. Likewise, while he summons the Storm Rider heartless and causes other havoc throughout the world, he orchestrates it in such a way that Sora has enough time to save everyone, even as he defeats the Heartless and helps the organization. He also remains in contact with Diz. In the canon, the two separated after Roxas World because of their difference in goal and opinion. Riku's goal was accomplished, that being to have Sora wake up safely. Diz would primarily take the place of Riku and would serve as his mouthpiece to Sora, which would align with Diz's own goal of using Sora to defeat the organization. During these interactions, we would see Diz's demeanor slowly shift as he begins to see the error in his methods of hurting people indiscriminately and taking advantage of people's good nature for his own ends. The point I'm trying to make here is that with this change, we would actually see his change of heart occurring. Diz would also do what Riku does in the story, like giving the party the picture and ice cream. You don't even have to change models. Diz could don the organization's coat just like Riku, and when Sora catches up to him, assuming that it is Riku, it could be revealed that it was Diz all along. Then, when Mickey finds Diz in the world that never was, it would make sense for him to have had that change of heart. We would have watched it happen, and there would have been a lot of pathos for his eventual sacrifice, instead of the bleh that we have now. Alright, enough of that though. Let's talk about the rest of the bosses in the world that never was. Xigbar was most definitely the hardest story boss in the original release of the game. His lasers hit fast and relatively hard for this point in the game, he has a lot of health, and his gimmick of changing the arena and having a bunch of different ways to shoot you is vastly more complicated than any boss we've seen thus far, even compared to Roxas. That said, Reflect is your best friend. It's nearly instantaneous and covers Sora 360 degrees, though I'm comfortable enough with the fight to not need it. As well, since you'll never hit Xigbar on the ground, equipping either the Star Seeker for Air Combo Plus or Hero's Crest for Air Combo Boost isn't a bad idea. By the way, summons aren't allowed in this fight because Stitch would turn it into a complete joke. Xigbar always starts the fight by retreating to a perch and sniping you. Run away from his initial volley and mash triangle to hit his big laser back at him to get him to come down. After that, he'll fire 3 volleys in any configuration and then reload. That's when he's vulnerable, so just stay calm and react well. It's best to get used to staying calm now because honestly, you haven't seen anything yet when it comes to Xigbar. His DM is interesting. The space shifts to this tiny square where Xigbar will teleport around and shoot lasers across it. Just jump to the back right corner and trail behind him to avoid this part. When he teleports to the center, he'll shoot a barrage of lasers. I honestly don't have a consistent strategy to avoid this. In theory, you can dodge them by just running, but your party members get in the way a lot when you try that. I mean, you can use a limit to take advantage of the invincibility frames, but that requires your party members to be alive and for you to have MP, which isn't always feasible, especially for a casual player. But thanks to Once More, which we'll have at this point if you pick the shield at the start, you'll survive it either way. For beating Xigbar, you get an MP upgrade. Luke Sword is next, and no, I don't like his official pronunciation either, and yes, I'm aware I pronounced it incorrectly earlier, I just wanted to see how many people would get mad at that. His is a gimmick battle. Instead of a traditional HP bar, Luke Sword has a time meter, but it basically functions as HP with a slow poison effect, so it gradually depletes. Sora also has a time meter, but you also have your regular health to worry about on top of that. Luke Sword primarily attacks using his cards, either sending them out at you, laying traps, or doing the Gambler reaction command. I like this fight a lot, actually. I think it's probably the best implementation of a gimmick because it's unobtrusive, but still fun. Of course, one could say that a gimmick's purpose is to change the way you play the game, and sure, but I don't like that, so there. Another thing that I don't like is at the beginning of the fight. No matter what you do, Luke Sword turns Sora into a die. He can do this in several ways throughout the fight itself, but he always starts off with this, and there's no way to avoid it. This isn't as bad as Demyx's minigame at the beginning of his fight, but it is a wrinkle in an otherwise enjoyable encounter, as your moveset is so limited as a die, which of course is how it should be logically, but still. You can jump using the circle button. That's it. You have a hitbox as you jump, which you use to hit Luke Sword to end the dice thing faster, but I just wish it wasn't here instead of making dealing with it easy. Luke Sword's DM is interesting in that it's one of the only ones in the game that puts him at a disadvantageous position more so than you. He starts by doing a whole bunch of combos with his cards, and then he traps both of you in walls of cards. And you have to stop all 4 slots on all 4 of your commands on the O. If you mess up, you get turned into a die again, which has a funny quirk I'll get into later, but if you win, his time is rendered to 0, so one more attack will kill him. The funny quirk is that, assuming you don't move once you're turned into a die, Luke Sword isn't programmed to attack you. I'm not sure if it's a bug, as it's been in every version of the game, but I think the game is programmed to where Luke Sword's AI only re-engages after the DM if he's hit. So no matter the outcome, if you don't hit him, he just hops back and forth forever, so either way you win. For beating Luke Surge, you get an HP boost and the final magnet upgrade, meaning you should have all of the most powerful spells in the game. Yes, you're a god now. Sykes is up next, the organization's number 2. He's a berserker, wielding a heavy mace, which is called a claymore for some reason, and hits really hard with it if you give him the chance. But strangely, Sykes is probably the easiest of the fights in this final world, if not one of the easiest fights in the game. He hits hard, sure, but he also hits slowly and doesn't really combo you that much. I skipped his DM in both of the times I fought him, and it isn't even really an issue with Reflect and Quick Run. Comboing him is really easy, as he spends most of his time walking around or gathering moon power for his berserk meter. Once it's filled, I guess Sykes gets stronger, but knocking him out of that state is as simple as blocking an attack, grabbing his claymore, and doing the Berserker Nobody reaction command on him. What's odd is that in this fight only, you can get hit during the build-up for that RC, when in other versions of the fight and against the Berserker Nobodies, you're invincible. Either way, Sykes is a total cakewalk, and you haven't even seen the cheese strat yet. So, Peter Pan interacts very, very strangely with this fight in particular. All you need to do is get him out of his initial berserk state, summon Peter Pan, and then keep doing aerial spiral into a second hit, and he can never escape. Even when he starts to attack, if you mess up, just keep going and Peter Pan will stun him again. This even works on a harder version of the fight later on. They really did Sykes dirty here, but I guess they made up for it with his Remind fight, didn't they? For beating Sykes, you get an HP boost. Because I noted it earlier, I'm obligated to mention Maleficent's second story event that matters at least a little bit. She and Pete quote-unquote sacrificed themselves against an approaching army of Heartless at the end of the final room of the game, implying that you can't go back down after that, but you can. Huh. And they and the Heartless are nowhere to be seen. Huh. Okay, so you know how I said Sykes was the easiest fight? Well, that's true, but if you don't cheese him, I lied. Xemnas is the easiest fight. Note, this isn't the final boss, this is just the fight you have at the top of the tower. He always starts by trapping you in this negative energy. He then teleports to the building and shoots up to the top. Go to it, hit triangle, and watch the scene. When they dash toward each other, wait for the third RC finish to deal the most damage. Clash won't damage him. Breakthrough, I believe, does some, but not as much as finish. Beyond that opening, though, it's a soft repeat of the unknown super boss from Kingdom Hearts 1 Final Mix with the same combos and shield. He's missing his lasers, his DM, and his orbs, 2 of which were moved to the final battle and upgraded. But without those, Xemnas just comes off as a chump. I was trying to be cheeky with Reflect into Slapshot into Reflect, which I got once, but even as I messed up again and again, I was never in any significant danger. Honestly, by this point, you should have no trouble with this fight, and I think that was the point. This is another way to show how much more powerful Sora has become when compared to the first game. But this was just a prelude to the real battle with the Master of Nothingness. For beating Xemnas 1, you get the final boosts to your HP and MP, so you should be completely maxed out on both if you've done everything else. And from here, we have our final save points. We have a door to go through, which will lead into the final battles. At the equivalent point in Kingdom Hearts 1, I turned right the hell around to do all of the optional content in the game. But really, that was the only game that I was able to do that. In all later entries, post-game content is actually post-game content, in that it only unlocks when you load a completed save file. For this reason, we're going into the final battles here. To start, even though the whole crew enters the final door, Mickey and Kairi are knocked right back out. Nice. Before you even get to Xemnas to fight him, you have to go through this long gauntlet where you dismantle this fortress he's created. First, you have to... Nice. You destroy these buildings and go into the next area, wait for the triangle command... Nice. You go to the second falling building and hit triangle until you transition to the next area. From here, you have to destroy these big cannons before they kill you. I've read that you can technically survive the blast if you're level 99 on the easiest difficulty, but I don't have the patience to go test that. For our purposes, it will kill you if you let it fire. But the process isn't that interesting. Just spam back Nega and all of the little bombs will die and float and blow up the cannon. The next section sees you fighting some kind of core node. You can hit it for a while, but eventually it'll become invulnerable and summon a bunch of nobodies that you have to fight as one last mob battle. But like all of the late game mob battles, this is a joke because you have Magnega and Stitch. Also, buildings fall on you. Be careful about that. Once you destroy the core, you're finally able to fight Xemnas, who has donned this sick armor and is sitting on a throne. He wields both this giant sword and the weapons of the other organization members, from Axel's chakrams to Zaldan's lances. But if you're up close on him, he can only really attack you with his sword, which is easily reflected, or the shield, which you can exploit with, hey, reflect again. For the sake of making it interesting, I spent frankly a stupid amount of time trying to die so that I can show off Mickey on the last fight that you can activate him in the game. But he didn't really add anything to the fight, though I think this is the first time I've actually gotten a decent physical combo off with him that actually hit the enemy a lot, so that was neat, I guess. With Xemnas defeated, the party is transported back to the top of the tower where Xemnas is fading away. He begs the destroyed Kingdom Hearts for more rage to fuel him, to which Sora asks if Xemnas even remembers that there's more to a heart than pain and rage. Xemnas says that he doesn't, and then fades away. The party celebrates their victory before a dark corridor suddenly opens. While the Disney guys can't tell who summoned it, the Wanderlust trio can tell that Naminé did it. What follows is a really good scene that serves as the end to both Roxas and Naminé, and it works really well whether you played or skipped Chain of Memories. At the end of that game, Sora promises Naminé that he'd come find her again after he wakes up, even if he forgets about her. When they meet again here, she says that they kept their promise, which obviously confuses Sora since he doesn't have memories of that time. What works about it, though, is when Roxas walks out of Sora's being and recounts his own promise to her at the end of Roxas' world, that they would meet again even if they didn't recognize each other. That little exchange is one of the few moments in the series of genuinely great writing, as it works on multiple levels and for all fans, no matter their experience with the series. Roxas and Naminé then fully merge with Sora and Kairi, and they finally become completely whole again, though Sora obviously doesn't fully understand yet. Riku assures him that he's still just himself, and the Wanderlust trio start into the Corridor of Darkness to return to Destiny Islands, only for it to close before Sora and Riku can enter it. Surprise! It turns out that Xemnas isn't dead just yet. The whole world starts to implode in on itself as Xemnas takes the form of, or at least controls, a massive dragon. Luckily, in the single worst thing in the game, Riku finds a bike ship thing with a convenient platform for Sora, and the two pursue Xemnas on his dragon. What follows is a boring, awful, gummy ship-esque minigame where you move slowly from part to part, destroying them as you get there. You do this 5 times for the tail, the 2 engines, and the 2 wings. I have nothing good to say about this section. It should never have been in the game. Moving on. With the dragon immobilized and Xemnas exposed once again, it's time to fight him for real. Armored Xemnas 2 is marginally better than the first, but mostly due to its spectacle. Mechanically, it's almost identical, except with the added detriment of unstable ground, as the dragon you're fighting on is still slightly swaying. The encounter is split into 3 phases. After each one, Xemnas, just like Oogie Boogie, becomes invulnerable for no reason, and blasts Sora and Riku away. The game, as it has to in this situation, gives Sora an unlimited aerial dodge, or double jump, and a glide. You have to make your way to a stationary piece of building before Xemnas snipes you with lasers, or you get hit by a flying building. From there, you have this insanely epic 2-part reaction command where you shoot the building into the shield protecting Xemnas, which doesn't quite break it. Then Riku simultaneously breaks the building into pieces and shoots those pieces back at the shield, allowing entry to continue fighting Xemnas. Oh my god, that was awesome. From here, you just need to fly over to him and continue hitting him like in the first fight. He'll shoot you away one more time, at which point you need to repeat the RC, which I will gladly do, before you can kill him in the 3rd phase. The scale and sheer epicosity of this phase of the battle is further enhanced by the amazing soundtrack. Darkness of the Unknown is probably the biggest glow-up a song received in the jump to HD. Before, it was chaotic and strange, before suddenly transitioning into something close to profound with the piano. But this version is more bombastic than chaotic. The intention is now clearly to invigorate the player, as the piano kicks in as if it were the last bits of light in an endless void of nothingness, and as the strings swell, that light swells with it until there's a release of tension as the song codas back to the beginning. From here, we have to fight Xemnas alone one more time. No gimmicks, no dragon, no armor, no throne. It's just Xemnas against Sora and Riku. As a final battle, it pales in scope compared to Ansem in Kingdom Hearts 1 and Xehanort in Kingdom Hearts 3, but I feel that it's the most befitting of the story that this game is trying to tell. Xemnas has already lost. Kingdom Hearts was destroyed, and his organization, his world, and his dream are in tatters. The Keyblade Masters, Sora, Riku, and Mickey are at his doorstep and have defeated him time and again. The somber piano and solo violin of the soundtrack seem to imply some level of sadness. This is Xemnas trying one last time to destroy you, even knowing that ultimately it doesn't even matter anymore. And with these haunting lines,
no more eternal than that radiance of yours.
The fight is on.
Anger and hate are supreme. We shall go together.
Yeah, light!
Nice. Xemnas always starts by throwing Sora up into the air and launching a series of attacks that you have to use the reversal reaction command to avoid, aided by a double. Unlike Larxene's, these copies don't share a health bar, only one Xemnas is real. If you recognize that the real Xemnas appears every other attack, save for the last 2 uppercuts in which he is always there, you can use Reflect to lay on the damage. When this barrage ends, he'll either go into shooting 2 exploding orbs at you, as the Unknown did in Kingdom Hearts 1 Final Mix, or he'll split into 2, approach you, and then the real one will do one of 2 physical attacks, either a big vertical spin with his blades, or a horizontal spin with his legs. Either way, you can stagger him by dashing through his follow-up zigzag lines and attacking him. At around half health, Xemnas will say, before trapping Sora in a field of damage. This is the only time that you play as Riku, in this game at least, and as such it's pretty bare bones, but that's fine honestly. Just periodically use Dark Aura, maybe attack when the clone gets close, and hit triangle when you're near Xemnas, or else Sora will continually take damage until he dies. From here, Phase 2 usually starts. Xemnas will continually launch lasers at you while teleporting around. You can reflect these and time them to damage the real Xemnas if you're a pro, but since I'm out of practice in doing it, I wasn't able to show it off very well, unfortunately. Xemnas isn't open a lot through this, and for some reason he can be invulnerable when he shouldn't be, which is an obvious and quite egregious oversight. This fight is good. I like it a lot, and I always have fun doing it, but I would not be able to say that on the PS3 version. See, there, the load times and lag were so bad that the reversal commands didn't consistently show up during his initial barrage, meaning that if you didn't have once more or second chance, like if you're doing a level 1 run, you were just dead. The only way around that is with Riku's insanely long limit session, and that's a shame. That, along with the occasionally incorrect invulnerability, made me not like this fight on PS3, but here on PS4, it is still pretty good. I wouldn't say any of the Xemnas fights are nearly the pinnacle of Kingdom Hearts 2 boss design. That we've yet to see. Roxas and Xigbar are both better fights than any of Xemnas's, but those are pretty high bars, so I guess it's... Wait. Oh! No. Yeah! Yeah! Okay, I lied. This is the best final boss in the history of games. But back to a more serious note, we need to talk about Organization 13, namely how they suck as villains. So the organization isn't evil, at least not in this game. What we are told in the beginning of the game is still correct.
Bad or good? I don't know. They're a group of incomplete people who wish to be whole. To that end, they're desperately searching for something.
What?
Kingdom Hearts.
Sure, some are more malicious than others, or so it appears, but I'd more say that they're all varying levels of apathetic, and that apathy manifests itself differently for each one. Luxord doesn't care about anything, just wants to entertain himself with thrills and games. Xaldin doesn't care about the state of the world, he just wants to turn Beast into a Heartless. He views him as a tool, not an enemy, not unlike how Diz viewed Roxas. Xigbar enjoys messing with people and getting under their skin and showing off. Demyx doesn't care about anything enough to want to get directly involved. Syx and Xemnas are the most similar in that neither understands positive emotions and doesn't care who they hurt, but Syx is much more sympathetic due to his connection to Axel and his genuine desire for a heart, whereas Xemnas comes off as truly malicious in wanting to prove Diz wrong. Xemnas really is the outlier of the group. We don't see him often, and when we do, he speaks very slowly, making broad, sweeping gestures, and his whole demeanor is very faux operatic, which was intentional, I believe. If any of the nobodies and their colorful personalities are truly heartless, it's Xemnas. He lacks any kind of human emotion, even at the end, save perhaps for what he views as the emotions that make up a heart, hate and rage. He hates Diz for rejecting his brilliance when he was apprenticed to him, and he wants to prove him wrong. As far as this game is concerned, that is Xemnas' motivation, and it's communicated, if in a rushed manner, pretty well during Diz and Xemnas' confrontation immediately preceding Diz's death. Xemnas also works thematically. For a series that prides itself on displays of emotions where positive energy is so important, where Sora is forever upbeat and happy and positive and all of that garbage, Xemnas serves as the antithesis. Whereas Ansem from the first game served as a counterpoint to the path Sora took, embracing the light of the world and never giving in, Xemnas serves as a counterpoint to all of the series' values: camaraderie, togetherness, trust. Xemnas doesn't trust his inferiors. That much is evidenced in the scenes where he threatens them, keeps them in the dark about his true plans, and generally acts aloof and holier than thou whenever he interacts with them. Whether or not the others believe it, Xemnas never expresses genuine happiness or even satisfaction at seeing his organization run smoothly, or to see its members work well together, or even wants to work together. We even see in 358 Days Over 2 with Syx, who in that game serves as Xemnas' mouthpiece, he thinks quite the opposite. When Axel, Xion, and Roxas form a bond, they do whatever they can to destroy it and drive them apart. He and Syx actively try to get Roxas and Xion to kill each other because it would suit them better for their plans. In the end, all of this Organization 13 nonsense, the sweeping hand gestures, the voice that drones on and on, it's all a shallow facade that tells us that he's just a megalomaniacal monster who's willing to trick his subordinates, cast entire worlds into darkness, and threaten the stability of all the realms to satiate his lust for power. Because of this, his totally alien mannerisms, and his final battles, Xemnas stands out to me as the most well-realized of the Kingdom Hearts villains, including an idiot that we won't name here today. So, what gives? If Xemnas is so good, if you say that all these members have clear, distinct personalities, and you constantly say that their fights are good and better than the others, then why isn't Organization good as a villainous force? Well, example number 1... Example number 2. Example number 3.
Run away!
And so I can jump off of it.
Not a very organized organization.
Yeah, so the main flaw with the organization is that we never see them as one cohesive force. Xaldin is kind of doing his own thing in Beast Castle, Luxord is doing his own thing in Port Royal, and I have no clue what Xigbar is doing in Land of Dragons. And Demyx steals an arbitrary artifact in Olympus because... Look, when it comes down to it, the problem isn't that their individual plotlines don't really make sense, it's that they have individual plotlines at all. The main villain of the game is Xemnas, yes, but it's also the organization, a group. But that group is made up of individuals that all feel like mini villains of their own rather than members of that group. There are characters first and organization members second. With all of the retconning and backfilling, this makes some semblance of sense. Spoilers, Xehanort has Xemnas make the organization to have blank vessels to split his soul into. That, of course, wouldn't work because all of the organization members are strong-willed individuals. But in the context of this game, it just serves to make the main antagonistic force seem disjointed and blasé. Let's take... Okay, well, I haven't finished that arc yet, so we'll take Amon and the Equalists instead. In The Legend of Korra's first season, Amon is the principal antagonist who runs an insurgency group of non-benders against the establishment as a means of attaining equality between benders and non-benders through force. The Equalists, with the exception of the Lieutenant, who isn't even enough of an individual to have a name other than the Lieutenant, are all faceless, jumpsuit-wearing foot soldiers. This lack of identifiable features makes it very easy to associate Amon directly with them. His is the only will that they act upon, and thus are the storytelling equivalent of mindless drones. Much like Xemnas, he is also lying to his subordinates in order to satiate his grabs for power, and doesn't really care about the cause that they pledge themselves to. However, Amon's defeat is far more nuanced in that the story knows that Amon is the only person worth defeating. The strength of the Equalists as an organization directly hinges on his ability to sway the masses and acquire loyalty either through fear or blind devotion. When his lies are revealed, the Equalists immediately disband. In the end, while he was on the proverbial top, Amon bore the weight of the entire organization upon his shoulders. That said, Amon and the Equalists have their problems. Namely, no, that's not how it works. The Equalist movement had some legitimate points, when you look past the terrorism anyway, and so that sentiment wouldn't just go away. Season 2 should have been about the fallout of the revolution, but instead we get a civil war incited by Hitler if he was the Pope, evil spooky spirits, and a kite monster. Yay. But back to Xemnas and the organization. If the game wanted to have Xemnas be the main villain from the start, they should have properly introduced him earlier. Sure, his reveal as having a connection to Diz was neat back when we first see him in Hollow Bastion 2, but that part of the story already had the twist about Sora inadvertently helping them by killing the Heartless, so it wasn't really needed as a dramatic story beat. Second, make it very clear that every organization member is an extension of Xemnas, not their own individual person. Or, if they wanted to keep all of the individual personalities, use more scenes to portray the subservience of the other members. Have Xemnas appear in Port Royal and chastise Luke Sword for playing around instead of strictly summoning Heartless for Sora to kill like he was told. Maybe have Xemnas appear in Beast Castle following Zaldin's defeat, applauding Sora for defeating an incompetent fool like him and saving him the trouble. On the other hand, if they wanted the whole of the organization to be the main antagonist collectively, then you can't have any be killed off before the final battles, and dare I say, do something similar to what Kingdom Hearts 3 did with its final battles, where you fight multiple organization members at once, so they feel more like a complete unit. Then, if you still wanted Xemnas as the big bad, you can have him, absorb the other members' essences to gain power. He already uses their powers in the armored Xemnas sections of the fight, so it would fit really nicely there. But all of this verbiage is to say that the organization has fun personalities, but as a whole aren't really threatening. Though they aren't the series' best evil group or faction, I will applaud their inclusion, as this is the last time the series genuinely attempts to make their villains morally ambiguous and sympathetic.
I'm actually a misguided good guy.
Who could ever believe that?
Okay, I believe you.
I said genuinely. Anyway, as I've been talking, the ending has been playing out, maybe multiple times from how long that went on. Basically, Sora and Riku wander around until they come to this place. Now, this place is fine, it bookends the game, as this is the same place that Roxas and Xemnas met at the very beginning. But later on, this place becomes a problem. See, this is the Realm of Darkness. Yeah, we're back, or at least Riku's back. Both Keyblade wielders seem content to wait out their days here, as they've successfully saved the Realm of Light. Yet, suddenly, a letter in a bottle appears. What follows is my favorite ending of the whole series. But even with Xemnas defeated, there's still loads to do if you want to get 100%. I still have 2 core systems I haven't talked about, abilities and drive forms. We still have to do all of the optional stuff for Jiminy's Journal, like the minigames, the tournaments, the synthing, and the super bosses. And we have to talk about gummy ships. We're not even close to being done here. Oh! That's gonna be fun when he digs into that shit. That said, I first want to discuss one thing that you may have thought I forgot about, since I mentioned it fairly often in Kingdom Hearts 1, but never here. Difficulty. So throughout the critique, I've been saying that things 1 or 2 shot me, or describing combos with more than one finisher. If you played on the 3 easiest difficulties, beginner, standard, and proud, you might be wondering what the hell I'm talking about. Critical mode, the highest difficulty setting, was added into the final mix version of the game, and is a much more interesting take on increasing difficulty than was seen in the first game's proud mode. While you take the same amount of damage as on proud, your health gains are halved, so you'll end with 60 HP instead of 120, which, as you might imagine, is a big difference. On top of that, you only gain 75% of the EXP you'd earn on other difficulties, so you'll generally be a lower level unless you grind. These two things combined make for a mode where you often die in 1 or 2 hits at appropriate level, forcing you to learn the game. But what's really cool about the mode is that you not only do 25% more damage than on standard, but you also gain AP by increments of 3 instead of 2, you start with 50 AP, and you start with a multitude of abilities. Most interestingly, you start with 2 Lucky Luckies, a finishing plus, and no experience. The Lucky Luckies are the equivalent of the Lucky Strike abilities from other games, making this mode by far the easiest if you want to do the synthesis aspect of the game. Each one of these abilities equipped on any party member increases the drop rate of items by 0.5 times. So equipping 1 would be 1.5 times drop rate, 2 would be 2 times drop rate, 3 is 2.5, and so on and so forth. If you synth a ton of Lucky Rings, which I personally didn't do, you can get the multiplier up to 9 times, which you do not need at all. Finishing Plus I mentioned earlier when describing the Rumbling Rose Keyblade. Adding another finisher increases combo opportunities and overall damage output, and getting it so early, specifically right before you fight Twilight Thorn as Roxas, lets you use it for the whole game. This and the increased damage of the mode combined makes speedruns of Critical Mode go even faster than the beginner mode runs, which have a raw 50% damage increase as opposed to Critical's 25%. Off the top of my head, double air combo finishers are entirely feasible and do hellacious damage to most enemies, especially with the requisite boosts equipped like with Hero's Crest. It also enables the magnet finishing leap combo I've talked about in the back half of the game, and it makes that kick-ass Roxas strat even possible, because you hit him once with either attack or blizzard, combo into thunder, reflect finisher, and then guard break for a second finisher to keep him looped. The no experience ability isn't quite as interesting as it was in the first game or in Birth by Sleep. It's just as it says, with no hidden modifiers or systems. This means that starting around Disney Castle, you'll mostly be one-shotted by basically everything. After a certain point, you'll hit a damage floor, so you'll still be doing decent damage and won't ever be chipping, despite being at level 1. Of course, being at level 1 also means that you will never get second chance or once more, item boost, combo or air combo boost, or anything useful like that, so be prepared. If you're aiming to do a level 1 run, I'd recommend the following. Do Olympus before Beast Castle. Chicken Little makes the Thresholder fight much more bearable than it otherwise would be, and Hero's Crest will let you do extra damage against it and the Dark Thorn, which can both easily kill you. Master Reflect. It will be your best friend. Grab any AP boost from chests that you can manage, as they, along with accessories, will be the only way to gain additional AP for all of the abilities you get through the story. Don't equip abilities that take a long time or wrestle control away from you. Don't equip auto abilities, and unequip those that are automatically equipped to Disney party members like Orin, Beast, and Mulan. Don't equip Dodge Slash, Aerial Finish, or Retaliating Slash for that same reason. They take too long and don't let you cancel them into a defensive option. Aside from abilities, steal all of your Disney party members' items every single time you get a new one. The AI wastes them and it saves you money, which will be tight as you won't be fighting mobs unless you have to. In terms of your route in the mid to late game, don't do any optional worlds. Pride Lands is completely exempt, and don't do Olympus's second visit. Make sure to do both Halloween Town and Agrabah before going to Twilight Town and continuing the story for Magnet Finishing Leap. Go to Port Royal 2 first to get a Magnet upgrade, and then do Beast Castle for Reflect, then do Halloween Town for Decisive Pumpkin. Land of Dragons and Agrabah's order isn't important. Abuse Magnet Finishing Leap, abuse Stitch, abuse Chicken Little. Don't use Valor Form or Wisdom Form unless you're grinding, and master Limit Form's Last Arcanum strat, where you only do up to the second to last hit, and then end the limit, and then combo into another limit. Master doing that right after popping an Ether to get 3 limits out of it, and really, really good damage. Beyond that, as much as I hate the phrase, you'll need to get good. For the record, I did it. I didn't do it on this playthrough, as it heavily limits your ability to show off certain things about the game, like the rateability system, but it is a nice, fun challenge, and honestly isn't as hard as some other games. For example, I think Hollow Knight, and especially its optional content, is way harder than this game on level 1. But folks, we are back at the title screen. When we load our save, we find ourselves in front of the final door once again. All of the journal entries are revealed to us, in so much as we're told that we're missing something, so we know how many quote-unquote slots we need to fill in. As well, if you've sealed every keyhole and beat the game, you'll receive a message that something is up in Disney Castle. When you go there, you'll find a massive dark portal. More on that later. So we have several things to do on our checklist to complete the journal. First off, we're going to need to do all of the synthesis stuff, and we need to do some other stuff before we start that to make it run as smoothly as possible. Second, we have to collect every chest and puzzle piece in the game, which will be aided by those things we do prior to synth grinding. Third, there's a whole optional area I skipped over in Hollow Bastion, Radiant Garden, called the Cavern of Remembrance, which we need to get to the end of. Fourth, we need to complete all of the minigames found in the worlds, and not only complete them, but do them to Jiminy's satisfaction. Whether that be delivering mail in a certain amount of time, or getting a certain score in the 100 Acre Wood minigames, though you can't complete these particular ones on the first try, you have to repeat them unlike Atlantica. All of that stuff will be done concurrent with or immediately following the synthesis stuff. Beyond that, we have a total of 15 super bosses to fight and mob gauntlets of varying difficulties. So before we start our checklist, let's grind all of our drive forms and talk about drive forms as a mechanic as we do it. First, where are we grinding our forms? Thankfully, all of them but final form are very easy to describe. For wisdom, you should have already done that. If not, go to Agrabah in the bazaar. For valor and limit, go to the treasure room in Agrabah where you'll find a weird mushroom thing. Hit triangle and it will sit there for 1 minute and 42 seconds where you can do whatever you want really. For valor, equip Oathkeeper and Star Seeker, start the minigame, hit square once to start an air combo, and then do that air combo without the finisher, as finishers drain a lot of the drive gauge. For limit, equip Oathkeeper, activate the mushroom, run away, and use Sonic Blade, and keep using it to its finisher until you run out of MP. Leave the room, go to the save point, note, press triangle on it so your MP refills instantly instead of having to wait for it to scroll up, re-enter the room, and then repeat. For Master, go to where you grinded money earlier, Yensid's Tower, second Forced Heartless room, there should be gamblers there. Equip the Wishing Lamp and Sweet Memories Keyblades, equip as many jackpots as you can, and if Sora has learned his own drive converter ability, equip that too. Then do their minigame. With this method, Master Form should be max level in about 1 minute. Final Form is the most complicated, as using it drains a lot of drive and nobodies generally have higher health and defense than Heartless. Depending on your level, you can grind at different places. The place to start is in the basement of the Twilight Town mansion. Note, the method I'll describe isn't what I personally did. I did it sub-optimally for a reason, yes, but I still did it sub-optimally. Equip Bondaflame and Oathkeeper, equip Sora's own Fire Boost, and go to the room where Donald and Goofy slept in their pods. 3 waves of 3 nobodies spawn here, and Final Form Firaga should be large enough to take out the groups one by one. At level 1, and even at level 2, this should be the only room you do, if even you can complete it. Once you hit level 3, 4, and 5, you can go out and take care of the samurai that spawn where we killed Axel, and then circle back to the staircase area where you'll find more nobodies. Alternatively, you can start in this room from level 1 with some reflects for the dragoons that spawn, but I'm not sure which one is faster, especially if you're level grinding at the same time like me. Once you hit level 6, and assuming you're at a decent level for Sora's base form, it's best to head to Yensid's Tower for the final level. By now, with the 2 form boosts you get from leveling up Final Form, you should have more than enough drive to get through the whole tower, and there are more nobodies here than you would be able to kill in the basement and mansion proper in one drive usage. Plus, it's easier and more linear. Final Form leveling will take the longest out of all of the drive forms by far. But how do drive forms even work? Well, to explain that, we need to explain the drive gauge, drive form leveling, and anti-form. To go in order, the drive gauge is gained when Sora changes clothes at the beginning of the game, and he starts out with 3. When you beat Barbossa, when you beat the hostile program, when you beat Marluxia's absent silhouette, when you beat Final Xemnas, when you beat that super boss, and when you beat that other super boss, the number increases by 1, making for a total of 9 drive bars, up from 7 in the original release. You can gain drive back in multiple ways. First, you can hit things. While it does seem slow if you count by hit, the recovery rate is actually much higher than it was in the original release, to where you can actually reasonably gain drive back on your way to important encounters. Alternatively, you can synthesize drive recoveries and high drive recoveries, which were made much rarer in Final Mix, with only 1 drive recovery obtainable through a chest. But they were also made much better, recovering 3 drive bars and all of them for regular and high respectively, up from 1 and 3 in the original release. Alternatively, you can find a way to grind out a member of the Mushroom 13, which I'll go into later. Finally, there are several points where your drive is automatically refilled. First, it's refilled when you get a new drive form. Second, it's refilled when you finish a world. Situationally, if you're in a drive form and you enter a room where your party members are static NPCs that you can talk to, your drive refills. And likewise, if you exit to the world map while in a drive form, you'll refill to max there too, which is the most abusable way to recover your bar. Each form uses a different number of drive gauges. Valor, Wisdom, and Summons use 3, Limit and Master use 4, and Final uses 5. And yes, I did say Summons. Summons use the drive gauge as their resource as well, and you have to level them up too. Summons level up by just using them, and the experience is shared between all summons rather than being separate like with your forms. You get 1 summon XP for every drive bar that goes down when using a summon. Go back to Agrabah Treasure Room, summon Stitch, activate the thing, wait for your drive bar to dip down just below a bar, and then cast fire. If you time it right, your bar will go back up to the previous bar and then drop back down. That's another point. And if you time it really well, the delayed hits of fire will cause it to flip-flop multiple times with one cast. Stitch will keep your MP up, and it should take between 2 or 3 mushroom timings to get it up to max level. Valor Form levels up by hitting things, 1 XP per hit. I'm not sure how many hits the finishers do, but they cost so much of the drive gauge that I can't imagine that they're worth it. Oh, and summons are unique in that hitting things raises the gauge. In all actual drive forms, hitting things lowers the gauge. Valor Form feels very powerful at the beginning of the game. Without it, Sora feels a bit weak and slow, and Valor Form is really focused on remedying that feeling. You attack fast with consecutive Keyblade attacks and powerful finishers that come out fast and in a wide area. Unfortunately, the damage output is kind of subpar once you get decent options for base Sora, and especially once you get Limit and Master Form, so this one falls off pretty hard. Still, for that early game use, it's awesome. Wisdom Form levels up for every Heartless you kill, no matter the strength or variety. 1 Heartless kill is 1 EXP, which is why grinding against those easy to kill shadows is such a good idea. Wisdom Form is the worst form. I'm sorry, but it is. While it feels good to skate around and shoot magic bullets, Wisdom Form just doesn't have the damage output to compete, and its utility of fast and mobile magic just isn't worth the 3 drive bars it takes to use it. Final Mix did a lot to remedy this, not by buffing its damage, but by adding situations where the rapid fire or mobile oriented attacks have more utility. Still, don't use it for combat unless you're grinding it out. Limit Form levels up by using limits. 1 XP per limit finisher you execute, of those limits that are unique to Limit Form. This form is unique for a few reasons. First, it's exclusive to the Final Mix version of the game. Second, it's the only form that doesn't require you to sacrifice party members to use it. Valor requires Goofy, Wisdom requires Donald, and Master and Final both require 2 party members. Limit requires 0, which is just awesome. This means that you can use it in literally any fight in the game once you acquire it, and assuming you have the necessary 4 drive bars. On Limit Form itself, it has its strengths and weaknesses. In terms of crowd control, it fares pretty poorly. Its attacks and limits are very clearly meant to be used against a single target, with the exceptions of Sonic Blade and maybe Strike Raid. Ripple Drive is also an AoE finisher, but getting to it as a finisher in a crowd fight is easier said than done. With all of that said, against single targets like bosses, Limit Form is the best in the game by far, even better than Final Form. Ars Arcanum, or Last Arcanum as it was erroneously translated in this game, is insane. You could take off so many health bars if you pop an ether and time your button presses well. Ragnarok, or Infinity in this game, does impressive damage if you get the most optimal finisher, and the regular combo attacks, while not flashy, deal insane damage in the right circumstances. Limit Form is hands down your best boss slayer in the game, and it's not even close. Master Form levels up by collecting the yellow drive orbs that are dropped by enemies. You get 1 EXP for the small ones and 3 for the big ones. Master Form is a slept-on form if ever there was one. It's outclassed against most bosses by Limit Form, and it's outclassed against mobs by Magnet, Finishing Leap, and later Final Form. That said, this form is so much fun to use. Its attacks are slower and more deliberate than Valor's, but hit in an even wider arc, and there's a very clear focus on mobility and freedom. Master Form was only as good as you made it. First, you have no ground combos. Even the ones you start on the ground see Sora leaping into the air to start them. This makes Decisive Pumpkin less than stellar, but that's fine. Second, while a bit slower than Valor, you can also use magic, which is a huge boon. Fire dashes forward, Blizzard is a shotgun like in the first game, Thunder hits multiple times, Magnet, don't use Magnet in Master Form. Cure is Cure, obviously, but Reflect is where it's at. A unique feature of Master Form is endless magic combos. Unlike Wisdom or your normal combos, you'll never do a magic finisher, so you can continue it as long as you have MP. That said, every cast of magic makes for 1 hit in a physical combo, so after a certain point, you can just get right to the insane single target finisher, and with finishing pluses, you can do multiple of them in a row. This is where Reflect comes in. It has the same utility that it normally does, but it also casts really fast and keeps you in the same place. So just do 3 or 4 reflects in a row and then use some really powerful finishers. No slow hits required. I think the biggest problem with Master Form is the other finisher you have. It's a big whirlwind, magnety, spinny thing that takes too long and doesn't do nearly enough damage to justify that length. At that point, just use Thunder or something. Final Form levels up when you kill nobodies. 1 nobody equals 1 EXP. I already went over the kind of painful process of leveling it up, but I didn't go into the form itself. Final Form is absolutely bonkers. It was designed as the most powerful form that Sora could possibly have access to, and it shows. Its attacks are fast, at least in the air, they hit everything, they're strong. Even the magic is fast, hits everything, and is strong. Firaga in Final Form is the same as most of Ars Arcanum in that it doesn't add any revenge value to bosses, save for the finisher, making Final Form another excellent boss slayer if used properly, and it's actually my method of cheesing the Vexen fight that I hate so much. My only issue with Final Form are its ground combos. They're just kind of meh. I don't have much to say on them other than that I think that Valor forms are much better, and that's saying something. Our last form is Anti-Form, which was the developers trying to provide an incentive not to overuse dry forms. Basically, it's a punishment that I've already described when going into how to get Final Form, but what I didn't explain is how the game determines whether you'll get it or not. Basically, every time you enter a dry form, you get an anti-point. These are cumulative throughout the game. Once you gain 5, you now have a chance to activate Anti-Form whenever you enter a dry form when in combat. With 5 to 9 points, you have a 10% chance of activating Anti-Form, and anything 10 or higher is a 25% chance to activate it. As well, all scripted fights double the chance of activating it, save for specific ones like Barbossa, which requires Jack to live and thus to be in the fight. As well, fighting against an Organization 13 member multiplies the chance by 5, and using drives against Armored Xemnas 1, the one that you fight with Donald and Goofy, has a 10 times multiplier, meaning you'll always get Anti-Form if you have any chance of getting it normally. How do you get rid of anti-points? Well, throughout the game there are limited methods. First, whenever you get a new form, your points are reset to 0, so you have 5 more free drive uses. As well, getting Anti-Form lowers the number by 5, and every activation of Final Form lowers it by 10, so you have ways to mitigate the punishment. Okay, drives are done. What's next? Well, there's the synthing, which is going to take a while to explain. Synthing in Kingdom Hearts 2 is vastly more complicated than in the first game, though the core system remains in place. You'll gather synthing materials from enemies as you go through the adventure, and then you can take them to any Moogle in any of the worlds, go to the synthesize menu, and make new items or equipment from those materials. Throughout your adventure, you'll find chests containing recipes, which allow the Moogle to craft special or powerful items. For example, there's a chest in the room where Donald and Goofy were sleeping that contains the ultimate recipe, which lets the Moogle craft the ultimate weapon, the so-called best Keyblade. As well, you get Final Mix exclusive recipes for beating each absent silhouette. Wait, but hold on. Just because you have the recipe doesn't mean you can just craft the ultimate weapon, not in this game. To craft it, you need 13 Orichakam Plus items. Problem, there are only 7 in the game, so what gives? Well, this is where I get into Moogle levels, and forgive me if I don't have good footage for this, I blitzed through the synthing stuff in my playthrough. So the Moogle starts at level 1, and you can go all the way to level 9, but don't worry too much about that if you're aiming to synthesize everything like me. For those who just want the ultimate weapon, you need the Moogle to be at least level 2. Levels 2 and 3 unlock the ability to use Bright, Energy, and Serenity items, one of which halves the material cost of synthing an item, thus it brings that 13 Orichakam Plus cost down to the total available of 7. As in the first game, you have multiple sets of materials. Blazing, Frost, Twilight, Dense, the list goes on. There are a few key differences, however, from that first game. First, there are 4 items per set. A shard, a stone, a gem, and a crystal, all dropped by different enemies. Most of these sets are easily obtainable and are logical about where they are. Fat Bandits drop blazing gems, for example. And while some are a bit more obtuse, like the Armored Knight dropping lightning gems, you can find a list online of what everything drops. What you can't find online is a definite list of what you need to collect in total. Sure, there are lists that claim to know, but they don't match each other, and some are easier to follow than others. I even tried going to speedrun.com to see if anyone made a guide for the Jiminy's Journal 100% category, but there was no luck there either. So I went ahead and made one in a Google Sheet that I'll leave a link to in the description. It has the total of every material you need to synth everything, as well as what you need to complete the journal, not counting any discounts you get from using the Energy series, which has the requirements. That's also why I say you don't need any. They're not technically required in any recipe save for Ultima Weapon for reasons I just went into. That said, I'll go over where some of the more obtuse materials are as we go through the rest of this side content. To start, we're going to tackle something completely unrelated to side content. Actually, 2 things. First, we're grinding levels. Not to spoil, but the super bosses in this game are pretty killer, so being at max level is highly recommended by me, especially for a first timer or someone who wants to get through it as smoothly as possible, as I did for this playthrough. At the very least, if you picked shield route like you were supposed to on critical, get to level 49, as then you'll have both second chance and once more to survive anything with 1 HP, at which point you can cure or use an item. The easiest method of level grinding takes a bit of setup, but it will get you to max level within an hour. First, head over to the postern in Radiant Garden, where the 3 fairies will gift you the Gullwing Keyblade, which has the experience boost ability, so equip it. Second, equip that same ability on Sora and then remove all of his armor. Personally, as you might have seen, I started my level grinding while also leveling up Final Form, but for those who like to keep it separate, go to the very first room in the world that never was. The Heartless are gone once you enter the castle and are instead replaced by nobodies. Have plenty of ethers on hand, go back and refer to money grinding back right after we beat Roxas, unequip both Riku and Donald's healing abilities, take off their items if they still have them, and go into the next room. Samurai and snipers will spawn, find some combination of attacks that bring you to below half health, and from there spam thunder and use the occasional magnet as you systematically fly through the entire world, killing everything you see. Going up the entire way, even at the high levels, will get you at least a single level, if not more, and can be done in probably just over 5 minutes each time once you become efficient. Personally, I stopped a bit short of level 99, which is the max level, just because we're also going to be gaining experience from the enemies we kill when synth grinding, which would easily get me up to max level anyway. From here, we're going to return to Radiant Garden and go all the way back down to where Sora had that big revelation before at the end of the second visit, you know, after the 1000 Heartless fight. There, we'll find the man himself, Sephiroth, who challenges Sora to a duel. This is the first super boss that we're going to be tackling in the game, and funnily enough, he was the only super boss in the original release of Kingdom Hearts 2, and unlike the Phantom in Kingdom Hearts 1, this carried over into the international version. I don't have a lot to say about him. Because of our level, which is technically appropriate because, you know, super boss, and critical mode's natural damage buff, we take off chunks of HP at a time. Sure, he has a lot, but Sephiroth is opened so often that it's not hard to carve through his life like it was nothing. He has 3 phases, the first of which consists of pressing triangle at the beginning of his RC, going near him, blocking his combo, comboing him in return, and blocking his follow-up teleport, and then repeating. His second phase is a bit more chaotic in that he summons dark orbs that, thankfully, you can reflect away, unlike in Kingdom Hearts 1, and he has his Fire Pillar attack back, which again is a lot more fair than it was in the first game. He also has his Sin Heartless Angel attack back, where he knocks Sora down to 1 HP and 0 MP, forcing you to use an item either before or after he does his RC, which he always follows it up with. His third phase sees him power up, and his attacks become faster and more hectic. His base combo now closes distance really quickly, he summons more orbs than ever, he can call down meteors, and he flies around and swipes at you a bunch. Yet, I mean, you have Reflect, and Sephiroth was clearly not designed with Reflect in mind because it completely trivializes the fight. That and Limit Form, so I mean, he's a fight. It's a good fight, but he's too squishy and was made before Reflect was buffed in both the English released and then buffed again in Final Mix, and before Limit Form was even a thing, so yeah, with those tools, he's really not that hard. For beating him, you get your drive gauge powered up, and because I couldn't fit it in earlier, you also get a drive gauge boost for beating Final Xemnas, so we now have 8 total drive bars. As well, if you tell Cloud where Sephiroth is and then come back, you'll not only get a bonkers cutscene, but Tifa will gift you the Fenrir Keyblade, which has the highest strength stat of any Keyblade in the game, including Ultima Weapon, and it has the negative combo ability, allowing you to get to your finishers faster. Next, we have the Cavern of Remembrance. It's a big area that you need to have at least close to max drive levels to get through, as it's the only area in the game that incorporates platforming in its level design, of which your options are unlocked through your drive forms. But aside from that unique feature, it is a fairly standard area. Note that you can enter this place all the way back after you beat the hostile program, but the enemies are all scaled for high level players, so like 70 and above. That said, you can still get through here at level 1, so don't worry about it too much. Every enemy within the Cavern of Remembrance is a palette swap of another Heartless, and these actually have interesting resistances to them. For example, the Magic Phantoms, palette swaps of the Trick Ghost Heartless from Olympus, can only be damaged by magic attacks when they're floating, and they're only damaged by physical attacks when they're on the ground. Rune Masters can't be hit from the front, so reflecting past its frontal barrier can work wonders, or else Final Form or some other form of crowd control also works. While I don't think this kind of rock, paper, scissors, react and counter for specific enemy types thing would be good for the whole game, as the nature of Kingdom Hearts 2's combat is having all of your options available to use at any given time, and this would limit that obviously, I do think that it's a fun endgame challenge, especially during the 2 Heartless gauntlets. Going through the Cavern of Remembrance is where you'll find the Final Mix exclusive Remembrance set of synth materials. Several Heartless drop the same type, though some are kind of annoying, as the enemies only spawn in the most annoying room in the game, the conveyor belt room. While it's more interesting than most other zones in the game, which isn't hard to do, trying to fight in this room is just obnoxious. Let's have a constantly moving floor, sure. Let's also have Heartless that require pretty specific tactics to defeat in a real-time combat system. Alright, you're kind of pushing it with both. Let's also have a powered-up version of the single toughest Heartless in the game. Okay, I'm at the end of my rope here. And to top it off, we will have random steam pop out of vents that stagger you constantly as you're trying to fight, and let's make enemies immune or highly efficient at dodging the stagger. God damn it, I hate this room. Once you get past it though, you're met with the final gauntlet, this time against 3 waves of nobodies. These nobody fights are the hardest mob fights in the game, specifically the 3rd one. The first is gotten through easily enough with Stitch and Magnet, but the second one has too big of an area to pull everyone in, so you can't actually rely on Magnet that much. In a similar vein, the last square room is also still too big for even Magnega, and there are sorcerer nobodies, which I'm realizing now that I didn't go over yet. Basically, they're immune to magic, which is fine. They're an enemy first encountered at the tail end of the final world, so they should be the toughest. But damn, fighting sorcerers that can hit you even while they're staggered to your hits would be bad enough. But you also have dancers and dragoons, both of which are capable of dealing pretty heavy damage in a short period. Stitch is really your best friend here, as are potions, so you don't have to rely on cure if you can help it. A decent way to beat this is actually Genie, who I don't even recall ever using in this playthrough, but that's because he's really underwhelming. Basically, Genie does absolutely nothing, and I'm serious about that. The only way he affects the battle is that he can do limits. He has 4, each one corresponding to a different drive form that he copies off of Sora, save for limit form as they didn't give him one for that in Final Mix. Valor limit is decent for single target damage, Wisdom is decent for long range, and Master is a good balance, but Final is pretty good all around. Just pop a magnet, use the final form limit, and watch the damage rack up. For beating this encounter, you get your last item slot and access to the final room of the Cavern of Remembrance. While it appears blank at first, once you examine the console in the middle, its purpose is revealed. 13 portals, each corresponding to a different rematch against an organization member, all way harder than they were before. This is brilliant. 13 super bosses await you here, and yes, you have to beat them to complete the journal and get 100%, as you might imagine. So in Kingdom Hearts 1, I went into fairly explicit detail about the super bosses. I will not do that here, because while they are some of the best fights in the game, we've seen them before. Looking at it from the angle of reusing assets, the Garden of Assemblage super bosses are very disappointing. However, there is another way to view them. One of the worst parts of playing an RPG with super bosses, or, Dark Souls, is the process of learning the super boss. It's a slow, often painful process of trial and error, trying to find openings and working out a strategy. Once you know a good strategy, these fights are often some of the best in their respective games. The thrill of dominating a formerly insurmountable foe is the entire appeal of Dark Souls, one of modern gaming's most critically acclaimed franchises. So, here we have these 13 super bosses that are essentially roided out versions of bosses you've already conquered. Well, there you go. You already have a base to go off of when learning these fights. As such, in my eyes, these are some of the easiest super bosses to learn and defeat without sacrificing the fun of doing so, nor the intense execution of getting a flawless fight. It feels good to wipe the floor with enemies that feel so powerful. Where these bosses fall short, however, is in their DMs, just because unlike the rest of their movesets, they weren't altered to match the new difficulty, so you'll likely be bored dealing with them again, especially in the beginning when you're learning how to open them up. However, it is understandable that fighting these ultra-powerful opponents isn't for everyone. Sometimes that's not what you play this game for, and I want to make clear that that is an entirely valid way to play and a valid mentality. For those people that don't want to use their time on it, or at least as much time, BizKid047 has a great tutorial on the easiest to execute ways to take these guys down. It's a long video and it's unscripted, but he knows what he's talking about, so check it out if you want some help. And as a completionist, I personally have a problem, not with the fights themselves, but with their rewards. See, one of the obtuse synth materials you have to collect are the Lost Illusions. Technically, you can synthesize them, but grinding them off of one of the Castle Oblivion data org members is way easier and way faster once you get down one of their fights. For that reason, because I wanted to come back to fight them all in one go after I'd done everything else, I had to have this ugly pink blemish on the otherwise untouched portals and... Aside from the boosts and materials you get from the individual fights, the only reward you get for beating all of them is the proof of non-existence. The proofs could be considered another avenue of marking completion, though I personally don't consider them as such because you'll need to get them all to complete the journal anyway. They don't add any gameplay mechanic, just an aesthetic change of adding a bronze crown over Sora's head if you have 1, a silver for 2, and a gold for all 3 proofs. So how do you get the other proofs? Well, first we have the Mushroom 13. After you seal a world's keyhole, there will usually be a weird mushroom thing that spawns somewhere in the world. For example, we used the one in Agrabah to grind out Valor, Limit, and Summons earlier, where it was in the treasure room. Each one, save the last, has a minigame for you to complete, and these range from landing a certain number of hits, to collecting a certain number of orbs it drops as it runs away, to being a major pain in the ass and really poorly designed. Okay, I jest, most of these are small, inconsequential affairs, but there is at least one egregious oversight. This is far from the most riveting gameplay the series has ever seen, and honestly, I don't like their inclusion given a specific 2, but they're here, so we have to do them. And not only do we have to do them, but we have to do them to each mushroom's satisfaction. Depending on how well you do in the minigames, you'll get an increasing amount of rewards, those rewards being a bunch of drive recoveries, which is the best way to grind them by the way, and the tranquil set of synth materials exclusive to Final Mix once again. There are several that are really easy to grind off of, namely the one in Agrabah. Equip Fenrir or Rumbling Rose, equip Sora's own negative combo, go into limit form, and go to town if you're at a decently high level. Another quick one is in Timeless River, again negative combo, and if you have Fenrir, go into wisdom form of all things, stand a bit away, try to keep up with it as it can jump out of or too far into your range, and go to town. The 2 that really annoy me though are the ones in Port Royal and the one outside of Yen Sid's tower. The former is a carbon copy of the worst unique Heartless from Kingdom Hearts 1 Final Mix, except it's worse because it's a black entity against a dark background moving really fast. Pause and unpause is the way to go. Thankfully, unlike the one in the first game, you only ever have to beat it once to meet its requirements, and it doesn't drop unique materials, so you can just grind off of an easier mushroom. The latter of the 2 is likely the worst programmed thing in the game, which is saying something because this game is very well programmed at a base level. Basically, you have to hit it as many times as you can before it touches the ground. You can do this in several ways, all of which would be consistent if the damn thing didn't bounce away from you at semi-regular intervals. I can't tell you how many times I got to around 70 or 75 hits and then it flew 5 miles away from me. The thing is, I used the same strategy every time and it just randomly worked once. I just don't get it. In any case, once you've done the 12 in all the worlds to their satisfaction, the requirements of which you can check in the journal, you need to go to where you fought the 1000 Heartless, where they'll all descend. If you did it right, the 13th and final member of the Mushroom 13 will come down from a ray of light and gift Sora the Proof of Tranquility along with the Winner's Proof Keyblade, a Final Mix exclusive. The Winner's Proof Keyblade is kind of interesting, honestly. It has the best overall stats of any Keyblade in the game and is very long, but it also has the no experience ability. If you couldn't tell from my use of subpar keyblades like Photon Debugger for synth grinding, the ability is usually what matters more than the stats, at least in this game. So the Winner's Proof isn't the most useful keyblade in the world, to say the least. Speaking of abilities though, let's go over them, shall we? Yes, I know, I'm stalling that fight, but give me a break, this needs to come at some point. Abilities function similarly to how they did in Kingdom Hearts 1 and will function in Kingdom Hearts 3. As Sora levels up, he'll gain abilities, the order of which are determined by whether you pick the sword, shield, or staff during Roxas World. To my mind, shield is easily the best route. Through the main adventure, all magic save for Reflect is going to use to accentuate your combos rather than act as uber powerful damage dealing attacks themselves, so the staff route, which prioritizes magic, isn't that great in the long run. The sword route, I honestly know nothing about because I used it once, didn't like it, and never looked back. The shield route gives both item boost and combo boost really early. The former essentially turns potions into high potions, saving a lot of money, and the latter boosting your raw damage, which is obviously insanely helpful, especially on critical mode when you die so easily. Shield route is also where you get once more level 25, which is right around the time when things are going to one-shot you on critical mode, and it's also the earliest you get second chance, which is at level 49, which isn't that hard to get you if you want to grind for about 5 minutes in the world that never was. That said, the only abilities that Sora gets leveling up are called support abilities, marked in green at the bottom of your ability list. These comprise of boosts to certain damage, passive bonuses like experience boost and form boost, and other things like that, where you as the player don't specifically call on it to activate, it just is always active or there's like a context to it. It's by completing specific story encounters that he gets his action abilities. These are your combo modifiers, different finishers, and alterations to Sora's overall moveset like aerial recovery and guard. As well, you also get scan and combo master through the story, which I believe are the only two support abilities you get through the story, but don't quote me on that. Though the game knows exactly what combo modifiers the player has, it unfortunately doesn't account for any of them in specific boss fights. That is, none of the bosses were tailored to any specific ability. Instead, they were designed around, well, I don't really know. They don't seem to be designed around anything in specific, not magic, not combos, not drives, with some rare few exceptions like Grim Reaper 2 being based around magic. Instead, the core philosophy of battles seem to be that every option has the potential to be equally powerful and valid if you use it correctly within the combo system. Drives can do a lot of damage, but so can limits, and so can regular combos. Magic is the only thing that's left kind of by the wayside due to the spell's nature in being much more situational than in the first game, with each spell serving a different function. That isn't to say that the fights are bad because they aren't tailored. Far from. I think that the bosses in this game are the best in the series, which automatically makes them some of the best action RPG bosses I've ever fought. Whoa, we're getting a little off track. We're talking abilities. So where was I? Alright, so while the bosses aren't designed around abilities, that isn't to say that they don't all work on them. On the contrary, all of the abilities that you earn, save for like 2 of them, are viable on every boss. And when you go from this to this by the end, it feels really good. Sora feels significantly more powerful by the end of the game when compared to the beginning, which satisfies a core desire of most RPG players, that feeling of progression. And this is something that basically every other game in the series utterly fails at, even the first game. And the point isn't that Sora is more powerful at the end, which is always the case in any game in the series. What matters is how Sora feels to play. Yes, Sora can one-shot most enemies by the end of Kingdom Hearts 1 if you grind, but you're still doing your normal combos with very little variation. Sora feels insanely overpowered right from the start of Kingdom Hearts 3, and that feeling never really goes away, even though through stats and such, he does technically grow in strength throughout the adventure. In Kingdom Hearts 2, you feel close to powerless at the beginning of the game, and everything is big and scary and does a lot of damage, forcing you to think smart and really learn fights and react and, all of that stuff that I've said numerous times. But by the end, you feel like a god. You dominate all mobs, and even the most powerful bosses feel only on par with Sora's level of power, which I feel is exactly how it should be. Maybe it's the monster hunter in me, but I like the idea of even though you're going up against these godlike threats that are big and terrifying and can destroy you very easily, it also feels like you can do just as much back to them. And that's exactly how it feels by the end of the game in Kingdom Hearts 2. Actually, the curve of complexity and difficulty mostly succeeds in bringing that feeling out throughout the entire game, which doesn't that undermine what I said earlier, that Sora feels way more powerful at the end compared to the beginning? In a sense, yes. As in every RPG, even as the party gains levels and the damage numbers get bigger and bigger, the enemies grow right alongside you, so the difficulty remains fairly consistent throughout. The difference then is in the complexity. Shan Yu is just about as hard as Final Xemnas, assuming equal skill and appropriate level, but Shan Yu is a significantly less enjoyable fight due to how complex and fun it is to match Final Xemnas compared to Shan Yu. What does Shan Yu have? A couple sword swipes, his stupid bird, a dark dash, a spinning uppercut, sure. But Xemnas has orbs, a reversal gauntlet, lasers, 2 different melee attacks, and a squiggly line attack, all of which can be done in whatever order and have pretty fast startups, so you need to be prepared. The arena is bigger, you have way more options at your disposal, and he has those periodical moves like Can You Spare a Heart where you play as Riku. You have Reflect, you have Limit Form, you have Session, you'll likely have some kind of dodge at this point in the game. You'll have like 30 hours more experience with the game so you can more easily utilize its various systems. You have the rest of your magic should you choose to accept it, tons of context-sensitive combo modifiers, finishing leap, among many other things. In the same way, look at a traditional JRPG like Final Fantasy XIII, like Organization 13. Near the beginning of the game, the party splits into groups of 2, which heavily limits your options in combat. Instead of having 2 attackers and a healer, you can only have 1 attacker and a healer as an example. The boss fights, such as the big plant thing you fight with Lightning and Hope, is a tough boss. He has a lot of attacks, constantly switches his elemental resistances, and can deal a lot of damage. But your options to deal with him are limited, and as such, he's much less engaging than something like the first Bartandalus fight. In this fight, you have all 3 party members. You can make your party to be whatever you want, save that you have to have Lightning as the party leader. Bartandalus has context-sensitive attacks that he does at certain HP thresholds and stagger thresholds. He has more attacks. There are 5 targets, each with a different elemental resistance. You can debuff him, buff yourself, change your equipment or paradigm configuration, go more offensive with your paradigms, do AoE spells that hit multiple targets. You can use Lightning's Eidolon to do damage and protector. I would argue that Bartandalus, though he is a longer fight, isn't inherently harder than the plant thing with the stupidly long name, yet he is a much more involved and complex endeavor to undertake. Jumping back to Kingdom Hearts, it's the same concept as I laid out earlier, and I like that. It somehow carried over the core appeal of the old school or more traditional JRPGs inside of an action RPG system. That said though, the ability system isn't perfect. Despite their best efforts in the redistribution of them in Final Mix, there are clear superior options. You get Aerial Sweep for beating Shan Yu, but then you get Aerial Dive for the Orb minigame in Olympus, which is a new ability in Final Mix that's just a better version of Aerial Sweep, thus making the former irrelevant. Dodge Slash is an utterly useless ability. It takes too long, doesn't benefit Sora during its duration, and is prone to whiff if you're using shorter keyblades. Retaliating Slash has the misfortune of being mapped to the same button as your guard and dodges, which means that you can accidentally mistime it and kill yourself. Perhaps most egregious is Finishing Leap. It's straight up one of the best abilities in the game. For its utility and availability, I would dare say it's better than Explosion in usability, which is widely regarded as the best. It does a ton of damage as a finisher, it's an AoE, and it bounces both Sora and the enemy into the air, setting them up for a following aerial combo which stacks on even more damage. You can combo into this extremely easily, it's safe, it's powerful, and it pretty much renders every other option null. Upper Slash? Yeah, that's useless now. Guard Break? Okay, maybe for a single target boss, but those aren't usually on the ground until the world that never was, and by then if you did all the worlds you have Explosion, which is better. Why would I use Fire in Sora's base form as an AoE spell when I could just use Finishing Leap, which does more damage, is way safer because you're bounced in the air and over any incoming attacks, and doesn't cost me MP that I can be using for Reflect and Magnet. Speaking of Magnet, pairing Finishing Leap with it is hands down the best way to deal with mob fights after you get the combo. It's absolutely insane how easy it is, and add Stitch on top of that for effectively infinite MP, and it's just over. You beat the game. Of course, for all of my complaining, I don't actually dislike Finishing Leap. Using it in the way I've described above is extremely fun and satisfying, especially if you're coming back and taking down these fights that previously gave you trouble. One part that I used to have trouble with is the Dancer fight right before Demix. I got destroyed trying to beat that fight before, but now, it's not too bad. Just use Finishing Leap and the Dancers can't grab you. And of course, it goes without saying that Finishing Leap does have its limits, and I think they're pretty obvious in that it's a finisher, so you can't do it on command necessarily, and it's outclassed in overall damage by Explosion. So, guys, I've stalled enough, I think. Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix included a super boss on top of the 13 data org fights it included already. It's through the portal in Disney Castle. You go through into this desolate wasteland where you're confronted by a man in armor that wields a keyblade. He challenges Sora to a fight to test his strength. This is the Lingering Will fight, and it's my favorite in the game by a very wide margin. It's also the hardest. Again, by a pretty wide margin. I have beaten this game multiple times on the highest difficulty. I've beaten it at level 1. I've beaten all of the super bosses multiple times and beat 13 of the 15 in just over an hour in this playthrough specifically. I have beaten what many consider to be the hardest boss about 5 times on this playthrough and didn't die once.
Liar!
Lingering Will is the character that you see in the secret endings of the game, which I neglected to show earlier for pacing, and he's described as someone who wields the full power of the Keyblade with such ease that Sora can't possibly hope to match. And you know what? I buy it. The Lingering Will's Keyblade can morph into a gauntlet, a cannon can create a kind of sealing magic circle, can elongate to fit his needs, can turn into a whip and a bow. Lingering Will himself is fast and hits insanely hard, can fly, can teleport, can shoot giant cannonballs of light at you. Oh yeah, and his Keyblade can turn into a car. And he can split into 5 little orbs that chase Sora and shoot him with lasers. This guy's moveset is the most extensive in the game, and learning the fight is a long, painful process. I will admit that this kind of thing is not for everybody and shouldn't be for everybody, especially if they just want to sit back and enjoy a game where you tag along with Donald Duck and Goofy Goof through a bunch of Disney movies. That said, this is exactly what I love about the series. Again, for as much as Lingering Will can do to you, you can do back to him. And it's not of overpowering him with numbers. Instead, it's largely your own skill, and defeating him is always a thrill no matter how many times I fight him. Once you get the patterns down and can react well enough to his attacks and can predict when and how you can punish him, the fight is exhilarating in trying to get it all down perfectly. Of course, for people that don't want to do this in as painful a process as most people did, once again, BizKit047 has a great tutorial for probably the easiest way to take him down legitimately, which is the way that I learned to fight him. Basically, he'll retaliate consistently after 3 combos, though you have to have 2 combo pluses equipped and only using 1 explosion. He also retaliates consistently at 2 separate HP thresholds, which denote his phase changes. Lingering Will's DM, unlocked in the 3rd phase, is absolutely insane. It's not as bonkers epic as Xemnas' Laser Wall, but it's also much less scripted. Block, block, dodge, glide away, go toward a wall so he can't teleport behind you, block, 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 dodge toward where he's dashing to get the punish. That's how you avoid it, and it feels so good every time. To me, this is the ideal Kingdom Hearts boss. It's challenging, his attacks are varied, and you really have to learn the fight in order to get enjoyment out of it. And of course, here's where the "that said" comes along. Unsurprisingly, it's still not perfect, and there are several problems that I have with the Lingering Will's place here, but they're mostly outside of the realm of the battle itself. Mostly. First, you get manifest illusions from repeated wins, which means you have to grind him to synthesize everything for the journal. That's no good, as someone who would prefer to be able to synth everything and then rock up to him with all of my high-level stuff, so that sucks. Second, less to do with the Lingering Will fight itself, but I'll say that it's a damn good thing that this guy is a one-and-done type of deal. If every super boss was like this, with long DMs, a fast pace, where physical combos are by far the easiest and safest methods of doing damage, pretty much making all of your other options null, that would really suck. What's great about the other super bosses is that you can use a multitude of options, from reaction commands to drives to limits and so on, of which there are either none or they're largely discouraged in the Lingering Will fight, though you can, for example, use a Thunder Spell or 2 to push him into retaliating if you mess up the combo. His DM, while incredibly fun once you get down, is to me the biggest flaw with the fight, as it's just too fast to actually react to. Instead, it's trial and error as to how to deal with it, or you need to cheese it with the iframes of a limit or something. Unfortunately, this is the metric for which future DMs will be made, but I will get into that in a later game. Finally, there is a very well-known cheese of Lingering Will that completely ruins the fight. I'm not saying that an easier but slower method shouldn't exist for players that have trouble with pattern recognition, but who still want to complete the game. That would be fine, but the Lingering Will cheese is just exploitative. You aren't engaging with the game's systems or utilizing clever play like you see when using Peter Pan against Saïx. You're exploiting the recoil animation in a likely unintended way, with no cost to you and very little knowledge about the game. At least with Peter Pan, the exploit comes from a more in-depth know-how about the fight and the summon, whereas anyone can figure out this Lingering Will strat given enough time. That said, having one flaw with his battle isn't too bad considering the crap we've had to put up with, and especially what we will have to put up with in later entries. In conclusion, the Lingering Will encounter is fun, fast-paced, satisfying, and the perfect metric to base a fight off of in the future, except that's a lie. While it is my favorite, the fact remains that the Lingering Will fight is most easily beaten using physical combos and maybe limit form. Limits don't do enough, magic doesn't do enough, summons are useless. A boss that so heavily limits your optimal options when it's poised as the ultimate Kingdom Hearts 2 fight is a bit disappointing, even though I love it. For better or worse, this fight is the baseline that will be used in future games. Just remind me to look at it again when we get to 3, yeah? Okay, what else? Minigames? Sure. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say, barring just explaining all of them over again. The majority of them we've already seen, like the Winnie the Pooh world ones, and the Carpenter's Cave from Agrabah, and making presents in Halloween Town, which I definitely didn't skip over because who was this made for? I think the only ones I haven't really gone over are the jobs in Twilight Town, the struggle stuff, and the skateboarding challenges. So I guess I'll start with the latter by saying they're useless. You can ride a skateboard in almost every world, so some NPCs will challenge you to either get points by doing tricks a la Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, or to follow a path and collect these crystal things. All of them are vapid and uninteresting because this game wasn't designed around making them fun. That said, none of them are particularly hard. I beat them all on the first try, and I had no clue what the objective was or what the requirements would be, so take that for what it's worth, I suppose. The struggle stuff is exactly like we had to do in Roxas World, only now we're a god. Equip, draw, and use Solo Trinity. The journal requirements for these are negligible. You should always collect all 200 orbs using Solo Trinity, which is the highest requirement. The real reason you have to do this is 1, so the journal knows that you've beaten all 3 characters at least once, and 2, to unlock the Setzer character entry, which is also a thing. Unfortunately, to unlock Cypher, the final opponent, you have to beat Setzer and Hainer 10 times each. I don't know why, and I don't like it, but this should only take like 5 minutes in total with that strat that I mentioned earlier. The odd jobs are fine, I guess. The mail delivery is simple, just follow the most logical path. Fenrir and Negative Combo make the push a cart up a hill and destroy trash jobs a joke. Grandstander is just the Yensid's Tower mushroom, but without jumping away randomly and having weird invisible ceilings. So that's easy with Berserk Charge, Horizontal Slash, and no MP hastes. The Bees is just spamming Magnega. The only one that might give you trouble is the stick posters on spots minigame. It's not even really hard, it's just figuring out an optimal path and realizing that it's faster to wait a split second after the second in a trio instead of doing the stylish flip to stick the third one. Other than those, we have stuff we already did in the story, just do it again, but you're overpowered this time. The Mushroom 13, the Super Bosses, and, oh right, the Cups. So I actually liked the Cups in Kingdom Hearts 1. The enemy compositions were interesting, and they provided nice tests of how well you can handle gauntlets. You know, managing resources and adapting to the situation and stuff. Not to mention, there were different versions you could do with the solo runs and the time trials, and you get different and oftentimes fantastic rewards for completing them, like new abilities or equipments. Jump over to Kingdom Hearts 2, and they suck. They just suck. Like I've been saying basically since the second Twilight Town visit, mob fights are a complete joke at this point in the game, and I know half of these were balanced for completing them throughout the story, but the only reason I would feel obligated to do that is if the reward that I would get is worth the effort of completing them at that point. Not only are the rewards not worth it, but you have extra score requirements for the journal on top of just doing the cup, which is easiest to do in one try using the tools that we have here in the post game rather than when they are unlocked. So why would I do them as they come? The best reward you get is the Fatal Crest Keyblade, which is only useful because it has Berserk Charge, but other than that, you get a Protect Belt, a Staff for Donald, a Shield for Goofy, and an Orichalcum Plus required for Ultima Weapon for the final one. But again, why wouldn't we just do that now when we're actually worrying about synthing things? What's the point of doing these earlier? So, any cup where you can use summons, get to low health, and use Stitch. The attack that would normally make the enemies drop HP orbs will make them drop cup orbs instead, allowing you to effortlessly meet the score requirements. For cups that you can't, just use Magnet Thunder to get the biggest multiplier, either as base Sora or with final form, where you don't actually need Magnet. At max level, none of the enemies should pose a threat, even the bosses, so these are nothing to worry about either. From here, we're going to finish collecting everything from the worlds. This is both our synthing materials from enemies and all of the chests and puzzle pieces, some of which are difficult and or impossible to get without the growth abilities. The puzzle pieces are another way that the final mix version of the game tried to add platforming back into the game by hiding these collectibles behind it, but it doesn't work for 2 reasons. First, you're just going to end up going back and getting them after grinding forms anyway, and 2, they're for completionists only. That said, the process of forming the puzzles and getting the rewards is great, netting you both a ribbon and an excellent accessory that boosts your AP by 30, the highest boost that we'll get in the game. As well, the paintings themselves are fantastic, especially the last 2. Collecting the rest of the chests will also net us our final synth materials and Orichalcum Pluses, bringing our total up to 6. For collecting at least one of every material type, including the new ones in Final Mix by the way, the Moogle will give us our 7th and final Orichalcum Plus, and from here we're ready to synth everything. I recommend starting from the most expensive and working your way down, using energy and especially bright materials pretty liberally to max out the Moogle's level as fast as possible. The higher Moogle levels will reduce the materials you'll need for all of the recipes. To complete the synthesis section of the journal, you will have also needed to collect enough materials to unlock them all in the shop. These requirements are 30 shards, 25 stones, and 20 gems of the Blazing, Frost, Lightning, Lucid, Power, Dark, Dense, and Twilight series, as specified in the spreadsheet I made. The rest can't be purchased and aren't required to get that many, so don't worry about them. If you just want to synth everything and don't care about the journal, then those numbers for the buyable materials are listed in parentheses on the spreadsheet. Also, remember to go back into the list and remake everything with Serenity materials to get the upgraded versions of each recipe, which count towards the total. If you did everything right, the Moogle should now have a Mickey symbol in the journal, and you should have everything. You get a lot of excellent stuff from synthing, from elixirs to lost illusions to excellent equipment, some exclusive to Final Mix, like what you get from the Absent Silhouettes, and some not, like Save the King, Save the Queen, and obviously Ultima Weapon. On Ultima Weapon itself, believe it or not, I actually think it's at its weakest in this game. While it has some of the best overall stats of any Keyblade, its ability is subpar if you're going for maximum damage like I am. For all of the effort it takes to obtain it, I can't say the reward is worth it, especially in Final Mix where the winner's proof has better overall stats anyway. Okay, what else do we have to do now? We've done all the minigames, synthed everything that the Moogle has to offer, sealed every keyhole, satisfied the Mushroom 13, defeated the Data Orc superbosses, beaten Sephiroth, and conquered the Lingering Will. Well, we haven't actually done all of the minigames. Welcome to the Paradox Cups. These are special endgame gauntlets that are accessed via Hades in his chamber, and are unlocked after you beat the game and after you grind out your forms. These are just harder versions of the cups you've already done, so I don't feel the need to go into them in much detail, except for the last one. Just like in the first game, we have a 50-round gauntlet on our hands, and it's the last thing we have to do as Sora in Kingdom Hearts 2. But it's just another mob gauntlet. Magnet Thunder. Done. Use forms, use Stitch when you can, and you will be fine. The only thing to note in the entire cup is the semi-final round where you fight all 4 Final Fantasy characters at once. This is more annoying than anything, especially at the end of such a long event, but if you're max level and you use Reflect, you really shouldn't have much trouble with it. And now we're done with everything, and I've even mentioned most of it too. I mean, I didn't go over all of the limits because their functions are all the same, and completing the section of the journal was as simple as checking which ones I didn't use and then going to use them. From here, we have 2 things to do before we close this off. First, we have gummy ship stuff. Second, we have the secret and some reports. I know, riveting stuff, but I'll try to get through the former quick. So for the Platinum Trophy, or the equivalent Xbox thing, I think, you don't have to do as much gummy ship bullshit as you did in the first game. You also don't have to do any of it for the journal. It's an entirely separate progression path. Basically, each route has 3 missions, but before you can access them, you have to go through the required first run-through, which you already have done since you finished the story. The gummy routes themselves are significantly more enjoyable here than they were in the first game. Believe it or not, I used to not say that, since you had the ability to speed up those in the first game with the haste gummies, whereas here you're stuck with the default speed. But I can now admit that though they take longer on average, there are less of them here, and they're much more engaging mechanically. In essence, you're playing Star Fox. It's on rails, you have guns, you have enemies. Go to town. You have a wide variety of enemies, some fodder, some act as bosses, some act as stage hazards. But the primary goal of all of them is to shoot down as many as you can. If you manage to destroy anything, gold medals will fly out. If you collect them, you'll add to your medal level, which goes from 1 to 30, and getting hit at all will lower your medal level by 1. When you hit level 30, you get a massive power boost and homing shots at the cost of losing 5 medal levels if you get hit instead of the usual 1. Back to the missions though. Mission 1 sees you going through the same exact course again, with the goal being that you have to get a high medal level at some point in the course. Note, at some point. I believe you can end on whatever rank, you just have to have achieved a high rank somewhere along the way. Mission 2 sees you go through the course again with remixed enemies, with the goal being to destroy as many as possible. This is easily the most straightforward mission. Mission 3 is the most complicated. You're going purely for score here, but the catch is that not only are the enemies remixed again to be hard harder, but you have to manually control the camera yourself, whereas in the others, it's handled for you. Enemies can come from multiple sides, so you have to stay on top of things. Your path is still automated though, so driving isn't an issue. As for recommendations, I would suggest building a donut ship. With the maximum grid in the endgame, you can just build a ring around the outskirt, and the hitboxes are weird enough with the gummy ships that almost nothing can actually touch you. Explosions and direct collisions can still hurt, but bullets are basically a non-issue. As well, collect as many blizzard and gravity weapons as possible, especially Gravira and Blizzara. You don't have a shop to buy gummy blocks this time, and the number of blocks is reduced quite a bit. Instead, you're going to be getting your weapons and such from special glowing enemies in the courses. They'll glow red for useful stuff like weapons, and they'll glow gold for less useful things like cosmetic items. These enemies usually spawn when you destroy a group of enemies quickly. Alternatively, any big or boss-like enemy will drop important things, like the tank things in the Port Royal course, or the wheel in the Agrabah and Halloween Town ones. So, you have your donut ship with blizzard and gravity weapons. Add a teeny ship design with blizzard, gravity, or if you're out of those, Fyra/Fyraga. Note that you need to have at least 2 of whatever you put into your teeny ship, because you'll obviously have 2 teeny ships with you on the course, and the game accounts for that. From there, use whatever space you have left to put in the neon items, which increase your ship's overall power. So, what do you have to do to get the platinum? Well, first you have to collect all the blueprints. This is done by going through the story and getting them at the end of the levels by completing the courses with a decent score. You also get special blueprints for completing Mission 2 with an S rank on pretty much every route, as well as an S rank on all missions in the last gummy mission for Twilight Town. You also need to get an S rank on an EX mission on every route, which are harder versions of the missions that you get for getting an S rank on them initially. Note, you don't have to do every EX mission, just one with the S rank. At the minimum, I'd recommend Mission 2 since you have to S-rank those for the blueprints anyway, so they'll all be unlocked. Part of this process, specifically Mission 3 of the Twilight Town route, includes a super boss. Yes, a gummy ship super boss. It's just a powered up version of the standard blue claw enemy, and since I've already done it, I didn't feel the need to do it again, though I did show it and get wrecked. I'm out of practice and don't feel like grinding for it. It's one of those enemies that the donut ship struggles with due to lasers, copious explosions, and a massive cross of damage that will take you a few tries to understand and deal with. As well, you need to go through the whole mission every time to get a shot at fighting it again, so yeah, I don't need to do that again. But overall, you don't have to do nearly as much work as you did in the first game for the platinum, and thank God that was just brutal last time. From here, I could talk about a few more things. I could talk about the general aesthetic of the game compared to the first, and especially the third. I could talk about how this game is the one that treated its characters with the most respect. I could talk about more technical stuff like hitboxes, frame data, the works, but I don't want to do any of that. Instead, we're going to take a look at the journal that we've completed. I think special mention should be made of it due to the improvements to its layout and the overall appeal of the presentation, which to me is indicative of the solid presentation throughout the rest of the game. So you open the journal and you'll be met with a list of things along with a picture of the world, a summary of what's happened in it thus far, and an objective to pursue within it. Treasures, puzzle pieces, maps, missions, and minigames are all for the purposes of completion and don't really offer anything beyond that. They're simply a checklist of stuff to do. Album shows you stills from cutscenes and little blurbs about the events that took place there. Story is a straightforward summary of what happened thus far, and this shit goes on for a long time. I'd say that it might take longer to read some of these world summaries than it did to go through the world. Characters and character links are two sides to the same screen. Characters shows you a splash page of the characters present in that specific world, while character links shows you a larger splash page depicting the core characters in the story, either for this one, a previous game, or future installments. If you click on a character, you'll get their name, a character model, a description, and for non-Kingdom Hearts characters, you'll see the first instance of them appearing, though this information isn't always accurate. For example, Yuna and Riku's blurb says that they come from Final Fantasy X-2 when both originated in plain old Final Fantasy X. A common mistake, I know, it's not like either of them were important to the story. It's here that you can really appreciate the model work that went into bringing these disparate characters to life. Adapting a design like Tifa's from Advent Children into this more cartoony, less photorealistic style couldn't have been easy, but they managed to make a model that looks like it fits in with the rest of the aesthetic, but retains the original's charm and specific attributes. So, you have a list of worlds in that same splash page style, but in the top left you have Jiminy himself. If you click on him, you get this massive list of stuff. Ansem reports and character files we'll skip over, but if you do the Heartless tab, you'll find a list of everyone in the game, bosses and all. If you click on one, you'll see how many you killed throughout the adventure and how many times you've done the reaction command. As you can see, I didn't ever do the reaction command for the Gargoyle Warrior, though it's the same as the Gargoyle Knight, just activated differently. And yes, I killed 93 graveyards. I didn't like doing it either, but I had to synth grind. The nobodies are the same way, though interestingly, the Twilight Thorn is an entry here despite you fighting it as Roxas. I'm not sure the reason, nor do I know exactly when it appears, but here it is. The character files are a bit interesting as well. It has multiple entries for many of the characters in the game, to account for changes like when Ping goes back to acting as Mulan, and for palette swaps, like when you go from Halloween Town to Christmas Town and the party changes outfits to accommodate that. Treasures, puzzle pieces, maps, missions, and minigames are the same tabs you find in the world lists, only you won't start from any specific world, you'll start at the top of it all. Limits just shows you what limits you've done and how many hits you've gotten with them. Can you tell which ones I grinded out at the end? Synthesis notes is just your Moogle completion, and finally character links, which we've already gone over. From here, all we have are the secret Ansem reports, which detail Diz's fall from grace, being betrayed by his apprentices, that being Xehanort and a lot of other people who would eventually become members of Organization 13, him being cast into the realm of darkness, him unlocking dark powers of his own and using them to escape, and him manipulating Roxas and Naminé so that Sora can wake up. These reports, as in the first game, are utter trash. Why are these plot-critical details tucked away in flavor text that no one cares about? This is the backstory to your main villainous group, and it's never explained in-game. If these reports and the future games didn't exist, we wouldn't know that half of the organization were also Diz's apprentices. All the game tells us is that Xemnas or Xehanort was. So for fun, let's go through them all and note interesting things or continuity errors, huh? So, Vexen's somebody Evan is mentioned in Report 1, and Diz suspects that Xehanort is far more capable than he's letting on. Report 2 mentioned Ienzo, which is the dumbest name in the world, and is the somebody of my boy Zexion. Mickey is also said to have come already wielding a Keyblade, which at this point in the story is a plot hole, as we don't know that he had the Starseeker first, but that's a whole other can of worms. Diz also claims that Ansem, or Xehanort's Heartless, wrote reports 1 through 8 from the first game, which doesn't make any sense. Did he write them as Xehanort and was already telling everybody that he was Ansem? Why does Xehanort express so much surprise at Gummy Blocks, while Diz retroactively doesn't? Moreover, why did Diz go on to write the rest of the Ansem reports and then go on to write these secret Ansem reports apart from them? Whatever, moving on. Report 3 name drops the rest of his apprentices. Xehanort, Zexion, Vexen, Xigbar, Zaldin, and Lexaeus' somebodies were all turned into nobodies at that moment. Of course, later on it would be retconned that Isa and Lee, Cyax and Axel, were also apprentices and were turned into nobodies by the same events, but we'll just gloss over that in favor of reading about how Diz made up a secret identity, shall we? After he was cast into the realm of darkness, he chose to become a denizen of darkness himself. Darkness in the midst of nothing, or darkness in zero. Diz. It's so f***ing funny. Report 4 finally explains the whole power system / cosmology of the Kingdom Hearts world, because that's not important or anything. There are 3 elements to a person: a heart, a soul, and a body. Thus, if the heart leaves to become a heartless, the soul and body that are left behind become a nobody. Report 5 implies that Xehanort / Xemnas have been working together already, which doesn't make any sense. As if they were working together, as I went into the Kingdom Hearts 1 video, why didn't Xemnas rock into the end of the world and kick Sora's ass to keep Ansem from dying? Was Xemnas just using Ansem to create and control the Heartless? If so, why does he allow Ansem to die again? And why does he allow the door to darkness to close, blocking off their supply of Heartless? This is stated to have reduced the number of Heartless in the world, which is counterintuitive to Xemnas' plan of creating Kingdom Hearts from the hearts that Sora releases by defeating them, right? Report 6 explains that Diz has dark powers, and finally backfills that a nobody forms in an entirely separate place from where someone forms into a Heartless. Report 7 tells us that the place is Twilight Town, and also says that Diz went to Castle Oblivion. We already knew that from Reverse, Rebirth, and Chain of Memories, but this game never answers why. Was his intention to find Sora? Well, no, because Riku's story starts before Sora's ends, and Diz was impersonating Ansem all the way back at the beginning of Riku's story, when he would have had ample opportunity to contact Sora and inform him of his plans if that was the case. I personally think a fantastic twist would have been that Diz was impersonating Axel the whole time, using his facade to take out organization members along the way, and speaking with Sora all the while. That would also explain how you technically kill Axel in that game, but he's back in this one, but alas. Report 8 has absolutely nothing interesting except that the Door to Darkness is still referred to as Kingdom Hearts, despite it not being that. Report 9 discusses Naminé and sort of explains why she can control Sora's memories by saying that she's essentially the manifestation of the version of Kyrie's heart that was inside Sora's heart throughout the first game, and since she had already messed with his heart, she was able to do so at will once she formed into Naminé, I think? Report 10 is basically the same as Report 9, and Report 11 is absolutely useless. Report 12 has a hilarious line where it claims that Roxas World, the alternate Twilight Town, was put inside of Sora's head, or heart, or something? Like, how does that even work? Did the flavor text writers not know that Sora, physical, awake Sora, actually goes into that alternate Twilight Town? It can't be in Sora's head, it's physically accessed by him. It has a portal into a real world in the world that never was, oxymoronic name aside. Just, no, that's not how this works, that's a total lie. Report 13 is just a nice ending for Diz's story. If this game was only text-based like some of those old RPGs, this would be a perfectly acceptable ending for a character arc. Unfortunately, it isn't, so we still have the same problem with Diz that I outlined much earlier in this video. But, folks, that is Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. Oh my god, we're done. For a long stretch of my life, this was my favorite game of all time, and is still my favorite from a purely gameplay perspective. The remaster blew my expectations out of the water and hyped me up immensely for the final installment in the Darkseeker saga. Of course, that it has to be called the Darkseeker saga is a problem in itself. But despite everything I've said, despite all of the problems I have, and the mountains more I've made upon further inspection of how everything fits together, I can't stop thinking about this game. I can't stop loving it, and I definitely can't stop playing it. It begins perfectly, and it ends perfectly, and finishes the story that the first game set up so beautifully. Sora has come a long way, and we have too. The Wayfinder trio are all content and back to their home. They did it. They won. And now they're being called on again, as I am. Kingdom Hearts 2, thinking of you wherever you are. In the coming years of my life, I hope that I never stop loving you. Thank you all for watching. Until the end, my friends.